Chapter 551. I was only joking, you stinky junior brother. Are you planning to rebel against your senior sister? Master is right here. Chen Lingyu chided Gu Junqing with righteous indignation. Gu Junqing looked helplessly at Chen Lingyu, but his seniority could not match hers. After all, she held the title of senior sister. It seemed he could only approach this through a romantic relationship. It was convenient that he had just achieved the perfect foundation establishment and needed her help. Gu Junqing smiled slightly as a thought crossed his mind. All right, stop messing around. Ji Zuya laughed and tapped Chen Lingyu on the head. She felt lighthearted now. After dealing with Lin Fan, a heavy burden had been lifted from her heart and she felt much more relaxed. She no longer needed to worry about bringing calamity upon her disciples. Mostly, she could go back to being a homebody and doing nothing. By the way, Master, do you remember the jade pendant you gave me? I should return it to you. Gu Junqing suddenly remembered and took a jade pendant from his waist. This was the only item Ji Zuyu's mother had left her, which she had entrusted to him earlier. Perhaps it would serve as a token of recognition between them in the future. Of course I remember, but I already gave it to you. Ji Zuyu shook her head and pushed it back. With the major threat of Lin Fan removed, she was no longer as desperate to find her mother. If she found her it would be good, but if not, she would leave it to fate. Based on the Xiantian sect master's description, her mother's ability and strength meant she was certainly safe. Alright then. Gu Junqing took the jade pendant and fastened it back to his waist. It seemed Ji Zuyu had entrusted the task of finding her family to him. After the three of them chatted for a while, Gu Junqing decided to stay the night. He had helped Ji Zuyu kill Lin Fan, and had put in so much effort, so he naturally needed to fight hard tonight to reward himself. He would definitely make his master work hard tonight. A night of howling wind and torrential rain left the little cherries trembling with cold until the refrigerator finally let her be. Don't get the wrong idea, it was just too cold, which made her shiver. In the early morning, Gu Junqing opened his eyes in Ji Zuyu's bed, his gaze clear and enlightened, as if he had grasped the meaning of life. He released the white, tender, and flawless body in his arms. Although lying in his master's warm and broad embrace, Gu Junqing was shivering from the cold, yearning to burrow into those mountain peaks. However, his state of mind was currently off, and he had already entered a saintly realm. He scanned her figure up and down, admiring her curves with purely appreciative eyes and nothing else. Perhaps I have grasped the truth of life, and am about to become a Buddha, Gu Junqing thought with a touch of sentiment. Gu Junqing adjusted Ji Zuyu's arm and wrapped the quilt around her before getting dressed and leaving to let her sleep. Although a martial artist's body was resilient, they had fought for a long time, and after fighting with him all night, resting was the best way for her to recover. Gu Junqing pulled open the bedroom door, and a figure tumbled inside, none other than Chen Lingyu, who had been eavesdropping early in the morning. She was wearing a knee-length, low-waisted pleated skirt, revealing her long, fair calves, looking quite elegant. Good morning, senior sister, Gu Junqing said with a faint smile. Good morning, junior brother. Chen Lingyu felt awkward for a moment, but then remembered she was the senior sister, and senior sisters should maintain their dignity. Besides, since her junior brother had slept with their master, he should be the one feeling embarrassed. With a straight face, she responded and went to pat Gu Junqing on the shoulder. Due to their height difference, patting his shoulder was awkward, so she punched his chest instead. Gu Junqing was speechless at how she could eavesdrop with such entitlement. Junior brother, what is master like in bed? Chen Lingyu peered curiously into the room. Gu Junqing immediately shut the door, leaving her unable to see anything. Be careful, or master will hear you and make you do extra training. Gu Junqing glanced at Chen Lingyu, finding her amusing. I'm just curious. Let me in to look, or I'll feel like ants are crawling all over me. I'm dying of curiosity. Chen Lingyu muttered under her breath. She didn't know why she was so desperate to see what her master was like during that act. Would Ji Zuyu, who was usually like a fairy, be the same as an ordinary woman? If you want to know, why don't you try it yourself? Gu Junqing smiled and tapped Chen Lingyu on the head. He grabbed her arm and dragged her away. Let's go then. Chen Lingyu's eyes darted around, a flash of excitement appearing in them. In truth, she was very curious about what that feeling was like. As a boss of an underground force, it was embarrassing that she had never done that sort of thing before. Whenever she heard her underlings bragging, she felt incredibly curious. However, she had no interest in ordinary men. In fact, she found most of them disgusting. If she were to get involved with anyone, there were only two people she would consider. Both were her junior brothers, Gu Junqing and Su Chen, who had already been expelled from the sect. Other than them, there was no one else. Since Su Chen was now dead, that naturally left only Gu Junqing. Over their long time together, she felt her junior brother was truly an excellent person. He possessed the three traits women loved, being tall, rich, and handsome. Of course, there might be some issues with his moral character and personal life, but she hadn't noticed any other problems. He didn't act condescending toward ordinary people. He even earned the title of benevolent Gu in Luodu. Although she curled her lip in private, she actually admired him quite a bit. Gu Junqing didn't know what his senior sister was thinking, but seeing her so proactive made him mutter to himself. His damn charm was making all these ladies throw caution to the wind, Gu Junqing thought with a sense of sentiment. Because why did it feel like Chen Lingyu was even more impatient than he was? Although she had demonstrated her determination to have something happen between them many times before. Let's go. Since the weather is nice today, I'll take you fishing. Didn't you want to go out on the sea again? Gu Junqing replied with a smile. Alright, but what about Master? Chen Lingyu had known Gu Junking would take her out today, so she had specifically worn a dress. Once she took it off, he wouldn't be able to escape. Cough, Master was exhausted yesterday. Let her sleep a bit longer. After all, your junior brother's stamina is no joke. Gu Junking raised his eyebrows and cleared his throat, sounding quite smug. Is that so? Are you really that capable? Chen Lingyu looked at Gu Junking with skeptical eyes. She knew a martial artist's body was definitely strong, but she didn't know just how strong. However, since Ji Zuyu was also a 9th rank expert, how could she be exhausted? A man can tolerate having no money or dignity, but he cannot tolerate the look of someone doubting his abilities. Gu Junking laughed in exasperation. Even though he hadn't recovered to his peak state, dealing with a single Chen Lingyu would be a piece of cake. I'll let you have a taste later. I'll be waiting. Chen Lingyu tossed her blonde hair, revealing a stunning face, and challenged him unyieldingly. She might not have experienced it, but she had certainly heard of it. Generally speaking, a man consumes several times more energy than a woman in this area. How could she possibly admit defeat? Although she wasn't as good as Gu Junking in martial arts, she was determined to conquer him on this other battlefield. Gu Junking snorted coldly. In this regard, he, Gu Junking, had never feared anyone. How many women had claimed they would conquer him, only to be finished off by him on the big boat in the end? A man as heroic as him was often nicknamed Zhao Zilong. The blue sky was vast, and the white clouds drifted leisurely. Gu Junking and Chen Lingyu returned to the familiar Luo River, though this time, Ji Zuyu was missing. Gu Junking had switched to a smaller yacht and brought all the necessary fishing gear. He steered the boat far away from the Loda riverbank, stopping only when the shore was no longer visible. At the bow of the yacht, Gu Junking wore a sun hat, casual clothes, and sunglasses, holding a fishing rod. They were out for leisure today, so naturally, he was dressed in casual attire. His relaxed and casual demeanor was a stark contrast to how he looked when he killed Lin Fan the night before. After all, the only protagonist left in Luoda was a super scholar type. Since this protagonist posed zero threat, Gu Junking no longer needed to rack his brain or agonize over how to deal with him. As for this scholar-type protagonist, he still had other uses for him. It wasn't time to use him yet. Chen Lingyu was wearing a white outfit, her figure tall and graceful, sitting beside Gu Junking with a fishing rod in front of her. Senior sister, I've caught another one, Gu Junking said leisurely. Chen Lingyu refused to admit defeat. The bait you gave me must be problematic, Chen Lingyu said indignantly. Your bait is the same as mine, so how could there be a problem? Gu Junking looked at Chen Lingyu with amusement, his expression relaxed. You said tonight's dinner would be the fish you caught, and that we'd have a full fish feast. At this rate, we might not have anything to eat if we rely on your fishing, Gu Junking answered casually. He raised his rod again, and a fresh, plump fish leaped out of the water. He didn't need to compete with the fish for strength. Once the fish took the bait, he could easily reel it in. Chapter 552. Chen Lingyu had to concede defeat in the fishing competition, feeling somewhat disheartened. After all, Gu Junking was a master angler, having successfully lured Lin Fan into his traps step by step. If he could manipulate people so easily, catching real fish was child's play for him. Unfair, unfair, rematch. I demand a rematch. Chen Lingyu tossed her fishing rod aside in frustration. She glared at Gu Junking, her beautiful eyes burning with irritation. Then you must fulfill our agreement first, Gu Junking said with a slight, casual smile. The fish he really wanted to catch was finally taking the bait. Do we really have to? Chen Lingyu suddenly became coy and hesitant. If her subordinates saw her now, their jaws would hit the floor in shock. She was known as a madwoman, who would even strike her own people in a fight, yet here she was acting like a shy, dainty maiden. A bet is a bet. You are a leader now, so stop going back on your word. Gu Junking pointed to his left thigh, signaling her to come over. Chen Lingyu hesitated for a moment before hardening her resolve, walking over like a warrior marching to the execution block. She lay across his lap, arched her petite, firm rear, and closed her eyes with a fearful whisper. Please, be gentle. Smack, smack, smack. Gu Junking landed 3 solid swats on her backside. Chen Lingyu's eyes welled up with tears, feeling incredibly aggrieved. You actually dared to hit me? Even my master has never struck me. Chen Lingyu scrambled to stand up after he finished. However, as she straightened her waist, her body went limp, and she stumbled back into his arms, her normally fierce eyes shimmering with tears. A bet is a bet, senior sister. You agreed to this earlier, Gu Junking said with a smile, gently stroking her golden hair. Holding such a soft, fragrant beauty was quite an exquisite experience. He mused internally that her hair resembled Hepburn's, and he should have them compete on the bed next time to see who was better. At this moment, Chen Lingyu struggled to maintain her dignified air as a senior sister. No matter how thick-skinned she was still a woman, and being struck there instantly softened her body and spirit, making her feel incredibly useless. Her goal was to conquer Gu Junking, yet before anything happened, she was already lying in his arms, breathing weakly. As the female boss of the Luodu underground forces, she couldn't believe how pathetic she was. It felt as if a critical weakness had been struck, turning her usually powerful body into jelly. Chen Lingyu, feeling like crying but unable to produce tears, buried her head in his chest to hide away. Only after a long while did she regain the strength to pull herself away from his embrace. Gu Junking, let's continue. We're going again. Chen Lingyu sat back on the small stool, full of confidence, and gave him a determined gesture. If she could land a single swat on his backside, she could brag about it for a year. No, a lifetime. It would at least give her leverage over him. She could hold today's events over his head, making him follow her every command, for surely a man of his status wouldn't want anyone to know he had been spanked. She chuckled to herself. This time, she would definitely win. We can continue. But we need to change the stakes, Gu Junking replied, raising an eyebrow at the persistent girl who just wouldn't quit. Change the stakes? Fine. But my side of the bet stays the same. If you lose, you have to let me sweat your ass, Chen Lingyu declared, filled with fighting spirit. Of course, but if you lose, you must put on the outfit I've prepared for you. Gu Junking held up a single finger, indicating that was his only condition. Change of clothes? Sure. Chen Lingyu let out a sigh of relief, thinking that was much easier to accept than being spanked. Not long after they resumed, Gu Junking had already reeled in 2 large fish, while Chen Lingyu had yet to catch a single one. It was as if his bait was sweeter, attracting every fish directly to his hook. Suddenly, Chen Lingyu's line twitched. Her eyes lit up, and she yanked the line up, only to see a tiny, minuscule fish at the end. Naturally, she was mocked by Gu Junking and lost the match. Where is the outfit you told me to change into? Chen Lingyu sighed. As the queen of the Luodu underworld, she couldn't compare to her junior brother in martial arts, and now she had been crushed at simple fishing. She had no choice but to admit defeat. In the wardrobe in the room inside, Gu Junking said casually, settling back into his seat. Fishing required patience, and it was a practice of restraint, which unfortunately was something Chen Lingyu lacked. Gu Junking smiled to himself at the thought. A short while later, Chen Lingyu stormed out wearing a bunny girl outfit. Gu Junking's appreciative gaze peeked from behind his sunglasses. Chen Lingyu was wearing a bunny headband and a tail accessory, clad in a swimsuit with black stockings hugging her long, fair legs, making her look incredibly cute, sexy, and mesmerizing. This outfit clashed wonderfully with her usual temperament. She was a fiery underground boss, yet dressed in such alluring attire, it created an oddly captivating charm that defied her typical persona. In an instant, the hot-tempered little chili pepper had transformed into an enchanting, sexy vixen. Gu Junking, did you prepare this in advance? Chen Lingyu grabbed the fluffy bunny ears on her head, sounding nearly frantic. Only showgirls would wear something like this. While it wasn't impossible for her to wear it, the outfit was still incredibly embarrassing. Last time, she had been drunk and reckless, and since her master Jizuyo had been willing to wear it, she hadn't wanted to back down. But this time, she was all alone. No, I just got it ready. It suits you perfectly, senior sister, Gu Junking said with a grin. With his master not in the bed this time, he could fully tease his senior sister. Thinking of that brought a certain thrill to his mind. He remembered how well it had fit her last time, so he had someone prepare a set for her well in advance. Chapter 553. Chen Lingyu's face was flushed. Wearing this outfit still made her feel a bit shy. She was the leader of an underground force, yet she truly lacked experience in this specific area. Gu Junking scanned her from top to bottom with an appreciative gaze. He had to admit that Chen Lingyu's well-trained physique was truly excellent. The bunny girl outfit hugged her stunning figure, highlighting her tiny waist and revealing a tantalizing patch of snow-white skin. She wore black high-heeled sandals with rounded, graceful ankles and bright red nail polish on her toes. A man who liked this sort of thing would be tempted to lick every one of those toes. Looking at Gu Junking's mocking, smiling expression, Chen Lingyu couldn't help but grit her teeth. Junior brother, this outfit suits your temperament perfectly. Remember to wear this to greet me next time I visit your villa. Gu Junking rubbed his chin, a playful smile curling the corner of his mouth. The scene felt a bit like a fake delinquent meeting a real rascal. In your dreams, Chen Lingyu was so angry she reached out to pinch Gu Junking's arm. However, Gu Junking pulled her forward, causing her to fall right onto his lap. Gu Junking wrapped one arm around her waist, using the other to pin her thighs down so she could not rise. He reached out to stroke the fluffy rabbit tail on her back and the ears on her head, feeling a stir in his heart. He had already decided to use this outfit for their dual cultivation tonight. Chen Lingyu, unaware of his thoughts, felt her heart racing as she was held in his embrace. Though she appeared sophisticated, she had truly only had deep contact with Gu Junking. Even her first trip to an amusement park had been with him. She hadn't gone to places like that to pick fights before. Originally, she was good to Gu Junking simply because he was her junior brother, but their relationship gradually shifted during their time together. The speed of this change had been so fast it surprised even her. She had even given him her first kiss, and they had tried everything together except for that one final act. She had experienced many firsts with Gu Junking, and she just went along with it in a daze. It wasn't until she accidentally called him and heard a woman's voice on the other end that she nearly exploded with rage. Why were there other women around Gu Junking? She felt shocked and angry. She felt that as his senior sister, she needed to be responsible for him and couldn't let him mess around with other women outside. In reality, she was just deeply jealous. She waited for him to coax her, but he didn't come, leaving her alone for a long time. Eventually, her heart grew cold and she fell into self-doubt. Had she done something wrong as his senior sister? Or perhaps their relationship simply couldn't continue. Fortunately, Gu Junking returned later to explain the situation. When she saw him again, she realized what she truly wanted. After her master advised her that a man like him could never have only one woman, she eventually came to terms with it. From then on, she stopped trying to stop him and became quite indulgent toward his wandering ways. She loved and hated him all at once, feeling helpless against him. Even now, she felt she still couldn't control him. She was supposed to be the senior sister, after all. Gu Junking saw the dazed look in Chen Lingyu's eyes and knew she must be thinking about their relationship. He found it amusing. His face gradually moved closer to hers, and it wasn't until his handsome features were nearly touching her own that Chen Lingyu snapped back to reality. Looking at his flawless face closing in, Chen Lingyu shyly closed her eyes. Senior sister, did you think I was going to kiss you? Gu Junking's laughing voice reached her ears, and Chen Lingyu opened her eyes to see him already rising with a smile. Shamed and angry, she wanted to get up. Suddenly, she froze. The warm sensation on her lips and his face right there in front of her made the powerful leader of the Luodu underground forces blush. This man loved to stage surprise attacks. You think he doesn't want to, but he does, and when you think he does, he chooses not to. He was completely unpredictable. Chen Lingyu was soon swept away by Gu Junking's gentle treatment, wrapping her dainty hands, usually reserved for fighting, around his neck. In no time at all, she was only responding to Gu Junking's passion. She didn't even realize she had been picked up and carried toward the cabin. White clouds floated by and the blue waves rippled. Gu Junking held Chen Lingyu's shoulders as they stood. Her upper clothing was slightly disheveled, but still mostly intact. As for the rest of her attire, those who know. Chen Lingyu's eyes were tightly shut, a rosy blush on her cheeks adding a touch of charm to her usually fierce and domineering face. Gu Junking gently tweaked her rabbit ears, feeling a sense of emotion. He hadn't originally intended to move so quickly, wanting to save this feast for the night. But the cabin rocked slightly, and Gu Junking couldn't hold back. It was just a little slip. They say if you stand by the river long enough, your shoes will get wet, and misfires are easy when you are playing with fire. Fortunately, he reacted in time, turning his mistake into an opportunity by initiating the circulation of the Yellow Emperor's inner cannon. Energy flowed from Gu Junking into Chen Lingyu's body, and her own essence began to merge with his. The two of them were immediately immersed in a harmonious state of dual cultivation. Gu Junking could feel a strange energy pouring into his body, reshaping him. Those who sit and forget, gain through contemplation, and forget through contemplation. Gu Junking felt that extremely wonderful sensation, as if his mind had become much clearer. This was the effect of Chen Lingyu's sitting and forgetting body, and now he had successfully claimed half of it for himself. Chen Lingyu had always been too pure, to the point where she would forget her own form and often lose control. She was so ruthless she would even beat herself up. But after Gu Junking shared half of that energy, her physique would no longer be a source of worry. Even the barrier to advancing to the foundation establishment stage would no longer be an obstacle. As for Gu Junking, he could feel his own bottleneck as soft as thin paper. It was like a thin membrane, ready to be pierced at a single touch. Gu Junking didn't want to break through that layer just yet, though he could have done so long ago if he wanted. It was just like the traces of purity on the bedsheets. If he wanted, given her feelings for him, manipulating Chen Lingyu would be as easy as flipping his hand. Chen Lingyu gasped, the surging energy within her gathering. Even the bottleneck between the 6th and 7th grades was instantly pierced through. She was a little stunned. She had slept with her junior brother once and leveled up. Was there really such a convenient way to cultivate in this world? She suddenly understood. It was no wonder her master had been obsessively clinging to Gu Junking. He was a literal gas station. Her master must have also reached the 9th grade thanks to Gu Junking's help, which she used to handle the threat from Lin Fan. Chen Lingyu opened her eyes and looked at Gu Junking, a hidden meaning in her gaze. She was a boss, after all. Although she had been a bit shy at first, the deed was done, so what was the point of being shy now? Besides, something that could increase her cultivation to this extent was far more important. Gu Junking felt that she had broken through and felt relieved. This way, he wouldn't have to worry about her safety when she fought in the future. If it were still the 6th grade, she might have fallen to an enemy's hidden gun, but that wouldn't happen at the 7th grade. Once someone reaches the 7th grade, their chi is strong enough to erupt from their body. Plucking flowers or leaves to injure people is just a petty trick for those below the 7th grade. At the 7th grade, a flick of a finger can destroy a firearm in your hand. Unless she ran into a barrage of gunfire, though Gu Junking would never let Chen Lingyu encounter such a situation. Gu Junking saw Chen Lingyu suddenly open her eyes, her gaze appearing predatory, as if she wanted to devour him whole. His heart skipped a beat and he secretly groaned. This look wasn't exclusive to Chen Lingyu. He saw it in every woman he had been intimate with. But what he found hard to handle was that this look was usually reserved for men looking at women. Why did these women look at him as if he were Tang Monk meat? Junior brother, you really didn't lie to me. I really reached the 7th grade. Chen Lingyu's voice became strange and haunting. Just a moment ago she was the shy girl asking him to be gentle, so how did she shift to such a chilling tone so quickly? Gu Junking clutched his waist, feeling vigilant. He worried she might be another succubus trying to steal his vitality. How could I possibly lie to you? Gu Junking muttered inwardly, though he arched his eyebrows and replied casually. Then let me try again. This time, I want to be on top. Chen Lingyu's eyes narrowed as if she had discovered a treasure trove, and they shone with light. By this point, Gu Junking couldn't leave even if he wanted to. The result, naturally, was that the holy monk Gu suffered under the claws of the succubus senior sister once more. After another round of entanglement, Chen Lingyu was too exhausted to move her waist, and lay slumped against Gu Junking's shoulder. She closed her eyes, sensing the state of her internal chi. It had actually improved again, albeit imperceptibly. She looked at Gu Junking with disbelief. Junior brother, did you cheat? Is there really such an easy and comfortable way to cultivate? Chen Lingyu asked, her eyes burning. What do you mean by that look? Chapter 554. Are you treating me like an infinite battery? Gu Junking asked, feeling a bit annoyed by Chen Lingyu's fiery gaze, which made him feel like she was looking at a monk who had just attained enlightenment. Is that not allowed? Chen Lingyu blinked, looking like a curious child. Although the second time they practiced dual cultivation, their true qi did not surge as much as the first, it was still far better than training alone. If they could just dual cultivate from morning until night, and never get out of bed, wouldn't it be easy to become invincible under heaven? Gu Junking tapped Chen Lingyu on the head, deciding it was best not to explain to a senior sister whose brain was only filled with fighting. If it were that simple, sects like the Joris Union sect would have already conquered the world. But in reality, luck is always the most important factor. Chen Lingyu pouted and remained silent. Her small head rested on Gu Junking's chest, her dazzling golden hair spreading out to cover them both, creating a beautiful scene from afar. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes were unfocused. Her symptoms of face blindness had vanished, and the image of Gu Junking was etched clearly in her mind. Her fingers lightly traced Gu Junking's face and body. The unfamiliar sensation from moments ago flooded back, a feeling that seemed to lift her entire being toward the clouds. She seemed to forget everything, needing nothing else, swept away by sensations she could not resist while her limbs remained tightly wrapped around Gu Junking. She wanted to say something to Gu Junking, but only soft, bone-melting sounds escaped her lips. This feeling was strange, novel, happy, and joyful, especially the sensation of merging with her beloved junior brother, which made her entire body tremble. She realized there were things in this world even more enjoyable than beating others, until they lost their teeth. This made her eager to start the next crusade. It was like a boy discovering something fun about his body, after maturing, instantly falling in love with the feeling, and then, out of curiosity, becoming completely obsessed with it. Of course, boys usually teach themselves about such things. Chen Lingyu, however, needed Gu Junking to teach her step by step. Junior brother, once more. Chen Lingyu gently bit Gu Junking's shoulder, her voice muffled and unclear. This sentence instantly left Gu Junking feeling a bit hopeless. Exploring a mysterious cave was indeed an act of scientific adventure, but even the most adventurous person would be exhausted if they never stopped exploring. However, he clearly could not refuse his senior sister's enthusiastic invitation. He could only helplessly move along with the rocking rhythm of the yacht, doing those things that everyone understands. A man should be like a pile driver on a construction site. As long as there is fuel and energy, he should hammer away without stopping until he dies. From then on, Chen Lingyu was no longer a character who knew nothing. Ding. Host has captured the heart of the heroine, Chen Lingyu. Chen Lingyu's heroine halo has disappeared. Host's villain luck plus 500, villain value plus 20,000 points. By the time Gu Junking and Chen Lingyu stepped off the boat again, it was the afternoon of the following day. They had spent at least a day and a night on the boat, and Gu Junking felt like he was still wobbling after stepping off, as if the world were still shaking. With a blank expression, looking exactly like a saint, he sent Chen Lingyu back to the villa. At this moment, he was even more holy than the sage Confucius of his past life. He looked at Ji Zayu's reluctant gaze and her master Ji Zayu's expression, which looked as if she were watching a joke. Clearly, she knew exactly what had happened during the time Gu Junking and Chen Lingyu had gone missing. Gu Junking could not help but rub his chin, muttering to himself, "Sooner or later, the two of you, master and apprentice, will be sharing a bed, and I will let you know what true filial piety is." For now, however, Ji Zayu clearly could not let go of her inhibitions yet. A situation where they all slept together in one large quilt would have to be planned for the long term. The most pressing matter now was to advance to the foundation establishment stage. Having absorbed the true qi of Lin Fan and the Xiantian sect leader, combined with obtaining half of Chen Lingyu's sitting and forgetting constitution, Gu Junking's true qi had reached the critical point of breakthrough. Gu Junking walked into the spacious training area inside the villa and sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center. Outside the door, Ji Zayu and Chen Lingyu were acting as his guardians. They also knew that Gu Junking was about to break through to the next realm. They could not help but look forward to it with great anticipation. Precious wooden boxes were placed around the cushion, even the boxes themselves being worth a fortune. The medicinal herbs contained within were priceless, each one a rare, aged herb that Gu Junking had spent a fortune to acquire from the major ancient families of the Xia Kingdom, alongside items imbued with spiritual energy. This level of financial power and strength was something the Lin Fan of the past could never have imagined. He had struggled to bid on a single blood energy herb, let alone these medicinal materials that Gu Junking had purchased at a high price. If individual strength does not reach the level of absolute power, it can never compare to a collective force. Whoosh! Gu Junking inhaled sharply, and it felt as if a tornado had swept through the entire room. Even the spiritual energy outside the villa seemed to sense his summoning, surging in and swirling around his mouth in a magnificent torrent. With the help of system data, Gu Junking already knew the direction of his future cultivation. Whether it was the Yellow Emperor's inner canon, or the heaven-swallowing demonic arts, both were extremely important for his future martial path. Currently, there was still one piece missing: cultivation of the physical body. Gu Junking felt that cultivating the physical body was extremely important. After all, among the many protagonists on the path of cultivation, almost every one of them had achieved considerable mastery of their physical body. This made Gu Junking place great importance on physical cultivation. Of course, there was also the insatiable demands of his heroines. Originally, his physical cultivation was still a distance away from foundation establishment. Lin Fan's life essence had given him this opportunity for physical foundation establishment. A foundation establishment cultivator can also be called a congenital being, completely escaping the realm of mortals. They can absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, condense and transform it into congenital energy, and sublimate and wash the Danshan, while expanding and strengthening the meridians. They can even go days without eating or drinking, surviving only on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and their lifespan can reach 200 years. From then on, one can officially step into the world of cultivators. Gu Junking waved his hand, and the medicinal herbs in the wooden boxes flew up. Gu Junking began to consume them one by one. The torrent of true qi within his body slammed against the bottleneck wave after wave, and soon, the barrier to foundation establishment was broken through. Chapter 555. Threads of true energy wrapped around Gu Junking's entire body. Each of his cells bathed in a warm, gentle environment, rapidly increasing their vitality as his entire life seemed to ascend. The foundation establishment stage truly is this way. In terms of both physical constitution and lifespan, it marks a stark difference from ordinary people, representing a leap in life form. Swirls of true energy surged from Gu Junking's body, gradually wrapping around him. Viewed from afar, he looked like a cocoon made of true energy. Foundation establishment requires more than just cleansing the marrow. It demands a complete transformation of body and bone. The hair, flesh, and meridians on his body all needed to be replaced. Vast spiritual energy surged through the room like a tide, helping Gu Junking shed his mortal shell. Outside the door, Ji Zuyu and Chen Lingyu felt a wave of shock. Because the spiritual energy on this planet is so scarce, they had never seen such turbulent and dense spiritual energy before. The concentration of this energy likely accounted for all the spiritual energy within a radius of several dozen miles. Yet, it had all been drawn here by Gu Junking's breakthrough. The spiritual energy in the room poured toward Gu Junking madly, like a whale inhaling water. The true energy within his body slowly condensed into a liquid state. It was no longer the ethereal, gaseous state it had been before. In terms of total volume, however, Gu Junking's true energy had increased by at least several dozen times over. Soon, Gu Junking's flesh, hair, and bones regenerated frantically. His physical body had begun its foundation establishment as well. His cells surged, proliferated, and doubled wildly. The density of his cells and the firmness of his muscles increased once more. Veins of meridians gathered in his body like coiled dragons. A vast, immense amount of true energy scoured away all impurities, though both the impurities and the spiritual energy were absorbed by an infinite black hole. This was the effect of the heaven-devouring demonic art. It devours everything. By the time one cultivates it to the later stages, devouring heaven and earth would be a trivial matter. The true energy cocoon slowly shed away, and Gu Junking's figure gradually appeared. His thick, black long hair shone with crystalline clarity, seemingly emitting a strange luster. His already handsome face had changed, adding a touch of elegance and nobility, making him seem like a perfect treasure crafted by heaven and earth. His skin was as crystalline as jade and as tender as a baby's, without a single visible pore. His body was immaculately clean and unstained by dust, emitting a faint glow and appearing as transparent as crystal, allowing one to see his jade-like bones through his body. Even his height had exceeded 2 meters. However, Gu Junking's body shuddered as he increased his bone density, shrinking his height back to a little over 1 meter 80, approaching 1 meter 90. Being too tall is not necessarily a good thing. After all, compared to his height of over 2 meters, the heroines would appear tiny, and it would be troublesome if the plug and socket did not match up. At this moment, both his physical cultivation and spiritual cultivation had ascended to the foundation establishment stage. But his most important asset remained that one technique, the heaven-devouring demonic art. This was an extremely important path among the 3 cultivation paths for his future. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes. In his heart, he even began to look forward to the future protagonists who would appear. Gu Junking took a deep breath, swallowing all the spiritual energy that had gathered due to his advancement, and let out a slight burp. If the spiritual energy content in the air were not so scarce, nearly to the point of non-existence, he wouldn't even need to replenish energy. He could sustain his life's necessities entirely by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not only that, but his 5 senses had also been significantly enhanced. His eyes could now act like a telescope to see distant objects, or a microscope to see tiny details, even peering into the depths of minute cracks in the walls. His sense of smell, taste, and hearing had also improved drastically. He could even perceive the movements of the 2 women outside the door clearly, as if the entire world had become clear and bright. Furthermore, the immense, surging power throughout his body left Gu Junking feeling somewhat intoxicated. Power is always the most attractive motivation. Whether it is authority, money, or physical strength, all can generate endless drive in people to chase the peak. Afterward, Gu Junking tested some small tricks he gained after reaching foundation establishment, before standing up and preparing to go out. Outside the door, Ji Zuyu and Chen Lingyu were feeling somewhat worried. Master, why is junior brother still not making any noise? Could he have failed? I told him there was no need to be so anxious. Chen Lingyu said with some worry. Rest assured. You know Gu Junking's abilities, he should be fine. Ji Zuyu comforted Chen Lingyu, but her own expression was not as assured as her words suggested. It was clear that she was also extremely worried about whether something might have gone wrong with Gu Junking. Few people know the situation or dangers regarding foundation establishment, and even some ancient texts only mention it briefly. They were not very knowledgeable about this aspect, which was why they appeared so particularly anxious. Yet, they dared not open the door at will for fear of disturbing Gu Junking inside. But soon, the door creaked, and Gu Junking walked out from within. The first thing that caught the two women's eyes was a pair of pupils shining with incomparably brilliant divine light, looking down upon all living things with indifference. Junking, your eyes? Chen Lingyu was slightly taken aback and couldn't help but speak up. Oh, apologies. Gu Junking smiled slightly and closed his eyes. After just a moment, he opened them, and the light in his eyes had already faded. After his foundation establishment, his inside eyes were almost like a passive skill. He had wanted to test some of the effects after the breakthrough, but he did not expect the spiritual energy supply to be so abundant all of a sudden, so he was a bit unaccustomed to it. Without the master and disciple knowing anything about it, he accidentally examined them from top to bottom once more. Do not misunderstand, he really did not do it on purpose. It was truly not for the sake of testing the effects of his inside eyes on girls after his breakthrough. After the divine light in Gu Junking's eyes disappeared, the two women finally dared to look directly at this scoundrel. Junking, why do I feel like your appearance has become even more handsome? Chen Lingyu looked at Gu Junking with some confusion. Thinking her face blindness had not fully recovered, she quickly shook her head and looked again, finding that Gu Junking's appearance had indeed changed slightly from before. Indeed, it is as if you are glowing, the cold and aloof Jizuya murmured to herself. Gu Junking's hair had a faint luster like black jade, and his skin was as delicate as fine porcelain, so fine that not a single pore could be seen. His skin was crystalline and translucent, like the finest mutton fat jade. His features were even more harmonious and perfect, and he carried an ethereal, otherworldly aura. As Jizuyu and Chen Lingyu looked at him, they felt as if they were seeing a deity from the heavens. His already incomparable handsomeness had now become even more perfect. Master, hit me. How did junior brother become so handsome? Am I dreaming? Chen Lingyu asked, looking a bit lost. Slap, crash. Jizuyu was also momentarily stunned. Upon hearing Chen Lingyu's voice, she slapped her casually, but she did not control her strength well, and Chen Lingyu was actually sent flying. Gu Junking smiled helplessly. He had just become a little bit more handsome. So was this really necessary? He was indeed a little bit more handsome. His original charm value of 135 had already broken the limit, but now his charm value had surpassed 200. He did not even know if there were any women left in this world who could resist his appearance. Gu Junking made a leap, caught Chen Lingyu in midair, and pulled her into his arms, preventing her from crashing into the wall. When Jizuyu saw his flying leap, her pupils contracted in surprise. Junking, were you flying just now? Jizuyu looked at Gu Junking, slightly stunned. What had she just seen? At this moment, Chen Lingyu finally realized that her feet were not standing on the ground, but were hovering a short distance above it. Before she could even utter words to blame her master, she was shocked beyond measure. It actually cannot be counted as flying. I can only say it is the ability to hover for a short distance. However, it can basically only serve as an accelerator beneath your feet, allowing you to move faster. Gu Junking pondered for a moment before answering. This skill was also a little trick he had discovered after his foundation establishment. It is actually equivalent to mobilizing one's energy to support one's feet. Although he cannot escape the constraints of gravity, at his current foundation establishment stage, he can still manage to hover in the air briefly. Too amazing, simply too amazing. Regardless of everything, both Jizuyu and Chen Lingyu murmured. However, they were martial artists after all, so they could understand what Gu Junking said, and calmed down quite a bit. Junking, you really did succeed in your advancement. Seeing the changes in Gu Junking's appearance, his calm demeanor, and the brief hovering just now, Jizuya knew that Gu Junking had certainly succeeded in his advancement. Fortunately, I did not fail the mission. Gu Junking smiled slightly, looking at his peerlessly beautiful master. At this moment the scene among the three master and disciples became somewhat warm. Then won't the dual cultivation after advancement be even more effective? Chen Lingyu, who was in Gu Junking's arms, suddenly said. This remark immediately attracted the attention of Jizuyu and Gu Junking. Why, did I say something wrong? Chen Lingyu, suddenly being stared at by the two, said weakly. It is nothing, it is just that you are too good at ruining the atmosphere, Gu Junking muttered in his heart. What was originally a nice, warm scene of master and disciples had its tone changed by her one sentence. Jizuya flicked her finger, accurately hitting Chen Lingyu on the forehead. She said crossly, stop thinking about crooked paths all day long. You still need to cultivate diligently to lay a good foundation. Oh, Chen Lingyu said, looking aggrieved. Master, you are wrong here. How could this be a crooked path? This is clearly orthodox Taoist Kung Fu. It was now Gu Junking's turn to feel indignant, and he opened his mouth to argue. After all, he really had cultivated a demonic art, and an extremely evil one at that. Jizuyu glared at him. Fine, master is right. Gu Junking pouted slightly. He still respected Jizuyu quite a bit. What could he do? At most, he could only deal with her properly in bed. I am not stopping you. It is just that this technique of Gu Junking's requires a calm heart. You cannot pursue increased cultivation power blindly, for if you do, you will truly go astray, Ji Zuyu said calmly to Chen Lingyu. In front of Ji Zuyu, Chen Lingyu could only listen obediently. Chapter 556. Ji Zuyu finished lecturing Chen Lingyu and turned to look at Gu Junking. Junking, how much has your strength changed? She asked, her eyes filled with curiosity. She had never seen a powerhouse in the Foundation establishment stage, and she was not even sure if any existed within the Xiantian sect. It is a huge change. I could probably take on dozens of my former self, Gu Junking said, rubbing his chin with a casual air. It was just a guess, but if he encountered someone like Lin Fan, a child of destiny, he could easily handle them. Dozens of you? Is the Foundation establishment stage really that strong? Ji Zuyu looked shocked. The leap in strength seemed a bit too drastic. The former Gu Junking could defeat her in a few moves, and now, after his breakthrough, he claimed he could beat dozens of his former self. Gu Junking smiled without saying a word. He knew the reason was that his physical body had also successfully completed the Foundation establishment. He understood that the two most important factors for a protagonist to defeat their enemies were physical prowess and a solid foundation, with dense true energy. Having absorbed the essence and energy of Lin Fan, he did not even know the true extent of his own power. Incredible, Ji Zuyu sighed, struggling to find the right words. While she felt proud that her disciple was growing stronger, a part of her felt a twinge of sadness being left so far behind. Noticing her thoughts, Gu Junking leaned in close to her ear. Master, how about we have an extra training session tonight, and bring senior sister along to help improve your cultivation? Ji Zuyu understood the implication immediately. He was suggesting a chaotic night involving both her and his senior sister. Her composed demeanor shattered, and her eyes filled with shame and anger. She wanted to slap this rebellious disciple right then and there. You rebellious disciple, what kind of filthy things are you thinking about? Gu Junking blinked, looking as innocent as an 18-year-old boy. It seemed his master was still too shy, he thought to himself, and he let the matter drop for now. Chen Lingyu's eyes brightened. To be honest, she wanted to see her master in such a submissive state, and for some reason, she found the idea increasingly stimulating. Master, why don't we try it? Chen Lingyu looked at Ji Zuyu with bright, expectant eyes. Gu Junking gave Chen Lingyu a look of disbelief, and she looked back. It seemed they had reached an agreement. So, senior sister has the potential to be a rebellious disciple too, enjoying seeing master suffer. He chuckled inwardly. Ji Zuyu poked Chen Lingyu in the center of her forehead. Another rebellious one. She felt she had been too soft. When she used to wear a black mask and dress as a man, none of her disciples would dare speak to her like this. Don't talk nonsense. How could I be a rebellious disciple? I'm the most filial one here. Chen Lingyu argued back. Gu Junking was not satisfied with that. Everyone knew he was the most filial, and his title as Gu the Benevolent was well earned. How could you be the most filial? Clearly, I am the one most devoted to master. You are the least filial. Besides, you like to bully master. Chen Lingyu glared at him, her tone filled with dissatisfaction. How do I bully master? I make master happy, and I can at least make her feel pleasure. Can you? Gu Junking laughed in exasperation. You only have that bit of extra flesh. If I had it, I could do the same. Chen Lingyu argued, refusing to lose. The argument was becoming increasingly explicit, and Ji Zuyu's anger began to boil over. She kicked both of them, silencing the senior sister and junior brother. You two have really grown bold, daring to tease your own master. Ji Zuyu cut off their conversation, feeling that the dialogue was heading in an inappropriate direction. Gu Junking and Chen Lingyu exchanged a meaningful look. They quickly grabbed her hands, trying to calm her down. Master, don't be angry, it's bad for your health. Chen Lingyu leaned her head on Ji Zuyu's shoulder, shaking her arm and acting like a spoiled child. Her relationship with Ji Zuyu was like that of a teacher and a mother, so such displays were common. Yes, master, please don't be angry. I'm sorry. We just both want to occupy the most important place in your heart, so a little quarreling is normal. Gu Junking also held her hand, wrapping his other arm around her shoulder and apologizing sincerely. If you two were always this obedient, I'd be burning incense in thanks. Although Ji Zuyu did not know what they were planning, their sincere apologies made her feel pleased. If they were always this well-behaved, she would not have to worry so much. Yes, we will both be very obedient. Master is the best, master is the greatest. Chen Lingyu smiled, keeping Ji Zuyu's attention on her. While Ji Zuyu was feeling pleased, she was led into the bedroom by the two of them. As Gu Junking closed the door with a smile, Ji Zuyu finally snapped out of the haze of Chen Lingyu's flattery. But it was already too late. With the two disciples working together, she could not struggle free. When she saw the fox-like smile on Chen Lingyu's face, she realized the truth. Chen Lingyu and Gu Junking had colluded without her realizing it. In fact, Chen Lingyu had understood Gu Junking's intent the moment they made eye contact, and he gave her a signal. Chen Lingyu, Gu Junking, careful, I will deal with you two rebellious disciples. Ji Zuyu tried to speak, but Gu Junking covered her cherry-like mouth. Chen Lingyu stood by, her eyes sparkling, helping Gu Junking. Finally, no more words were spoken. Gu Junking glanced at Chen Lingyu, who was watching the show, and pulled her in as well. Hey, Chen Lingyu cried out. She had only wanted to watch her master being submissive, not participate herself. But it was clear that she would not escape either, because there was still a hand pulling at her feet. Ji Zuyu, filled with shame and anger, helped Gu Junking pull Chen Lingyu down. With the two of them working together, Chen Lingyu could not break free even if she wanted to. Since Chen Lingyu had acted so ruthlessly, she would not be able to escape either. Ultimately, Gu Junking enjoyed the bliss of the situation. It was a true master-disciple feast. One had to admit, despite the love-hate dynamic between Ji Ziyu and Chen Lingyu, it was Gu Junking who ended up enjoying the benefits. Chapter 557. Time flew by, and another month passed before he knew it. The weather had reached the hottest season of the year, which also marked the start of the school term. It was also the season most favored by a certain group of men. Aside from blue skies and white clouds, summer held even more delightful sights. The streets were filled with fair legs and women wearing various types of hosiery. Gu Junking was currently lying on Lin King's lap, letting her feed him grapes one by one. Lin King's long, slender legs were soft and smooth, with skin as delicate as cream. They were incredibly comfortable. This was far more comfortable than any leather sofa. He reached out to squeeze the obstacle before him, silently noting that it seemed to have grown even more. Was this the effect of her still being in a growth phase? It had become significantly fuller in just a short amount of time. What used to be barely budding had now begun to take real shape. "Oh, Brother Junking, you're being bad again," Lin Kingzu exclaimed, the plump grape in her hand falling to the floor. "How is this being bad? I am just helping you embrace your feminine beauty," Gu Junking said nonchalantly. In truth, he was responsible for a significant portion of this growth. "Humph, are you really going to the capital, Brother Junking? Does that mean I won't be able to see you anymore?" Lin Kingzu said, her eyes welling up with tears. Although she was technically Gu Junking's little maid, everyone knew that he doted on her immensely. She was aware of this herself, so it was only natural that she acted a bit spoiled at times. "Don't worry, it's not like I'm never coming back. We aren't in ancient times anymore where going away for school makes a return impossible. With modern transportation, coming back is easy," Gu Junking said dismissively. It was just school, after all. Ever since he reached the foundation establishment stage, this past month had been brutal on his kidneys. He had exhausted so much energy with the various heroines. He had truly pushed his time management skills to the absolute limit. This was especially true for the ones with larger appetites, like Teacher Yu Miajin, Yu Jinlian, Li Zixu's stepmother, and Teacher Yu's mother, Yu Ying. They were insatiable, demanding attention day and night. He also had to accompany his sister-in-law, Fang Ruoxiu, to the lake and amusement park, not to mention a few days of rendezvous with the rising singing sensation, Su and Ran. After this past month, Gu Junking had truly reached a state of enlightenment. Every single day was a constant grind, and his temples were throbbing. If he hadn't achieved physical foundation establishment, he might not have survived this level of exhaustion. If any ordinary man went through this, he would likely be pinned to the ground by an ant if he stepped outside. Never mind, you wouldn't understand his hardships anyway. If he hadn't packed up and hurried home last night, he might not have even made it back today. Sigh, but Brother Junking, times really are different, she said. In ancient times, carriages were slow and one could only love one person in a lifetime. But at modern speeds, I fear one person a day wouldn't be enough for you, Lin Kingzu pouted. This was her main worry, as Gu Junking was the only person she could rely on now. She lived in constant fear that one day Gu Junking would fall for another girl and abandon her. After spending so much time together, she knew Gu Junking's character well enough. If Gu Junking left, she wouldn't know who else to lean on. "You little brat, you're getting quite cheeky," Gu Junking said, eating the grape without spitting out the skin, or seeds, and snuggling deeper into her warm embrace. "Don't you know who your Brother Junking is by now?" "It's precisely because I know that I'm worried," Lin Kingzu replied, gently stroking Gu Junking's hair with her left hand while offering him another grape with her right. This made Gu Junking look rather like a decadent, old-fashioned landlord. Gu Junking chuckled and squeezed the obstacle before him. It seemed he had been too gentle lately. She dared to slander him now. Who knows what she might do in the future. "Brother Junking, you keep doing that, and I can't even talk," Lin Kingzu said, her face flushing red. Her fair forehead was glistening with beads of sweat, looking like peach blossoms covered in morning dew. She was clearly stirred by Gu Junking's subtle actions. "Just listen to me then," Gu Junking said with a smile. A brother loved to tease his little sister, and naturally, a lover was no different. What was wrong with teasing one's lover? "Humph, you even bully a sister who only cares about you. I'm not talking to you anymore," Lin Kingzu huffed. Even as she said this, she didn't stop feeding him. She continued to serve him grapes with complete devotion. "Young master, the master has returned." A maid of the Gu family knocked on the door and announced to Gu Junking inside. "Understood," Gu Junking replied, and the maid bowed and left. "I'll go then. I'll come back and deal with you later," Gu Junking said, rising and tapping Lin Kingzu's head. Seeing him stand up, Lin Kingzu stopped acting spoiled and got up to see him off. Gu Junking walked into the study where Gu Junxiang was located and casually closed the door behind him. He immediately spotted Gu Junxiang, who had returned and was already busy working. He felt a bit guilty inside. He had come back this time specifically to discuss some important matters with Gu Junxiang, as some things were better handled in person. "Dad," Gu Junking said, leaning against the chair opposite Gu Junxiang. "Tisk tisk, why do I feel like you've gotten even more handsome? Almost catching up to me," Gu Junxiang said, casting a suspicious glance at Gu Junking. He hadn't seen Gu Junking in a long time, usually communicating only through phone calls or messengers. He really only heard his voice but never saw the person. On top of that, Gu Junking dumped all the work on him while he went off to have his fun. "How could I ever compare to you? Besides, my good looks are all inherited from you," Gu Junking said with a smile. He knew Gu Junxiang was just joking, so he offered a small compliment in return. You brat, you actually know how to praise me. Don't you usually spend your time mocking and being sarcastic toward me? Gu Junxiang looked wary and skeptical. You aren't planning to make me do more work, are you? No, not at all. I just wanted to hand over some things to you, like the training progress of Gu Yi and Gu Ming's teams. It would be best if you could oversee that, as these people might be very useful in the future, Gu Junking said, raising an eyebrow as he clarified his intentions. You're going to school, and you plan to dump everything on me. Can't you do it yourself? Gu Junxiang said, glaring angrily. With today's technology, holographically projecting Gu Junking wasn't even difficult. The capital was just a place, and remotely managing the Gu family affairs was extremely simple. Gu Junking didn't have much on his plate to begin with, but now he wanted to leave none of it for himself and dump it all on him. Don't you know your mother complains every day that I don't have time for her? Gu Junxiang looked at the mirror on his desk. He was gradually losing his hair, and every troublesome task meant losing dozens more strands. This made him truly miss the days when he was energetic and didn't have to deal with so many matters. In the past, he only needed to handle Gu family affairs. It was busy, but far better than now. Under Gu Junking's leadership, the Gu family was expanding everywhere. The business was no longer just about the Gu family alone. Whether it was training and provisions for the troops or the secret mountain base, every single thing required personal supervision. Now, Gu Junking had dumped it all on him, and he didn't know what to do. Don't worry, Dad. I'll help you adjust your health later. At the very least, it will keep you fighting for another 50 years, Gu Junking said, comforting Gu Junxiang, who was sighing dramatically. Well, I certainly thank you for that, Gu Junxiang said with a mocking smile. Actually, Dad, you're still young, and Mom is still young. You could actually have another child to help you, Gu Junking suggested with a sudden, sly smile. Forget it. Having you is enough to wear me out, let alone finding time to raise another child, Gu Junxiang sighed. Back then, he was too busy with the Gu family business, which led to him having no time to manage Gu Junking, resulting in a lack of care for him. Xie Ying was also busy with her own affairs. That was why he and Xie Ying felt a sense of guilt toward Gu Junking now. They hadn't watched him grow up. In the blink of an eye, he had already become successful. They could only make up for it in various ways, doting on him excessively. And with work even busier now, they had even less time to raise a child. Fine then, rest assured, the medicine I prescribe will definitely bring your vitality back to its peak. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, not caring much about whether he had siblings, and spoke up. That's good. But do you have any more of the medicine you prescribed last time? Your mother was quite satisfied, Gu Junxiang coughed. Last time, Gu Junking had prepared a tonic for him, which had left Xie Ying extremely satisfied. Recently, their relationship as husband and wife had improved significantly, as if they had returned to the passionate days of their student years. A man has to be hard. If he's too soft, women won't like it. After all, what woman doesn't like something hard? Don't worry, Dad. It has all sorts of functions. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Don't smile. Look at yourself. I feel like you've gotten much thinner. Gu Junxiang saw his son mocking him and glared. I was once a man who could piss against the wind. It's only because you dumped everything on me that I'm like this. If you mock me again, don't bother going to school. Stay here and do the work for me. Gu Junxiang, having been mocked, actually used such harsh language, clearly indicating he was flustered. It seemed men were most afraid of having their abilities doubted. Even those in high positions were no exception. When did I mock you? He. Ahem, I must go to school. In this day and age, you can't even get a wife without a college degree, Gu Junking said, sighing dramatically in a humble brag sort of way. Gu Junxiang didn't even want to talk to him anymore, and looked at him with a cold sneer. He didn't know who his son learned this humble bragging skill from. Chapter 558. After the father and son discussed some business matters, Gu Junxiang suddenly said to Gu Junking, "Oh, that reminds me. Since many people found out you are heading off to school, they have organized a farewell party for you." A farewell party? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly, asking in confusion. Gu Junxiang nodded, his expression somewhat strange. It is mostly business figures and leaders of various major companies, all of whom organized this farewell event spontaneously upon hearing you were leaving Luodu for school. Is this a case of a weasel wishing a chicken a happy new year? Gu Junking chuckled, finding it rather amusing. Perhaps it is. Gu Junxiang considered this for a moment and agreed that this was the most likely scenario. In the eyes of the public, Gu Junking was a model youth with excellent character. However, the CEOs of these companies knew his true nature all too well. Never mind, let them be. If they want to host it, let them. Gu Junking smiled, then bid farewell to Gu Junxiang, and stood up to leave. He had finished most of the important matters with Gu Junxiang, and the rest were insignificant. For now, the situation in Luodu was largely stable. If Gu Junking wanted to, he could swallow up all the forces in Luodu right now and form a monopoly. However, now was certainly not the right time for that. After saying goodbye to his father and mother, Gu Junking also bid farewell to all his heroines in Luodu. He made sure to satisfy those with whom he had already been intimate. As for the ones he had not yet been with, he naturally exchanged heartfelt connections with them. Naturally, many of Gu Junking's girlfriends wanted to accompany him to school, but Gu Junking tactfully refused them all. After all, if he brought his whole household along, he would have less time to woo new girls. Furthermore, the protagonists he would encounter in the capital would surely become increasingly difficult to handle. He could protect his women in Lodu, but in the capital, he would first need to establish his own base of power. His excuses for refusing them were all largely the same. You are my most beloved treasure, and if you came along, I would certainly be too distracted to study. You wouldn't want me to become an uneducated person, would you? In any case, he managed to persuade them using reason and emotion. Women are emotional creatures, and all it took was some sweet talk from their lover to settle things. When it came to winning over a woman's heart, Gu Junking could be said to be a natural. The next morning, Gu Junking packed his luggage and set off. He intended to depart on the massive cruise ship, the Ocean Anthem. He had managed to scam this cruise ship for himself back when he used the pretext of eliminating Lin Fan. It was essentially a free gift from the Zhou family. It really is massive, Gu Junking remarked, looking at the behemoth before him. This was a giant cruise ship weighing over 100,000 tons, spanning 176 meters in length and 33 meters in width, with countless cabins, as well as bars, restaurants, cinemas, and various other facilities. Originally, this cruise ship was one of the most important sources of income for the Zhou family, but Gu Junking had seized it without any effort. Because of this incident, Zhou Chen had directly lost his position as the heir to the Zhou family. However, he did not regret it. Losing his position was better than losing his life. Meanwhile, the boarding area was crowded with people, and there were even banners and a band. Farewell to young Master Gu as he heads to school. Start a new position and embrace new challenges. Safe travels, young Master Gu. Wave your hand, hold your head high, smile in the spring sunshine. Keep love in the campus. Keep your heart in the big world. Safe travels, young Master Gu. Gu Junking's mouth twitched. It was fortunate he had arrived early, as there were not many people boarding yet. Otherwise, others would surely have thought they were in the wrong place. Was this a funeral altar? Why were they cursing him like this? It seemed it was best to unify Luodu as soon as possible, these old geezers. Gu Junking snorted coldly in his heart. Did they really think he wouldn't come back? Just then, the people holding the banners saw Gu Junking arrive, and their eyes lit up. The person leading them was an administrative assistant in Luodu, surnamed Qin. The chief executive of Luodu had not come because he could not swallow his pride. However, when he heard 2 days ago that Gu Junking was leaving for the capital, and would likely be too busy to manage affairs in Luodu, he was so happy that he set up a theater in his home, and listened to opera for 2 full days and nights. Assistant Qin walked up to Gu Junking with a beaming smile. Behind him were various big figures who once held immense power in Luodu, either CEOs of large companies or officials of certain districts. Assistant Qin, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to see me off. You have worked hard. Gu Junking spoke first with a cryptic smile. It is no trouble at all. Our Luodu Crown Prince, young Master Gu, is leaving for school, so we naturally must come to see you off. How could it be a hardship? In fact, we are all heartbroken and deeply saddened by your departure, Assistant Qin said with a warm smile. If people who knew him well saw him now, their jaws would drop in shock. The cold, heartless Assistant Qin who never smiled was actually smiling so happily. Of course, the big shots around him were also beaming, each smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum. They had all been suffocated by the Gu family under Gu Junking's leadership. The Gu family's recent growth was terrifying, like a disruptive force meddling in everything from electronics and film to daily necessities. Whenever they entered a new industry, they would burn money until they were on equal footing with industries that had been developed for years. Furthermore, the Gu family was developing so many different industries simultaneously, competing with the giants of every sector. They had no idea where the Gu family got so much money. This resulted in their own businesses being gradually eroded by the Gu family. The most infuriating part was that the Gu family would not completely swallow them up, but instead leave them just enough room to survive, precisely controlling the threshold so they would not go bankrupt, yet also preventing them from making much money. If they went bankrupt, that would be fine, as they could cash out and run away. But now, they could neither run nor offload their burdens. Watching their profits dwindle day by day without ever collapsing made them feel miserable. Whether they stuck their heads out or pulled them back, the blade was waiting. Yet he refused to strike, simply holding the knife to their necks and sharpening it, leaving them in constant terror. They knew this was definitely Gu Junking's doing. While that old fox Gu Junxiang was also sinister, only Gu Junking, who appeared innocent but was actually a cunning schemer, could devise such disgusting tactics. Thus, they were naturally overjoyed that Gu Junking was finally leaving Luodu. As for why the chief executive of Luodu was so happy about Gu Junking's departure, it was because he had been living in such frustration. He had absolutely no presence in Luodu. The entire population of Luodu knew the Gu family, but not him as the chief executive, which would be enough to suffocate anyone with frustration. Furthermore, the Gu family reached too far, infiltrating almost every industry in Luodu, yet he could not take action against them. This was because every action the Gu family took was strictly compliant with the law. They would claim they were entering an industry because it was being encroached upon by foreign forces, and for the sake of the nation, they needed to invest. Or they would claim that since an industry was struggling in Luodu, the Gu family, for the sake of the city's harmonious development, should donate money to help. In any case, every excuse was framed with righteousness. At first, he thought he had finally encountered a good person, who was loyal to the people, and would not just focus on lining his own pockets. However, he gradually realized that the Gu family's reach was indeed too extensive. Although the Gu family did a good job in terms of donations, not only did the development of the entire Lodo region improve significantly, but the livelihoods of the lower-class citizens were also well tended to. Both the happiness index and the GDP of Lodo had been rising steadily due to the Gu family's recent expansion. However, if the Gu family continued to expand like this, trouble was bound to arise in the future. Unfortunately, they were completely unable to stop the Gu family when they operated under the banner of righteousness. They knew at a glance that these high-minded excuses were definitely concocted by that old schemer, Gu Junking. Thus, they were extremely happy when Gu Junking left Lodo for school. Is that so? Why do you all look so happy? Are you sure you are sad? Gu Junking said with a tight smile. We are actually very sad, young Master Gu. Without you, where will the development of Lodo go, and which path should we take? We are truly lost. Assistant Qin's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly reined in the smile on his face. The big shots around him also felt their hearts skip a beat, and a savvy one began to smooth things over. Indeed, young Master Gu, without you, we have lost the motivation to develop and the direction to move forward. You are the guiding light for the people of Lodo, so how could we not be sad? An influential figure spoke these words with great emotion. He swore that he had never spoken such sincere words to his own mother. The other big shots quickly chimed in with agreement to this long-winded speech, each nodding enthusiastically. So you are all that reluctant to see me leave? In that case, I will not go. Gu Junking shook his head with a sigh. That won't do, young Master Gu. You are an eagle with the grand ambition to look towards the future, and you were born to soar over the lands of the capital. Once you leave Lodo, you must not return, for your future lies in the greatness ahead. Upon hearing Gu Junking say this, Assistant Qin's heart pounded, and he hurriedly spoke up. The other big shots also echoed Assistant Qin's words with faces full of grief. They felt that even if their own children had died, they might not have worn such sorrowful expressions. They hoped he would never return to Lodo. Never. That won't work. How can I not come back? I still have so many things to do, and this is my homeland. I have to build a beautiful home here. Gu Junking shook his head with a sigh, wearing the same face of sorrow and reluctance. You little fox, putting on an act for us again. The big shots muttered inwardly. It is all right, young Master Gu. Once you are out there, we are all your fellow townsfolk. If you need anything, just let us know, but please do not feel the need to come back. Rest assured, we will definitely build Lodo into a wonderful place. Everyone wore an expression of mourning. Some even overacted and began to sob. It was just that the expression was truly indescribable. At this moment, the cruise ship sounded a whistle, signaling that it was time to board. Fine, I will leave it to you then. If I need your help, you must not refuse. If anyone delays, I will be very angry, and when I get angry, it is a serious matter. Hearing the cruise ship's whistle, Gu Junking no longer had time to play games with them. With that, Gu Junking switched back to a warm and kind expression, smiling as he spoke. His flashing white teeth dazzled many of the big shots. Had they said something they shouldn't have? All right, I am boarding now. Everyone, no need to see me off. Seeing that they were all speechless, Gu Junking ignored them and walked straight onto the ship. He left behind a group of big shots staring at each other in confusion. Assistant Qin, what we just said should not be a problem, right? One of the big shots whispered to their leader. What problem? Shouldn't everyone be happy now? Assistant Qin glanced at them sideways, his expression brightening. Regarding the matter of sending Gu Junking away, he figured his boss would be happily listening to opera at home for several days. Regardless, Gu Junking was gone now, and they were overjoyed. Exactly. No matter what, this little fox is finally gone, and I can be happy too. One big shot patted his beer belly and laughed heartily. Let's go eat. We will be happy for the next few days. Someone set up tables all over Lodo. I will treat the entire population of Lodo to a meal. What are the bands behind still doing? Start banging those drums and get loud. Someone shouted frantically. It is New Year's today. New Year's. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. The band behind the big shots began to beat drums and gongs, making the scene extremely joyous. The big shots were not just drunk with joy, some of the older ones even began to shed tears of relief. This Gu Junking had absolutely no respect for the elderly. They were also old, usually referred to as old foxes, and could still flaunt their seniority in front of others. Yet, in front of Gu Junking, they were frequently bullied by this young man. This Gu family young master truly had no sense of martial ethics. Passengers boarding the ship, and those seeing them off looked over at the sound of the drums and gongs, somewhat confused. However, soon someone recognized the identities of these big shots, and they dared not say another word. After all, many of these big shots had appeared on local Lodo television. None of the people present were ones an ordinary person could afford to offend. Even though Gu Junking had already boarded the ship, his ears could hear from a great distance after advancing to the Foundation establishment stage. He naturally heard the drums and gongs behind him. His smile instantly became even more warm and peculiar. Chapter 559. Assistant Qin led the Lodo elites, all of them beaming with joy. If they did not have to maintain their reputations, they would have burst into song and dance. Assistant Qin, attempting to remain composed, gestured for the band to start playing their drums and gongs. He then instructed the banner bearers to display their signs celebrating the departure of young Master Gu to the public. The atmosphere was jubilant and filled with excitement. Why are those people playing drums and gongs? Onlookers on the ship and passers-by preparing to board poked their heads out of the windows to investigate. Everyone was feeling quite perplexed. Usually, people gathered in front of cruise ships to bid farewell to friends and family with heavy hearts. These people with their drums and gongs, however, had instantly shattered that somber mood. Instead of the expected sadness of separation, the lively music made it feel like a festive holiday. It was truly a spectacle to behold. Brother Junking, are they here to see you off? From inside a luxurious presidential suite on the ship, a female voice rang out with curiosity. The girl had bright, clear eyes like sparkling stars. Wearing a powder blue dress, her faint smile revealed dimples that made her look as lovely as a celestial being. Gu Junking had just entered the room when Luo Ningyu dragged him to the window to watch Assistant Qin and the others celebrating. Beside her, Mirongwon also peered out with curiosity. She was wrapped in a pale pink robe with a white gauze cloak, revealing an elegant neck and collarbone. Her clear eyes were as pure as water, her nose delicate, and her lips a charming cherry red. With skin like jade and hair cascading like a waterfall, she appeared as ethereal as a fairy. One had to admit, the female leads were truly stunning. Since Luo Ningyu and Mirongwon had also been accepted into Huaqing University, they were traveling to school with Gu Junking. But doesn't something feel a bit off about their banners? Wave your hands, hold your head high, smile in the spring light, keep love in the campus, keep your heart in the big world, young Master Gu, have a safe journey. Luo Ningyu read aloud, resting her chin in her small hand. The words seem fine, but there is a strange vibe to it. Mirongwon added from the side, these sound like lines you would see at a funeral home. It feels like they want to send Junking away, literally from this world. The man in front appeared on TV before. His name is something like Qin, and he is the assistant to the Luoda chief executive. Luo Ningyu suddenly recognized the leader and exclaimed in surprise, Junking, did even such an important figure come to personally see you off to school? Mirongwon asked, equally surprised. There is no helping it. You both know I have done many good deeds and helped them countless times in my life. Gu Junking replied with a smile. When they found out I was leaving Luodu, they insisted on putting on this grand display to express their gratitude. Naturally, he made no mention of how much everyone feared him. In their eyes, Gu Junking was no different from a plague god. Everyone would celebrate the departure of a plague god. So that is how it is. Hearing this, the two girls looked at him with admiration and leaned into his embrace. They rubbed against his muscular chest, their soft, pale skin radiating an enticing fragrance that filled Gu Junking's senses. Women simply love to worship the strong. Gu Junking mused, thinking about how useful these people had been. He did not hesitate to pull them closer. It was truly a case of being surrounded by beauties. Chapter 560. The ship's horn let out a deep, mournful wail. A massive ocean liner set sail, carving through the waves as it slowly drifted away from the Loda harbor. In the waiting lounge of the harbor, a group of stunningly beautiful women stood in silence. They gazed out at the departing vessel. The lounge was filled only with them, giving the vast space an empty, chilly atmosphere. No one made an effort to initiate conversation. They simply watched the ship shrink into the distance, their expressions tinged with sorrow. These were all girlfriends of Gu Junking. They had gathered here by chance to bid him farewell. They appeared unaware of each other's identities. They stood in distinct groups, keeping their distance. None of them realized that the others had come for the exact same purpose. Only one woman, dressed in plain white with an ethereal aura, and a veil covering her face, knew the truth. She realized this entire group was likely a collection of fish Gu Junking had caught in his net. Ji Zuyu watched these beautiful women, the corner of her mouth twitching. She felt a vein throb in her temple, baffled by how many gorgeous women her disciple had managed to ensnare. Master, are these all the junior brothers' little flings? Chen Lingyu whispered, clutching Ji Zuyu's arm. She did not dare to disturb the others. If she caused a scene, her junior brother's entire pond of fish would go into a frenzy. I suspect so. Ji Zuyu rubbed her forehead, speechless. However, she was in the same boat, so she felt it was not her place to judge. Oh, master? A voice called out in surprise. The sound drew the attention of everyone in the lounge. The newcomer was Yumeajin. She had met Ji Zuyu once before and knew her to be Gu Junking's mentor. She remained unaware, however, that Gu Junking had also engaged in a much more intimate, private form of mentorship with Ji Zuyu. Seeing Ji Zuyu, she approached happily to greet her. She and Gu Junking had been intimate for a long time, and she was well acquainted with Ji Zuyu's abilities. Naturally, she addressed the woman with a respectful tone. Teacher Yu, why are you here? Attracted by the voice, a stunningly beautiful young woman nearby turned her head in surprise. This was Li Zixiu, who had become the head of the Li family, one of the 4 major families of Luodu. With Gu Junking's help, she had been Gu Junking's classmate for a time, back when they were both under Yumeajin's instruction. She remembered when Yumeajin had asked her which weighed more, a pound of iron or a pound of cotton. Though she kept her composure after answering incorrectly, her inner turmoil was significant. Ashamed to face her classmates, she had quit school to go home and inherit her family's fortune. Seeing Yumeajin here to see someone off, she exclaimed in surprise. Ahem, I am just here to see off a colleague. Yumeajin recognized Li Zixiu and replied with a hint of embarrassment. She did not know that Li Zixiu shared an intimate relationship with Gu Junking. Gu Junking had never confessed those details to her. Of course, she was too embarrassed to tell her own student that she had actually come to see Gu Junking off. Only Ji Zuyu knew of her connection to Gu Junking, which was why she had not tried to hide her presence. Is this your student? A beautiful, mature woman standing beside Yumiajin asked with a hint of curiosity. Yes, Mom, Yumiajin nodded to the woman. The woman was Yu Ying. She radiated a ripe, mature charm, much like a succulent peach, a fragrance only time could bestow upon a woman. Her graceful figure was enough to make any man pay his respects. After being frequently watered by Gu Junking, the spring-like charm in her brows suggested she had blossomed even further. Her flawless face bore no trace of time's passage. She was like a flower finally nourished, radiating an ultimate, refreshed beauty. Her allure was not inferior to any of the other leading ladies present. You are Teacher Yu's mother? It is a pleasure to meet you. Li Zixiu offered a polite smile to Yu Ying, her eyes flickering with admiration. She had never expected Teacher Yu's mother to look so young. Beside them, Ji Zuyu and Chen Lingyu felt their mouths twitch uncontrollably. They were reeling from the sheer absurdity of the situation. They could not help but feel a shred of admiration for Gu Junking. Yet, their hearts were filled with more exasperation and helplessness. Master, the junior brother is a beast. He didn't just hook up with the teacher, he even went after her mother, Chen Lingyu muttered under her breath. Indeed, your junior brother is truly an animal. Ji Zuyu nodded in agreement, feeling a deep sense of shame. She had actually taken an animal as her disciple. They knew Gu Junking shared intimate ties with these women, because they could sense the flow of Dao energy within them. This aura confirmed that all these women had engaged in special relations with Gu Junking, because they possessed that same Dao energy within themselves. It was like a strong male marking his territory with pheromones. Only those involved could sense it. As some of Gu Junking's closest companions, they naturally perceived that specific connection. The other women, unaware of what the master and disciple were discussing, continued to chat among themselves. Li Zixiu, why are you here? A stunning woman with a cold expression standing nearby turned her head, her gaze shifting to Li Zixiu in surprise. Oh, Ye Qingxian? I was about to ask you the same thing. Why are you here? Li Zixiu heard the voice, turned to see Ye Qingxian, and frowned as she asked. She had dealt with Ye Qingxian before, as the latter was the head of the Ye family, another of the 4 major families. Since Gu Junking had once helped her, she had secretly investigated Ye Qingxian many times. Why do you care why I am here? I asked you first. Ye Qingxian scoffed. She did not have a favorable opinion of Li Zixiu. Both were leaders of the 4 major families, and stunning beauties, so the men of Luodu naturally compared them against each other. They both possessed large groups of male admirers in Luodu. Being high-ranking, young, and beautiful, it was inevitable that they would be pursued. Although she usually paid no attention to such things, the constant comparisons began to twist their relationship. They not only battled in the business arena, but also competed to see who was more beautiful whenever they met at events. Even someone as cold as Ye Qingxian could not avoid the cliché of female rivalry. Gu Junking certainly enjoyed this dynamic, so he never stopped their petty squabbles. Now, their relationship was like fire and water. I am here, naturally, to see off my boyfriend. Li Zixiu did not bother to argue further, raising her chin in triumph. Having a man like Gu Junking naturally made her feel proud. She might lose to Ye Qingxian in other areas, but when it came to choosing men, she had won. I am here to see my boyfriend off as well. Is that a problem? Ye Qingxian retorted with an equally cold scoff. You have a boyfriend? Why have I never heard of this? Li Zixiu asked, looking confused. The affair between Gu Junking and Ye Qingxian was kept strictly confidential, as Gu Junking did not want to reveal his time spent as her personal male secretary. Consequently, Li Zixiu had never uncovered it. Ha, if you have one, why wouldn't I? My boyfriend has a secret and noble status, so he keeps it hidden, but he is certainly 100 times better than yours. Ye Qingxian's typically cold expression warmed slightly when mentioning Gu Junking. A hint of shyness appeared on her face. She was rather aloof and usually did not investigate anyone other than the person she loved. What a coincidence. My boyfriend is also extremely noble, and he is 1,000 times better than yours, Li Zixiu countered, refusing to back down. The two immediately began to argue about whose boyfriend was better, trading barbs back and forth. The scene stripped them of their composure as high-powered executives. Only Ji Zuyu and Chen Lingyu knew they were arguing over the exact same man. The master and disciple exchanged a look and fell into silence. They could not help but feel a fresh wave of admiration for Gu Junking. In a city where information flowed freely, he had managed to date 2 highly prominent female CEOs without anyone realizing the truth. They had to admit that their disciple and junior brother was truly extraordinary. He was certainly not an ordinary man. The term scumbag was no longer sufficient to describe just how terrible he was. Chapter 561. All right, stop arguing, everyone be quiet. Yumiajin stepped in to mediate, pulling the 2 women apart. Only then did Li Zixiu and Ye Qingxian stop bickering. They glanced at each other, snorted in unison, and turned their heads away. So, are you all here to see your boyfriends off too? A woman wearing sunglasses and a face mask stepped out, asking the group with curiosity. Ahem, I'm not. Who are you? Are you here to see your boyfriend off? Yumiajin cleared her throat. She was here for Gu Junking, but she was too embarrassed to say so. There was an acquaintance here, and a student at that, so admitting it would be humiliating. If people found out Gu Junking was her boyfriend, she would have no face left to show. Yes, that's quite a coincidence. The woman removed her sunglasses and mask, revealing a delicate and pretty face. My name is So An Ran. I wore the glasses and mask for personal reasons. She offered an apologetic smile. I recognize you. You're that famous pop star, right? You actually have a boyfriend? Yumiajin looked thoughtful for a moment, before her expression turned to one of realization. Yes, I have a boyfriend. Please don't tell the media. My boyfriend doesn't want to be exposed, and I don't want anyone to disturb him. So Ayn Rand blushed deeply. She was thinking of how gentle yet assertive Gu Junking had been lately. So it's her. Master, do you remember? This singer once publicly confessed to our junior brother during a competition, but that show vanished afterward, and you couldn't even find the recordings online. Chen Lingyu whispered from the side. I remember. I recall you smashed quite a few tables back then. Ji Zuya chuckled. Humph, junior brother is such a playboy. Chen Lingyu scoffed, looking indignant. She had been wondering why Gu Junking didn't visit her often. Now she knew why. She was actually touched that he made time to see her despite his busy schedule. All right, no problem. I won't tell anyone. You and your boyfriend seem very close. Yu Miajin found herself liking the pop star, despite being well known. So Ayn Rand treated her boyfriend so well without a hint of arrogance. She had heard plenty of stories about female stars dumping their boyfriends after finding fame, though plenty of male stars did the same. The entertainment industry hadn't corrupted this girl's pure heart. As a teacher with a natural protective instinct for her students, Yu Miajin felt a sense of relief. It is very good. In daily life, he is always the one taking care of me, and I can't make things difficult for him. So Ayn Rand said softly. Of course, she had her own little agenda. She wanted Gu Junking to keep pampering her. Since he coaxed her to keep their relationship hidden, she was compliant for now. Otherwise, given her possessiveness, she would have flaunted it all over the show. She wanted the whole world to know. Among these women, Yu Miajin subtly took the lead, keeping the atmosphere relaxed. As for Ji Zuyu and Chen Lingyu, they were purely there to watch the show. Just then, another woman walked over. Yu Miajin, what are you doing here? Teacher Bai, why are you here? Are you here to see a friend off? Yu Miajin answered politely. The newcomer was none other than the other teacher, Bai Ji. Well, you could say that, or maybe not. Bai Ji tilted her head thoughtfully. So, it sounds like a boyfriend whose relationship status isn't public yet? Yu Miajin smiled reservedly. I suppose that's one way to put it. Bai Ji returned the smile. Although they both appeared extremely polite, the other women present seemed to sense the tension between them. It made sense though. They were both star teachers in Luodu, so they naturally compared themselves to each other. Women's competitive nature never ceases. On the cruise ship, Gu Junking had no idea his fish had gathered together. He had no time to worry about such things anyway. Just then, a sweet voice broadcast over the ship's speakers. Welcome passengers aboard the Ocean Anthem. This cruise travels from Luodu to the capital, lasting 2.5 days. You will sail across the vast ocean, passing endless seas and various uninhabited islands. We wish you a pleasant journey. The tourists on the cruise ship gradually shook off the melancholy of parting and turned toward curiosity and excitement. Junking, shall we go check out the entertainment facilities on the ship? Nirongwon asked, curious about what the ship had to offer. All right. Gu Junking nodded with a smile. Nirongwon was about to pull Luo Ningyu along, but noticed she was staring at her phone in deep thought. Ningyu, what's wrong? Are you missing home? Nirongwon asked softly, thinking Luo Ningyu was feeling down after just leaving Luodu. Ah, no. I was just looking at a question. People say that when a man chases a woman, it's like crossing a mountain, but when a woman chases a man, it's like a layer of gauze. So, if they chase each other, is it like crossing a mountain and a layer of gauze? Luo Ningyu glanced at Gu Junking with an obvious subtext. It was clear she held a grudge that her relationship with Gu Junking remained stuck in a state of hesitation. Haha, Nirongwon chuckled, her smile blooming like a lotus flower on a snowy mountain, radiating a dazzling light that drew all attention. She had never expected Luo Ningyu to hold so much resentment in her heart. If that's your logic, then if the man doesn't chase the woman, and the woman doesn't chase the man, then there's nothing in between, and they just get together, right? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, a casual smile appearing on his face. He truly hadn't had the time to take the two women in recently. Mainly, he was a bit too busy. This was the consequence of having too many girlfriends. It brought tears just thinking about it. While having many girlfriends might make others envious, anyone sailing on the ocean had to be extremely careful. One had to steer the ship well, or it might capsize, and the fish would all escape. He still had some memory of the scene before Chen Ji died in his previous life, although he would never let things get to that point. Forget it, no need to dwell on it. In any case, you wouldn't understand what Gu Junking's lower back had been through lately. It was a level of exhaustion that even someone of his stamina couldn't withstand. This. Luo Ningyu was dazed by Gu Junking's words, her mind unable to come up with a retort. Humph, whatever. Let's go, Wanna. Let's go check out the ship. Frustrated that she couldn't out-argue him, Luo Ningyu got up and pulled Mirongwon out of the luxury suite. Gu Junking shook his head, amused. He had grown a lot lately, and his debating skills were far beyond what Luo Ningyu could match. The three of them left the room and wandered around the luxury cruise ship. The ship had a leisure area with many game facilities, including a basketball court, an outdoor swimming pool, and a gym. There was also a dining area, not just with bars, but with many restaurants to choose from. It's so big, Nirongwon said in surprise. When they first boarded, she and Luo Ningyu went straight to their room, and only now, after putting their luggage away, did they have time to explore the ship. Yes, Junking, let's go check out the food court. I think I can smell all sorts of delicacies beckoning to me. Luo Ningyu twitched her small nose, her bright eyes lighting up. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Let's go to the observation deck and look at the ocean first. it's not even lunchtime yet. Gu Junking tapped Luo Ningyu on the head, admonishing her. Fine. Luo Ningyu lowered her head, looking dejected. However, when they arrived at the observation deck, her mood brightened up again. It's so beautiful, Luo Ningyu exclaimed at the breathtaking sight of the water and sky merging in the distance. The three of them gazed at the vast, endless blue sea, where seagulls circled, calling out as they dove toward fish darting in the water. Many tourists on the deck were taking out their own food to feed the flying gulls. Standing by the railing, the scenery of the vast, surging blue ocean was laid out before them. From the side of the railing, they could also look back at the silhouette of the city of Luodu. Even though they had traveled quite far, they could still see the faint shadows of the skyscrapers. Chapter 562. Outside the waiting lounge, a group of women dressed in form-fitting black bodyguard uniforms stood staring at each other. Each of them had taken cover in positions perfect for monitoring the room, while remaining unseen. They instinctively utilized the surveillance techniques learned at the Gu family estate, finding the best vantage points to observe the room without drawing attention. These were the very bodyguards Gu Junking had assigned to protect his various heroines. Little did they know, they had all been taught the exact same training, leading to this awkward encounter. Gu Yu, aren't you supposed to be protecting Yumeojin? I should be asking you that, Gu Ro. I remember the young master assigning you as secretary to CEO Ye Qingxian. Have you two abandoned your posts? Why are you here? It was then that the group of female bodyguards realized something was wrong. Don't tell me all of the young master's girlfriends are inside there, one of them said, her voice dry and strained. We need to notify the young master immediately, one exclaimed. But the young master has already left Luodu, so notifying him won't do any good now, another replied, feeling helpless. After glancing at each other, they felt utterly lost. Having never encountered such a situation, they reported it to their superiors, who in turn panicked and quickly texted all the information to Gu Junking. As the cruise ship carrying Gu Junking drifted further away until it was out of sight, the melancholy of parting in the hearts of the women began to dissipate. They ceased their vigil, returning to their usual selves from their statuesque state of longing. This shift made the atmosphere inside the waiting lounge increasingly strange. The fish began to cast wary glances at one another. Many of Gu Junking's catches harbored grudges against one another. Yet, they were all gathered here together, watching the ship sail away. Every woman present was stunningly beautiful, possessing either peerless faces or graceful figures. Outside of this room, each of them would be treated like a goddess pursued by thousands. Honestly, each of them was extremely confident in her own beauty and figure. Encountering so many other women of comparable caliber left every single one of them feeling threatened. Many of the women were internally grateful that Gu Junking had already left. Otherwise, he would surely be wide-eyed at the sight of so many breathtaking beauties. Yet, they failed to realize that every single fish present was already inside Gu Junking's pond. 3 women make a stage, and no matter how talented or beautiful, women are fundamentally women. As the sorrow of parting faded, their hearts filled with a surging fighting spirit. They wanted to compare themselves to these seemingly impressive rivals. However, they subconsciously overlooked the master and apprentice watching the show from the corner. The pressure and threat emanating from the white-clad woman leading the pair were simply too overwhelming. Draped in gauze-like white robes, she seemed to exist in a veil of mist, a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. Even those who were hailed as goddesses by the outside world felt inferior in her presence. Compared to her, they felt a touch mundane. Thus, they mainly directed their comparisons toward rivals they already had conflicts with. Examples included Yumeojin and Bai Ji, or Li Zixiu and Ye Qingxian. Master, what do you think would happen if Junior Brother saw this scene? Chen Lingyu asked Ji Yuyu with a gloating smile. She just wanted to see Gu Junking lose his cool. Even for someone as composed and calculated as Gu Junking, this situation would surely be a massive headache. She was eager to see how he would manage to coax such a room full of beauties. You really do love to stir up trouble, just be careful he does not punish you for it later, Ji Yuyu said with a light chuckle, tapping Chen Lingyu on the nose. Hee, you should be the one to worry, master, Chen Lingyu replied with a wicked grin, teasing her teacher in return. A sudden thought crossed her mind, giving her a perfect idea to stir up trouble for Gu Junking. Wait, I know. I can video call Junior Brother and let him see exactly what is happening here. She picked up her phone and immediately initiated a video call with Gu Junking. Gu Junking was currently enjoying the beautiful ocean view with Mirongwan and the other girl. For some reason, he recalled the pleasure he had shared with Chen Lingyu on the water a month ago. It had been a true waterbed, adding to the excitement as he explored narrow, uncharted waters. Suddenly, the phone in Gu Junking's pocket rang. He glanced at the screen and realized it was a video call from Chen Lingyu. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, wondering if they shared some sort of telepathic connection. She had called just as he was reminiscing about their time on the boat a month ago. I need to take this call, Gu Junking said to Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu. He walked away to a secluded spot and answered the video call. Senior sister, did you start missing me the moment I left? Gu Junking said with a faint smile as the screen displayed her flawless, perfectly contoured face. Junior Brother, do you have any idea where I am right now? Chen Lingyu asked with a mysterious smile. She was positioned facing the women, but they couldn't see her screen, so they remained oblivious to her conversation. Aren't you at home? Gu Junking looked at the white background behind her, failing to recognize the location, and asked with some confusion. Having already left Luodu, he had instructed his subordinates to stop reporting the heroine's daily schedules. They were only to notify him if something important came up. Furthermore, he had not asked anyone to see him off, hoping to avoid any potential chaotic confrontations. Hee hee. Chen Lingyu's eyes curved into crescents as she switched the camera to face forward. The screen shifted from Chen Lingyu's face to a group of elegant, breathtaking women. He recognized every single one of them, and every single one was a fish in his pond. Gu Junking's expression immediately stiffened. His signature smile froze on his face. What on earth was going on, and why were they all together? Before he could even begin to ask, a text message pinged on his phone. It was a message from the subordinate he had sent, explaining that the heroines had coincidentally ended up in the waiting lounge together, watching his ship depart. Junior brother. They are still chatting and comparing notes. It seems your identity might not be hidden for much longer, Chen Lingyu said with a beaming smile. As for watching the drama unfold, she was certainly not one to step back. Also, their conversation topics are getting increasingly dangerous. Do you want to fly back and stop them? Chapter 563. Besides, their conversation is getting more and more dangerous by the minute. Don't you want to fly back and put a stop to it? Chen Lingyu asked with a beaming, playful smile. Her tone was dripping with schadenfreude. Is that so? Then, would you be willing to help me out, senior sister? Gu Junking's expression stiffened for a fleeting moment, but he quickly regained his composed, mastermind demeanor. Panicking was simply not in his vocabulary, and it never would be. Help you? Humph. It's a miracle I haven't spilled all your secrets to them already, so keep dreaming. Chen Lingyu let out a soft scoff, a playful smile still lingering on her face. She secretly hoped these women would see Gu Junking's true colors and leave him alone, forcing him to rely solely on her and their master. A scene suddenly played out in her mind. A cute, pint-sized Gu Junking was tugging on her sleeve, looking pitiful as he called her senior sister, and begged her to play with him because no one else would. She would resist at first, only to graciously forgive him after his desperate pleading. It was a silly fantasy, but the thought of having him all to herself was intoxicating. Meanwhile, Ji Zuyu sat beside her, completely detached and indifferent. As one of the first women to know Gu Junking, she was far too level-headed and seasoned to be jealous. I am truly heartbroken, but do you really think I'm out of options? Gu Junking sighed dramatically, raising an eyebrow. He just needed Chen Lingyu to stop stirring the pot. He muted the video call with Chen Lingyu and pulled out a second phone to make a call. His eyes carried a touch of resignation as he realized he had no choice but to use this particular trump card. Man proposes, but God disposes. He never expected a traitor within his own ranks to put him in such an awkward spot. If he were still in Luodu, he could have easily handled this with his silver tongue and divide and conquer tactics. But he was already too far away. He would have to handle this remotely. To ensure everything went off without a hitch, he needed to call in the Queen Mother. Hello, Junking? Is something the matter? You should have already set off by now. A gentle voice came through on the other end of the line. Mom, your son is in trouble. All your daughters-in-law are gathered together right now, Gu Junking said helplessly. Ha ha ha. You're finally about to crash and burn, aren't you? Xie Ying laughed heartily. Gu Junking had never hidden his affairs from his parents, and they knew exactly what kind of playboy he was. They doted on him so much that as long as he didn't cause any major disasters, they didn't mind. Xie Ying, in particular, was thrilled that her son had found so many women to help carry on the family name and support the country's population policy. Don't joke about that. If you keep laughing, your daughters-in-law are going to run off, Gu Junking replied with a sigh. While many of them knew he had other women and wouldn't leave him even if the truth came out, he was a man of responsibility. He refused to let his domestic situation capsize. Fine, I have their numbers. Leave it to me, my dear son. I'll handle everything, Xie Ying said before hanging up. Gu Junking put his phone away with a sense of relief and turned his attention back to the video call with Chen Lingyu. Where did you just go, junior brother? You'd better fix this before your little girlfriends start a war, Chen Lingyu said with a haughty air. Forget it. If you beg me once, I might consider settling this for you. She wasn't actually opposed to helping him. She simply wanted to see her usually cool and collected junior brother act like a helpless, cute, and obedient junior who would whine and beg for her assistance. Don't worry, senior sister. Everything is already perfectly taken care of, Gu Junking said with a confident smile. Taken care of? How is that possible? Chen Lingyu asked, looking up in confusion. She observed the women on screen and saw no change in their behavior, clearly disbelieving his claim. Meanwhile, the situation in the room was deteriorating. Teacher Yu, if only I could teach a student as exceptional as young Master Gu Junking. Why is it that I can never find such a brilliant student? Bai Ji sighed, feigning admiration. Her implication was clear. Yu Miajin was nothing more than a lucky woman, with no real teaching ability, who just happened to stumble upon a student who didn't need her. Scholarly sparring was all about culture, after all. Direct insults were for the uncouth. You're absolutely right. It's just a shame that Gu Junking only wants to be my student. So many teachers in Luodu are coveting that spot, hoping to mentor him, Yu Miajin retorted with a subtle jab. It's tragic for them, really, throwing themselves at him when he clearly has no interest in them. The two women smiled at each other, appearing for all the world like old friends, yet everyone present knew they were engaged in a fierce, passive-aggressive battle of wits. Sparks of fury ignited in their eyes. On the other side of the room, Ye Qingxian and Li Zixiu were equally matched in their verbal sparring. President Ye, you certainly live up to your title as the Ice Queen of Luodu, Cold and breathtakingly beautiful, Li Zixiu said, examining her manicure with feigned indifference. But I must say, your ability to seduce men is quite impressive, considering you managed to get my brother Junking to help you seize control of the Ye family. I put in quite a bit of effort and capital back then too. Shouldn't you be thanking me for that, President Ye? Li Zixiu's comment made Ye Qingxian's expression falter, her icy mask cracking ever so slightly. It was true that Li Zixiu had provided funding, a fact Ye Qingxian couldn't deny. But she knew how to shift the offensive. Your brother Junking? Surely you jest, Ye Qingxian scoffed, feigning nonchalance. Junking used to be my personal male secretary, and he did everything I commanded. We've been childhood sweethearts, betrothed to one another since long ago. Though she had embellished the truth, the memory of those days warmed her. In reality, their relationship was a mutual exchange. If she asked him for a glass of water, she would have to wear black silk stockings before making the request. Even when he helped her with paperwork, she would sometimes let him play with her beautiful legs. The memory of those moments, once feeling somewhat humiliating, now filled her heart with sweetness. It was a time that belonged only to her and Gu Junking. Even the perpetually icy-hearted Ye Qingxian had found herself looking forward to going to work just to see that face she loved and hated so much. Her words struck the room like a thunderclap. Every heroine in the room turned to look at her instantly. A personal male secretary? He did everything you commanded? Is that true? Did he really treat you like that? Childhood sweethearts? Betrothed? The heroine's eyes began to glow with a crimson light. Their expressions turned dark and twisted, their mouths curling into unsettling, sinister smiles. The glint of their eyes, sharp enough to cut, could not be hidden. Gu Junking had never treated them with such submissiveness. In their eyes, he was the one who pursued them, not the other way around. How could this woman surnamed Ye possibly be the one he promised himself to? Ye Qingxian suddenly felt a chill, unsure if it was day or night. Even Gu Junking hadn't anticipated that Ye Qingxian's words would turn the heroines into Yandries. Watching the scene through his phone, he was speechless and anxious. If this continued, it wouldn't just be a question of him being a scumbag, but a full-scale riot in his fish pond. With many of these women having affection levels of 90, or even 100 for him, their possessiveness had reached the point of insanity. They would die for him without hesitation. Oh, junior brother, to think that someone else got to see your soft, cute, and obedient side first. Come now, choose an option. You look so beautiful when you're soft and obedient, I just want to hide you away at home. Shush, don't speak. It's dangerous outside. Let me protect you, or perhaps, let me gouge your eyes out. Chen Lingyu's expression was exceptionally kind and gentle as she spoke to Gu Junking through the phone, cutting him off before he could respond. All right, that's enough roleplay, Ji Zuyu said, shaking her head and tapping Chen Lingyu on the head with a look of disbelief. Hee, I just wanted to scare junior brother. I don't want him to leave, Chen Lingyu giggled, turning her attention back to the scene with great interest. However, a dangerous glint still remained in her eyes as she watched Ye Qingxian. Don't misunderstand. We were just in a normal superior-subordinate relationship. I was just speaking casually, really. A bead of sweat rolled down Ye Qingxian's forehead as she scrambled to explain. I knew it, you scared me to death. I almost thought I was going to commit a crime, one of the women muttered. But wait, how does everyone here know Gu Junking? Finally, someone asked the question. Chapter 564. Ye Qingxian's frantic apologies finally lightened the heavy atmosphere. Someone finally raised a critical question. Everyone present seemed to have some connection with that damn man. However, at this crucial moment, everyone started receiving phone calls one after another. Ye Qingxian and Li Zixiu both received calls from their personal secretaries about urgent company matters. Next time we meet, we will settle this. I do not believe Brother Junking would hire you as a personal secretary. Aside from a pretty face, you have no other merits. You are flat in the front and flat in the back. A tiny A-cup, how laughable. Li Zixiu said this aggressively, filled with indignation. Ha. Then next time, we will find a private place to compare and see who really has the A-cup. Li Zixiu's words caused the cold-natured Ye Qingxian to lose her composure entirely. Ye Qingxian's eyes were burning with rage, and she felt like killing Li Zixiu right there. Although she was not huge, she was definitely enough for a man to hold. Gu Junking had held them more than once, and he did not think she was small. This little bitch dared to call her small. She needed to rush back to handle business now, so she had no time to fight to the death. When she got the chance, she would definitely make Li Zixiu see who the real A-cup was. Beside them, Yumiajin glanced at their figures, and for some reason, a spark of pride rose in her heart. In the end, they had no choice but to cease fire and leave reluctantly. Although Gu Junking had left Luodu, life had to go on. Besides, it was not as if Gu Junking would never return. As long as they continued to expand their companies and families, they might be able to open branches in the capital in the future. Then, they would be able to see him whenever they wanted. At the same time, Yumiajin and Baiji received calls about tutoring some children of the Gu family. They, too, had to leave with regret. In just a few minutes, the heroines in the waiting room left one after another, all busy with their own affairs. Chen Lingyu could hardly believe it. They had just been arguing and were about to talk about Gu Junking, but now it was all over. Senior sister, I told you that everything would end quickly, Gu Junking said with a smile. Do not get cocky. I will find your weakness. When that time comes, you will be begging me. Chen Lingyu pouted, unconvinced. All right, that is enough for now. Goodbye to you and master, senior sister. Gu Junking waved to Chen Lingyu and hung up the phone. After hanging up, Gu Junking laughed in anger and placed another call to someone else. There was a traitor in his house, and he had no choice but to punish the rebel. It seemed that the little one had really entered her rebellious phase. He had to discipline her properly now. Far away in Lodu, at the Gu residence, Lin Qingzu, who sat there looking cute and innocent, was actually drumming with anxiety. Beside her, the tiger, Bai Yu, lay lazily, licking its fur before closing its eyes to rest again. It felt that life here was too comfortable. It did not need to hunt anymore, as these two-legged creatures served it too well. The key was that they even helped scoop its poop. It seemed that submitting to that two-legged master was not so bad. At the very least, it had found a poop scooper. Lin Qingzu was busy deleting all the chat records in her hand. She left only the final call with Bai Ji. Teacher Bai, Brother Junking will take the cruise ship leaving Luodu at 8 a.m. this morning. I am telling you this in secret, so please do not tell anyone else. Also, Brother Junking does not want anyone to see him off, but if you go to the waiting room, you can see him leave. In fact, Lin Qingzu was the main reason the heroines had gathered together. She knew many of the heroines and had their contact information. She had told almost everyone she had contact details for the same thing. Brother Junking should not know it was me. Looking cute and beautiful on the surface, but filled with mischief, Lin Qingzu blinked and muttered to herself. She understood the logic of palace intrigue, letting others fight, while she reaped the benefits in the back. Soon, someone knocked on Lin Qingzu's door. Who is it? Lin Qingzu blinked. Bai Yu, come help me open the door. The tiger, Bai Yu, let out an unwilling whine and followed Lin Qingzu with a kingly stride. Its body had grown larger, and just standing there, its height reached Lin Qingzu's shoulders. As the door opened, a Greek-style pale blue chiffon dress caught her eye. The woman had thick, wavy brown hair, eyes as calm as the sea, and skin as crystal clear as ivory. With her perfect and exquisite face, it was easy to tell she was Western, resembling the holy archangels of Western folklore. However, the tiger, Bai Yu, which had opened the door with Lin Qingzu, let out a fearful whine. It hurriedly retreated and hid under Lin Qingzu's quilt. Lin Qingzu could only see her blanket shivering. Sister Hepburn, is something the matter? Lin Qingzu forced a smile. Junking just sent a message back. Because of some mistakes little Qingzu made, I need to put you through some special training. Hepburn patted Lin Qingzu's head and said with a light laugh. Do not worry, it is just some physical training, running a few dozen kilometers. It is your own fault for being cheeky and trying to stir up trouble for your brother Junking. Hepburn said with amusement. Even she found Lin Qingzu's antics laughable. However, she quite liked Lin Qingzu, who was cute and usually well-behaved, despite being a bit black-hearted. That was, except for her habit of making Gu Junking angry. In her view, just as Gu Junking said, Lin Qingzu had reached a rebellious phase. She liked to use certain behaviors to attract her crush's attention. Although it was not a big deal, it still required a proper punishment. A few dozen kilometers? Lin Qingzu swallowed hard and looked at Hepburn in disbelief. Running 800 meters almost killed her, so running a few dozen kilometers would surely be the end of her. I did not say you had to run it all at once. Your brother Junking meant for you to train with me. Oh right, and your good friend, Shi Hanyan. Her leg is almost healed, so she needs some rehabilitation. You two will just have to run with me every day. Hepburn chuckled and patted Lin Qingzu's head to comfort her. Her days as a housekeeper for Gu Junking had gradually changed her once iron-blooded and cold heart. It was the first time she had experienced the feeling of family. It was completely different from her time at the mercenary base, where she never had to lower her guard or sleep with one eye open. Except for that annoying guy, Gu Junking, who was always deceiving her. Thinking back to the times Gu Junking told her she was his fiancé, she found it somewhat amusing. That big liar could do nothing but lie. All right. Lin Qingzu nodded reluctantly, her eyes welling up with tears. She dared not talk back to Hepburn. The person who had expressionlessly nearly killed Bai Yu with a single strike was none other than the angel standing before her. Chapter 565. After calling Hepburn and announcing the punishment for Lin Qingzu, Gu Junking hung up. Lin Qingzu was very sharp, or to put it less kindly, a bit cunning. She looked pure and beautiful, but perhaps from spending too much time with him, her personality was no longer the pure and delicate girl from the original story. Instead, she had become incredibly devious. Even Gu Junking found her a bit of a headache. Fortunately, Hepburn could keep her in check. This time, Gu Junking had Hepburn take Lin Qingzu for physical training and teach her some self-defense moves. If the punishment was too light, it would not curb her behavior, but if it were too heavy, Gu Junking could not bear it. So, he made her do the one thing she hated most. This girl really takes after who she hangs out with, Gu Junking muttered to himself. In the original story, she was supposed to be very understanding and gentle. It was unexpected that she would become so devious after spending time with him. That cannot be right. I am a man of integrity and honor, practically a modern-day saint. Shouldn't she have become honorable like me after being with me? Gu Junking pondered this and blamed the author of the novel. It must have been that Lin Qingzu was always devious in the original story, and the author simply failed to write it, rather than him corrupting her. Gu Junking stopped thinking about it. Whatever the reason, her current state definitely had nothing to do with him. Gu Junking finished dealing with the matter and turned back to find Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu. He noticed a young man appearing to hit on them, and the two women looked slightly annoyed. Gu Junking did not pay much attention to it at the time. Given the beauty of the two women, it was completely normal for people to try and strike up a conversation. When Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu saw him, They waved for him to come over. Ladies, you already have a male companion? The boy said with disappointment as he saw them waving at a man. Of course, Luo Ningyu curled her lips slightly. They could not help it if they were approached by strangers every time they went out. She obviously knew the boy was flirting. Otherwise his eyes would not have been so intense when looking at Mirongwan. Who is this? Gu Junking walked over and gestured toward the boy. He was asking for directions, but we do not know where that place is. Mirongwan replied, shaking her head. She was the kinder one of the two. Oh, where are you trying to go? Gu Junking turned and smiled at the man. It is nothing, I will go look for it myself, the man said, scratching the back of his head, finally taking a proper look at Gu Junking. Because Gu Junking was more than half a head taller than him, he had to look up. He was stunned, as it was his first time seeing a man so handsome. He looked almost ethereal. His features were as perfect as a carving, and in the sunlight, he seemed to glow. Even he, as a man, could hardly resist his charm. He did not feel too inferior, however. He nodded reservedly and departed. He was not actually lost, he just wanted to hit on them. After all, approaching two beautiful women who appeared to be alone was standard practice. Very well, Gu Junking replied, paying him no further mind. This man was far too ordinary, and his clothing was cheap, offering nothing of interest. Wait, ordinary? Gu Junking's eyes flickered, and he turned to look back at him. However, the man had already disappeared into the bustling crowd. Gu Junking smiled without giving it more thought. After all, if he were a protagonist, they would meet again. Junking, are you done with your business? Luo Ningyu hopped over to Gu Junking's side. Humph, if you had not come back, more men would have hit on us, and Wanner would have been whisked away. A blush appeared on Mirongwan's face, as she playfully hit the bubbly Luo Ningyu. So, your prince has rushed back to protect the two princesses, has he not? Gu Junking replied with a gentle expression. Humph, you only know how to say sweet things. It is about time to go eat, Luo Ningyu chuckled. It was clear she was very happy with what he said. Are you still a princess? Why have you turned into a little pink pig? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow. You are the pig. Luo Ningyu grabbed Mirongwan, made a face at Gu Junking, and scampered toward the restaurant. Gu Junking laughed, shook his head, and followed after her. He had already achieved the foundation establishment stage, so eating was not necessary for survival, as he could sustain himself on spiritual energy. Still, dining with his girls was fine. Free from worries, Gu Junking followed them leisurely, deciding to enjoy the cruise ship with them for the day. After all, he had been fighting protagonists for so long, surely he deserved some enjoyment. Lin Fei walked past the two beauties with regret, having hoped they were without a companion, so he might have a chance to meet them. From the first glance, he felt his soul had been captured, but he did not expect them to already have a male companion, and a handsome one at that. Lin Fei shook his head to clear away his disappointment, and walked into the cruise ship's restaurant. The restaurant was a buffet, and the decor was extremely luxurious. Golden chandeliers shone brightly, the tables and chairs were arranged neatly, the floors were polished, and soothing music played, making it comparable to any high-end city restaurant. It was worth the huge sum I paid to get on this cruise, Lin Fei thought, while feeling a pang of financial pain. He had spent a significant amount of money to board this ship. After ordering his meal and sitting down, Lin Fei noticed that the two beauties had also entered to eat. He was once again struck by Mirongwan's beauty. Her raven hair fell like a waterfall, shimmering like the galaxy. Her exquisite features were perfect in a way he had never seen, and her figure was flawless, like a girl sculpted by God himself. Lin Fei stared at Mirongwan while eating his food. His heart burned with a fiery passion, and he wished he could possess her. But seeing that man follow her in, his inner fire was doused, leaving only embers. He knew that this man was not someone he could afford to provoke. Gu Junking possessed an indescribable air of nobility. It was the aura of a natural-born aristocrat. Lin Fei saw Gu Junking look his way, and quickly lowered his head, though he felt a burning intensity in the other man's gaze. It made him shudder and his heart tighten. Could this nobleman be bisexual? Did he fancy him? Why keep staring? However, the reason Gu Junking was looking that way was simply because he had discovered another protagonist. Protagonist, Lin Fei. Protagonist trope, Deserted Island Survival System. Protagonist book, My Deserted Island Survival Road with Goddesses. Combat Power 54. Charisma 64. Protagonist Luck Halo 3432. Skills Gathering, Advanced, Cooking, Advanced, Survival, Intermediate. Chapter 566. Gu Junking felt at ease now that he had figured out his plan, so he continued to enjoy his leisure time. Beside him, Luo Ningyu was already tucking into a feast. Every dish in the restaurant was exquisitely prepared and delicious, which delighted Luo Ningyu, who had always loved to eat. Eat more. If you gain any more weight, you will look like a completely different person. Gu Junking glanced at Luo Ningyu and chided her. The ship was about to face disaster, yet all she could think about was eating. Doesn't that just make you like me more? Luo Ningyu retorted confidently. Plump girls are in fashion now. Besides, I am slim where I should be and curvy where it counts. You should be happy about it. As she finished speaking, Luo Ningyu puffed out her chest toward Gu Junking with a look of pride. Gu Junking choked on his words, feeling helpless. Mirongwan covered her mouth to hide a giggle. Her smile was like the warm sun in winter, leaving Lin Fei, who was secretly watching her, completely dazed. If there were truly fairies in this world, they would look exactly like Mirongwan. However, seeing Mirongwan feeding Gu Junking so sweetly, he let out a sigh in his heart. It was clear that he had no chance, and he felt a deep jealousy toward Gu Junking. After all, a man traveling with two beautiful women, with all three of them getting along so harmoniously, was enough to make any male creature envious. The key issue was that he really could not compare to Gu Junking in any aspect whatsoever. Unless some very specific situation arose, the gap between him and such a goddess was immeasurable. He still had a bit of self-awareness. Just then, someone familiar to Gu Junking walked into the restaurant. It was Zhou Chen, the young master of the Zhou family. Because Gu Junking had swindled him out of the majority of the Zhou family's company shares and their main source of income, the Ocean Anthem cruise ship, he had been stripped of his status as the young master. It could be said that he was a man absolutely ruined by Gu Junking. Zhou Chen walked into the restaurant looking depressed, his arm around a delicate and lovely woman. His position as successor had been revoked, and he had no choice but to board the cruise ship and head north to study. The crux of the matter was that this ship had originally belonged to his own family, and he never had to spend a dime on it. Now that it belonged to someone else, he had to pay to get on board. It was like giving his own wife away to someone else, and then having to pay that person just to come back and see his children. Actually, this cruise ship was mine just a few weeks ago, but unfortunately it is gone now, Zhou Chen said to the woman beside him with a melancholy look. Suddenly, he lifted his head and saw someone who turned his blood cold. He really wondered if he was dreaming. He quickly pretended not to see him, clutched the woman's shoulder, lowered his head, turned around, and tried to leave like an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Young Master Zhou, where do you plan on going? Gu Junking's voice drifted over, causing Zhou Chen's body to freeze in place. He had no choice but to turn around, put on a wide smile, and walk over with feigned enthusiasm. Oh, young Master Gu, what a surprise to see you here. I have no right to be called young Master Zhou in front of you. You can just call me Little Zhou. Zhou Chen had learned his lesson. The arrogance he once possessed as a student council president had vanished after being beaten down by the harsh realities of the real world. He was now completely subservient, acting just like a eunuch before an emperor. He was genuinely shocked by the methods Gu Junking had used during the Lin Fan incident. The man could quietly kill a master like Lin Fan, let alone someone of his caliber. I wouldn't dare. You were the president of my Won'er student council, after all, Gu Junking said with a smirk. Mirongwon was the vice president, while Zhou Chen had been the president, and he had even pursued Mirongwon back then. Vice President Mirong, I offended you in the past. I am here to offer my sincere apologies. Zhou Chen bowed to Mirongwon with a solemn and serious expression. Whether he felt any lingering resentment was unknown. Mirongwon nodded indifferently. She had never really taken people's crushes on her to heart. For her, there would never be another man with a higher status than Gu Junking. Gu Junking did not pay much attention to it. In reality, he had called out to Zhou Chen because, after reviewing his plan, he felt a bit reluctant to lose this massive cruise ship. He preferred the ocean over the sky. After all, he was a man who sailed the seas and kept fish. It would be rather unlucky if the ship capsized. Gu Junking pondered for a moment and decided it was better to ask Zhou Chen. After all, this large cruise ship had once been registered under his name. Young Master Zhou, does this cruise ship have insurance? Yes, young Master Gu. I took out a huge insurance policy with the Beijing Chanyu Insurance Company, and it was transferred to your name along with the ship. Is there something important, young Master Gu? It's nothing. Is this your girlfriend? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, signaling toward the woman next to Zhou Chen. Yes, just started dating her recently. Aren't you going to greet young Master Gu? Zhou Chen said with a forced smile, then turned to his companion with a serious look. Young Master Gu. The woman spoke in a pitiful, sweet, and coy voice. Seeing her new boyfriend act so respectfully toward the man before them, she knew he must have an extraordinary status. Combined with his looks, she would even be willing to offer herself to him on a silver platter. In an instant, Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu became alert. They could smell the stench of a green tea bitch. Do not doubt it, a woman's intuition in this regard is extremely accurate. Well, congratulations. She is quite good-looking. Gu Junking's expression calmed down, and he signaled to Zhou Chen that he could leave. Zhou Chen was a bit confused, but he had no choice but to answer politely and comply with Gu Junking's words. The man before him was not someone he could afford to provoke. Gu Junking continued to dine with the two women. He just wanted to ask if the ship had insurance. With a massive policy, there would be no issues. At least he wouldn't suffer too much of a loss from an uninvited guest boarding his ship. Yes. Zhou Chen nodded repeatedly and, without daring to even glance at Mirongwon, went to order his meal and sat as far away from Gu Junking as possible. He did not want any further interaction with this person. His life had become too pathetic and frustrating. Growing up, everyone had always been respectful toward him, but ever since meeting Gu Junking, he hadn't had a single stroke of luck. He even felt like he was living as a pathetic suck-up. Sucking up to a woman was one thing, he could accept that. But to be forced to grovel before a man, when he still had a shred of self-respect left, was something Zhou Chen could not stomach. Chapter 567. In the distance, Lin Fei watched Zhou Chen and his girlfriend with an expression of intense anger and disbelief. The girl was his ex-girlfriend, with whom he had broken up just days ago. How had she found a new boyfriend so quickly? Was she transitioning seamlessly from him, or had he simply been a placeholder all along? He initially hoped he was mistaken, that perhaps it was just a striking resemblance. However, that high-pitched, affected voice was impossible to forget. Bang! Lin Fei slammed his hand on the table. Li Yan, is this why you broke up with me? Just so you could climb the social ladder? He stormed over to the couple and confronted her. Her actions were a direct insult to his dignity, and he could not remain calm. Li Yan's face shifted, a flicker of guilt crossing her features before she regained her composure. Zhou Chen is 10,000 times better than you, so why shouldn't I be with him? She clung to Zhou Chen's side, speaking with absolute justification. Is this your ex-boyfriend? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, standing up with an air of careless indifference. While he was no match for Gu Junqing, he certainly wasn't going to let just any nobody challenge him. But we never had anything serious. I just treated him like a simp. Li Yan spoke cautiously, terrified that Zhou Chen might mind her past relationship. Don't worry, I don't mind at all. Zhou Chen wrapped an arm around Li Yan's shoulder. It was just a game to him, after all. Whether she was someone else's ex or even a previous wife, it made no difference. You just treated me like a simp. Lin Fei's face froze in disbelief. They had been so close, and that was all he amounted to in her eyes. What else? Do you really think you're good enough for me? Li Yan grew bolder now that she had Zhou Chen's support. She had truly loved Lin Fei once, but their life had been too destitute. It felt like stagnant water, devoid of any future, and their passion had faded within days. She realized their worldviews didn't align. Still, she hadn't found a better option yet, so she hadn't officially ended things until she met the wealthy heir Zhou Chen. He's richer than you, more powerful, more talented, and more cultured. What do you have that even comes close to him? Li Yan justified herself, feeling no guilt beyond a minor apology for the breakup. In the distance, Gu Junqing and his companions watched the spectacle, offering hushed commentary. Even Gu Junqing felt a trace of pity for this protagonist. It was the classic trope of putting the male lead through the ringer. Eventually, the cruise ship would sink, and they would be stranded on a deserted island. Leveraging his secret abilities and survival skills, the protagonist would inevitably rise to power. He would reclaim his goddess and exact his revenge on those who wronged him. Zhou Chen might manage to live comfortably at first, but once the protagonist developed his strength, the wealthy heir was destined for a brutal end. On an island devoid of laws or humanity, only strength mattered. Failure meant becoming a mere stepping stone for others. Tisk, doesn't he know you shouldn't touch the protagonist's sister, ex-wife, or girlfriend? Gu Junqing muttered. He had touched plenty of them, but this Zhou Chen was hardly on his level. Junqing, look at that woman. She's two-faced and utterly toxic, Luo Ningyu said with disgust. She had been so nauseated by Li Yan's earlier flirting with Gu Junqing that she could barely finish her meal. Nirongwan nodded in agreement, clearly just as bothered. Oh, so that's what you think of me? Do I look like someone who eats anything? Gu Junqing teased, gently pinching their noses. The two women exchanged glances before answering in unison. You absolutely are. It seems I haven't played the role of a simp in too long if you're daring to tease me like this, Gu Junqing said with a suggestive smirk. I suppose I'll have to make it up to you both tonight. Unlike Lin Fei, when Gu Junqing played the part, he actually got what he wanted. He felt nothing for Li Yan's antics, as he was merely observing the drama. It was just the author's way of hardening the protagonist's resolve. He has more money, sure, but does he love you? Can he love you the way I did? Lin Fei shouted. The roar drew the attention of the entire restaurant, leaving the staff hesitant to intervene. And so what if he does? Does love pay the bills? Is love useful? Li Yan scoffed. And can he last as long as I can? Zhou Chen chimed in, clearly aiming to disgust Lin Fei. He usually wouldn't bother with such petty squabbles, but his mood had soured after his earlier encounter with Gu Junqing. You slept with him already? Lin Fei stood stunned, his face blank for a long time. We've known each other for so long, and you never even let me touch you. A wave of hopelessness washed over him, followed quickly by a manic urge for vengeance. He wanted to make these two pay. I did, so what? He's much stronger than you are, Li Yan said, leaning shyly against Zhou Chen's chest. Just you wait, you bitch. Don't let me get my hands on you one day, Lin Fei hissed through gritted teeth. You want revenge? Let's fight. Let's see what you're made of, Zhou Chen sneered. He assumed a fighting stance he had picked up from Lin Fan, aiming to intimidate the other man. Lin Fei balled his fists, prepared to fight to the death. However, Li Yan tugged on Zhou Chen's sleeve, whispering, Darling, Lin Fei used to be a wilderness survival instructor. He's incredibly strong and once beat up several burly thugs alone. Zhou Chen's heart tightened as he immediately dropped his stance with effortless grace. Not being able to beat him, what a joke. But I'm a generous man, so I'll spare you this once. Don't you dare lay a finger on me, I'm trained. He was terrified that Lin Fei was another martial arts master like Lin Fan. If that were the case, he was finished. Gu Junqing nodded slightly, amused. It seemed his recent pressure had taught the young villain a lesson. At the very least, he had the sense to back down when he realized he was outmatched. Too scared to fight? Lin Fei sneered, having seen right through the wealthy heir's facade. Still, he decided against striking first. While he was certain he could take the man, legally, it was a different matter. I said I'm sparing your life, not that I'm afraid. Don't be ungrateful, Zhou Chen huffed, sitting back down. Haha, Li Yan, the man you chose is nothing but a coward. Is this who you're comparing me to? Lin Fei laughed, feeling a surge of satisfaction. What do you mean coward? Didn't you hear him say he's sparing your life? Stop being so pushy, Li Yan retorted. You didn't used to say that. Whenever I was afraid to fight, you used to call me a coward, Lin Fei replied, stunned. Gu Junking watched the exchange with a chuckle. Expert-level double standards. Even I have to give credit to such a dedicated simp. How can you compare yourself to him? He's of noble birth, while you're just a what? A golden heir? Are you a warrior just because you pick fights all day? Li Yan said with disdain. She dismissed him entirely. In her eyes, Lin Fei was merely a simp, while Zhou Chen was her god. Chapter 568. Can you compare yourself to others? They are people of wealth and status, and what are you? A prince? Do you really think fighting every day will make you a warrior? Besides, they weren't being cowards, that's called a tactical retreat. A boy only succeeds when he knows how to bend. Lin Fei's blood pressure rose at Li Yan's dismissive tone and hypocritical words. The last shred of his feelings for her completely evaporated. I loved you so much, I was dedicated to you, and I never did you wrong. I never imagined you were just a gold digger. I misjudged you. Don't regret this later. One day, you will come begging for me. Lin Fei clenched his fists, his voice trembling with resentment. Me begging for you? What a joke. Li Yan puffed out her chest and spoke arrogantly. Previously, she hadn't been able to climb higher, so she had settled for being Lin Fei's girlfriend for a while. Now that she was Zhou Chen's girlfriend, there was no way she would ever need to beg Lin Fei for anything. Lin Fei turned away silently after clearing his plate. He glanced at Gu Junking's table and saw his new goddess seemingly mocking him, which ruined his mood completely. However, as he passed by, Gu Junking extended a hand and transmitted a special energy into Lin Fei's mind. This energy strangely combined with the sleeping system in Lin Fei's mind, causing the dormant system to show signs of activation. Gu Junking watched Lin Fei leave, his eyes filled with depth. He wanted to see what choice the protagonist would make once he knew the ship was going to sink. This energy had been exchanged with villain points, and was enough to activate Lin Fei's system for 1 minute. He assumed it would be enough for Lin Fei to understand what his system was and what was going to happen in the future. After Lin Fei left, Li Yan leaned into Zhou Chen's arms, acting like a spoiled child. Darling, Lin Fei actually threatened me. You have to stand up for me. Don't worry. Once the ship reaches land, I'll show him what real power and wealth mean, and get some payback for you. Zhou Chen hugged Li Yan and spoke casually. Today's incident was nothing but a trifle to him. He was just a nobody without power or influence. Once they reached the capital, handling Lin Fei with his financial power would be effortless. Thank you, darling. Li Yan's eyes flashed with complexity, then turned cold. She knew Lin Fei had been good to her, but now that he was in her way, she had to be ruthless. On the other side, Gu Junking and the two women watched the show with interest. Luo Ningyu even used it as entertainment to enjoy her meal. That guy seems extremely devoted to that woman, but he was trying to hit on me and won her just a moment ago. He really is a hypocrite, or maybe his pride is just so high that he can't accept losing to that Zhou guy. Luo Ningyu commented while eating. She was a good judge of character, and knew Lin Fei wasn't as devoted as he pretended. It was just his pride trying to win back some face. Of course, they hadn't interacted with him and were just watching the spectacle. They weren't overly concerned with the matter. Afterwards, the three returned to their sweet feeding, taking turns with bites. After the meal, they returned to playing around the ship. They wouldn't have chosen a cruise if not for the leisure. This trip was the graduation trip Gu Junking had promised them. They weren't too far from Loda now. If the ship met with disaster, Loda would receive the news quickly, and rescue efforts would be rapid. So, to end up on a deserted island, it had to be a place far from the city where rescue was extremely difficult. Gu Junking could still relax with them for a while. Back in his standard room, Lin Fei punched the wall in anger. He had come on this cruise to get over the breakup, but now he felt even worse. Li Yan, I will make you realize that I'm not someone you can just dump. Thinking of the scene earlier, his anger soared. Breakup is fine, but why compare him to the rich guy she caught? Especially since he was mocked by a goddess like Nirongwan, his pride had been shattered. Just then, a voice rang in his mind. Ding, environmental change detected, anger level increased, survival system energy activated. Who are you? What are you doing in my head? Lin Fei grabbed his head in shock. Ding, this is the survival system. Complete tasks to gain supplies on the deserted island. If you complete enough tasks on the island, the system can grant you extraordinary abilities, funds, and status in human society. But where is the deserted island? Lin Fei's shock eased as he analyzed the voice. Ding, error detected. System malfunction, early awakening. Entering sleep mode until the cruise capsizes and you are stranded on the island. System. Lin Fei hesitated for a moment, but no more voices appeared. Pop. He slapped himself hard, feeling the sharp pain. I'm not dreaming. Wait, this ship is really going to sink. Lin Fei jumped up, wanting to find the captain to tell him to evacuate the passengers or change course to check for problems. But as his hand touched the doorknob, he stood still, his expression fluctuating. Even if I say something, will they believe me that the ship will sink? Even if they believe me and avert the crisis, what about me? Do I really want to say it? If they find a problem and fix it, we won't end up on the deserted island. Then I'll lose my chance to rise. And that evil woman, if I can gain status in human society, I can slap her in the face. Besides, I don't want to save her at all. Lin Fei thought frantically, thinking of Li Yan's attitude and the goddess looking at him with disdain. He wanted to destroy the world. He analyzed this from the system's name and snippets of information. This was his chance to rise. Morality on one side, human nature on the other. He struggled between the two. Even if I tell others the ship has a problem, and they believe me, I won't get any benefits for saving the ship. Lin Fei muttered, eyes struggling. Maybe some passengers would thank him, and he'd have a good reputation, but it would be forgotten. He wouldn't get anything out of it. If he went to the deserted island, it was different. The system promised status and money. He was an expert in survival, a student of Bear Grylls. Even on a desolate island, he could survive. Lin Fei let go of the handle, walked back to his bed, and lay down, closing his eyes to think. He decided not to say anything. Even if the ship capsized, it had nothing to do with him. Everyone for themselves, the world be damned. He had to go to the deserted island to complete the tasks and secure his glorious future. Even if it meant sacrificing the lives of most people on the ship, he didn't care. Besides, he didn't even know why the ship would have problems. No one would believe me anyway, so there's no point. If the ship sinks, it sinks. I have the system, I won't die. Lin Fei comforted himself. Ding. Host caused the protagonist to make a choice against his character, plundering 300 points of protagonist luck. Host villain luck plus 300. Ding. Host slightly altered the plot, rewarding 5,000 villain points. On the other side, Gu Junking smiled knowingly. It seemed the protagonist wasn't as righteous as he imagined. Lin Fei's choice didn't disappoint him. He had given him a chance. Another day passed, and the cruise was now in the vast ocean. No land was visible. The surroundings were a vast blue, with the sea and sky merging into a magnificent sight. In the captain's bridge, did you do what I asked? Gu Junking sat by the side, sipping tea while speaking to an old man in a white military-style captain's uniform. Young master, everything you ordered is ready. But why do you need so many rescue boats? Is there going to be a problem with the ship? The captain asked, confused. The ship had been taken over by the Gu family, so the crew was naturally replaced by their people. Just to be prepared. Gu Junking smiled. The captain nodded, understanding. For the past day, helicopters had been landing to deliver supplies. The ship's own lifeboats were enough, but Gu Junking had secretly brought in many more. Actually, young master, you don't need so many supplies. This ship has a huge tonnage. It's impossible for it to be in danger unless there's a major accident. The captain hesitated before speaking. Just obey orders. Gu Junking glanced at him casually. He wasn't short on money, so he didn't care about the resources. Besides, having these people survive would help spread his reputation in the capital. Yes. The captain nodded. The weather looks pretty good today. Gu Junking stood up and looked out from the bridge. The past few days had been cloudless, and the sea was extremely calm, as if nothing would happen. But if it wasn't today, they would reach the capital in another day. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes. Young master, the weather at sea is unpredictable. It could be sunny one second and a storm the next. The captain explained. He had lived at sea for decades and seen everything. He had even survived a shipwreck before. Of course, even a storm wouldn't threaten this ship. We call it unsinkable. The captain said confidently. It was the largest cruise ship in Luodu, a giant at sea, truly not afraid of ordinary storms. You set up a great flag there. Looks like this ship is doomed. You shouldn't say things like unsinkable. Gu Junking thought silently. Like the Titanic, which was hailed as a miracle of world industrial history, and unsinkable, it sank on its maiden voyage. Because there were only 20 lifeboats, over 1,500 people were buried at the bottom of the sea. It was easy to see the terror of a shipwreck. This ship had over 1,500 passengers, not counting the 1,000-plus crew members. Nearly 3,000 people in total. If a serious shipwreck occurred, the death toll would be uncountable. All right, that's all. Notify me if anything happens. Don't hide any small details or signs. Gu Junking finished his tea and turned to leave. The captain and his deputy bowed respectfully. Captain, is there really going to be an accident? I heard the young master's tone. It seems like something bad will happen. And I heard the young master has the ability to predict the future. I wonder if it's true. The deputy asked curiously after Gu Junking left. I don't know, but predicting the future is mythologizing the young master. He just likes to take precautions, and usually, the things he takes precautions against actually happen. The captain smiled bitterly. Anyway, just be prepared. With the rescue boats the young master brought, if something happens, we can save a lot of people. The captain sighed. Although he didn't really believe a large cruise ship would have an accident, he had to follow Gu Junking's orders. He arranged all the delivered rescue boats and food so there wouldn't be panic if danger came. However, I feel the weather is a bit strange. Have you ever seen such a calm sea? The captain looked at the still, calm ocean and sky and muttered. Indeed, I have never seen such a calm sea. And why are there so many fish? The deputy looked at the fish jumping madly around the cruise ship, confused. It's like they're being chased, or trying to avoid something. Tell everyone to be alert. If there's any movement, make sure everyone is careful. The captain ordered and returned to steering. Gu Junking returned to his room after talking to the captain. Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu were lying on the deck sunbathing. The two women were dazzling under the sun, skin like snow, features like a painting. Junking, come over here. The sun feels so good. Nirongwan sat up, smiling at Gu Junking. Yeah, but Wanner, your skin is just too good. So white and tender, I'm a little jealous. Luo Ningyu chimed in, teasing Nirongwan with a mischievous smile. No wonder brother Junking liked licking it last night. Are you talking about me? I don't know who had a certain body part pinched until it was swollen last night. Nirongwan retorted. They were relaxed in front of Gu Junking, as they had been intimate many times. There was no shyness left. They bickered like best friends. Gu Junking smiled, satisfied. The feeling of a group activity was indeed not bad. It was no wonder a certain artist from his previous life was so addicted to it. Gu Junking sat in the chair between them, looking at the sea and sky. The view from the luxury presidential suite was excellent. It really felt like the poem realizing the vastness of the world, feeling like a single grain in the ocean. It broadened the mind. Junking, what were you doing earlier? Mirongwon asked, her hair draped loosely, looking beautiful and gentle. Yeah, you were gone for so long. Don't tell me you went to find us more sisters? Luoningyu asked, pouting. She was one of the first to confirm her relationship with Gu Junking. She watched as his list of girls grew and grew. Even her own teacher, Yu Meojin, didn't escape his grasp. This pervert. Chapter 569. Exactly. You were gone for so long. You didn't go off to find us more sisters, did you? Luoningyu said, pouting. Gu Junking arched an eyebrow. It seems I need to punish you both, so you can check for yourselves whether I have been finding you new sisters. He had kindly gone to ensure everyone's safety, yet they assumed he was out playing around. It was time for a proper punishment. He scooped them up, slinging one over each shoulder. They shrieked as their slender, porcelain feet kicked and struggled in the air, but they were no match for him. They could only yield to him, half reluctantly. An hour passed before the three of them emerged from the room again. The two women had flushed cheeks and misty eyes, a clear sign of their recent exertion. They looked at Gu Junking with shyness, unable to meet his gaze. Even the usually brazen Luoningyu was the same. Her delicate white feet, tucked into loose-strapped sandals, curled up in discomfort, as if they had endured some inhuman ordeal. Once outside, they realized the scene had changed completely. Junking, we were only in the room for an hour. Why has it turned pitch black outside? Mirongwon asked, clutching him while looking at the darkening sky through the window. Moments ago, the sky had been clear and calm. Now thick, dark clouds smothered the sun, and the deep rumble of thunder rolled across the horizon. The sight was oppressive and despair-inducing. Huge waves battered the cruise ship, causing it to rock violently. The power of nature is beyond what ordinary people can fathom. Is it going to rain hard? Luoningyu asked, startled. Having never experienced such sudden weather at sea, they were gripped by panic. I was wondering why it felt shaky. I thought Junking had broken the bed, Luoningyu murmured. We can try that next time, Gu Junking said, playfully flicking her nose. The bed frame was nothing to him, but these two cuties couldn't handle that kind of frequency. The howling wind battered the windows. Mirongwon and Luoningyu rushed to seal the presidential suite tight. Junking, will the ship be okay? The wind is already this strong before the rain even starts, Mirongwon said, filled with worry. The terror of a storm at sea was unimaginable to those who lived on land. Don't worry, a ship this size doesn't go down that easily. Gu Junking pulled them into his arms to comfort them. Only in his embrace could they settle their panicked hearts. Unless they encountered an extreme tsunami or superstorm, a ship of this tonnage wouldn't capsize easily. Outside, the tourists gathered were panicking at the rocking ship and the darkened sky. I checked the forecast this morning. There shouldn't be any storms on this route. What is going on? Exactly, and it came so fast. It was sunny a moment ago. This rocking is going to kill me. Is the ship sinking? Some experienced travelers appeared unfazed. You amateurs. This is just a minor storm. It is just a bit of wind and rain. It is no threat to a ship like this, one said, swirling his wine glass, with an air of faux profundity. Zhou Chen had just finished a 5-minute romp with Lin Fei's ex-girlfriend. He was looking for some entertainment and seized the chance to show off his experience. He had ridden this cruise many times, and had seen the prelude to such storms more than once. Though he had panicked the first time, he was numb to it now. Hearing this, the crowd relaxed and went back to having fun. Then, the broadcast system chimed. Dear passengers, please close your windows. A storm is approaching, and the ship may experience some swaying. Please do not linger outside, and return to your rooms for your safety. See? The crew said there will only be some minor rocking. What are you afraid of? Zhou Chen said, a smug smile on his face as he swirled his glass. In the crowd, one pair of eyes watched Zhou Chen with disgust. It was Lin Fei, who had come out looking for supplies. He was already prepared for the ship to capsize. According to information from the system in his mind, the sinking was a foregone conclusion. He just needed to focus on protecting himself. He easily swiped a life vest from the storage room for emergencies. Young Master Zhou, is there really no problem? Someone asked, still panicking. Rest assured, this cruise, the anthem of the ocean, is famously unsinkable, Zhou Chen said with total confidence. He was certain the ship would stand firm. After all, it had once belonged to him. At the thought, Zhou Chen wore a bitter expression and downed 2 glasses of red wine. It was heartbreaking. His cruise, his position as head of the family, all gone. They made it sound nice, taking over the branch in the capital, but it was really just pushing him away from the center of power. He probably would not even be allowed back in Luodu. Zhou Chen felt immense regret. Why did he ever cross paths with that asshole, Gu Junking? Asshole, son of a bitch, I have really had the worst luck, he cursed inwardly. He only dared to curse in his heart. In person, he was weak and submissive before Gu Junking, not even daring to speak a harsh word. I still advise everyone to be prepared and go get a life vest, Lin Fei suggested. He looked at the crowded restaurant and hesitated. With thousands of people on board, he could not bring himself to watch them all die, so he spoke up. What kind of small-timer are you? Do you have the right to speak here? Zhou Chen recognized Lin Fei. He was already seething with anger and vented it all on Lin Fei. Chapter 570. Who are you nobody? You have no place to speak here. Zhou Chen spotted Lin Fei and immediately recognized the brat. He was already seething with rage, and now, he unleashed it all on Lin Fei. He dared only curse Gu Junking in his heart, but someone like Lin Fei, powerless and talkative, was the perfect target for his heavy blows. Exactly. Lin Fei, just stop spouting nonsense, Li Yan chimed in. Lin Fei's ex-girlfriend, now Zhou Chen's current, sauntered over to mock him. Lin Fei caught a glimpse of her disheveled hair and flirtatious eyes. He sneered, opting to stay silent. Inside, however, he cursed Zhou Chen viciously. He had never even dared to touch that girl, and now this bastard had turned her into a mess. He vowed to settle the score once they reached the deserted island. He felt a deep sense of frustration. Watch yourself, kid. Once we hit shore, you are going to regret this. Zhou Chen ignored him after that, busy indulging in the decadence with the other guests. A moment later, the sky opened up. Rain poured down, creating a misty spray across the deck that looked like a waterfall. Locked windows and doors rattled violently under the onslaught of the storm. The gale grew fiercer, causing the sea to heave and crash against the ship, splashing waves even over the towering bow. Yet, the cruise ship stood firm. As time passed, the storm's intensity seemed to wane, and it clearly would not last much longer. Given this trend, the ship would be perfectly safe. This surely proved that Zhou Chen was right. See, I told you, unless there is a freak wave or storm, this ship cannot sink. Zhou Chen laughed, wrapping his arm around Li Yan. Young Master Zhou is truly experienced and knowledgeable. We were the ignorant ones. This is indeed just a small storm. Several people flattered him. At the same time, they could not help but despise Lin Fei, which nobody was just questioning young Master Zhou. That is right. You dare to spout such bad luck? I am the chairman of a beverage company, and I could ruin a brat like you with a single sentence. Do not hate me for this, but people in high places prioritize these things. The chairman scoffed. This made Lin Fei frown, his expression darkening. If the trend held, the ship really would not sink. Was his system hallucinating? It was impossible, though. The survival system had been too explicit. A shipwreck had to happen. If it did not, his life would become incredibly difficult among all these powerful figures. The chairman had already threatened to ruin him with a word. A sense of dread clutched at his heart. The darkness within him grew heavier. Wanting to escape, he pushed open the door and stepped into the corridor. Thick shutters had been raised to block out the storm. He wanted to explore the ship, wondering if the timing was wrong, or if something was amiss. People in the cabin were panicking earlier, but now that the storm seemed to be passing, everyone had retreated to their rooms. Lin Fei wandered down through the levels. Many areas were usually restricted to guests. Strangely, there were no staff members guarding the important access points. Lin Fei did not find it odd, assuming they had hidden in their quarters. When he reached the lowest deck, a room caught his eye. Ballast tank control room, he muttered to himself. Large ships usually carried ballast to stay stable. If the center of gravity was too high, they would easily capsize, so they used water or stone in the bottom compartments to stay upright. This ensured stability even in rough seas. The cruise ship was currently using water as ballast to compensate for its weight. Usually, someone was stationed here. Today it was empty. Lin Fei's eyes flickered, and he pushed open the door. The control panel stood before him, and the scale of the operation stunned him. The entire bottom of the Ocean Anthem was flooded with water to maintain its structural stability. No wonder the ship stayed standing in such a storm, he whispered. His gaze shifted to the control console. It was littered with buttons and switches, and a control key was left in the ignition. He was speechless. Did the staff leave in such a hurry they could not even pull the key? As he stared, a dark thought crossed his mind. What if the ship did not sink because of the storm, but because the ballast water was drained, making the hull light enough to capsize? His hand hovered over the drainage controller. He struggled with the decision. He did not want to do this, but the big shots were backing him into a corner. If he did not reach the deserted island, his life in the capital would be over, and he would never get his revenge on Zhou Chen and Li Yan. Unbeknownst to Lin Fei, two pairs of eyes were watching his every move. Young master, do we really just let him drain the tanks? The ship might not survive that, the captain said, looking at Gu Junking with confusion. Gu Junking had ordered the staff to leave. These restricted areas would never be abandoned, even during a storm, unless explicitly commanded. The ship won't survive regardless, Gu Junking said indifferently. That is not true. This storm is not that severe, the captain protested. No one knew the Ocean Anthem better than he did. What if there is a 50-meter wave coming? Gu Junking asked. The captain swallowed hard. 50 meters? No ship in the world could survive that. He looked through his binoculars at the ocean, confused. But where would a 50-meter wave come from? I detected an earthquake nearby by a satellite. A 50-meter wave is heading our way, and this storm is merely the prelude. Gu Junking remained calm, though he felt annoyed internally. Even without Lin Fei draining the tanks, the ship was doomed. Meeting a protagonist never brought good luck. He cursed silently. Facing the raw power of nature, even with his foundation establishment level, he felt helpless. Perhaps only by advancing further could he pluck stars and moonshatter the heavens without fear. Of course, Gu Junking was not afraid. If he had wanted to leave, he would have done so the moment he identified the protagonist. Chapter 571. Rest assured, I will not die. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes, peering into the darkening, violent weather outside the ship. His keen vision allowed him to spot the towering, surging waves in the distance. He shifted his focus to the monitors, watching Lin Fei's every move. Lin Fei hesitated no longer, desperate to secure his escape to the deserted island. He steeled his heart and pressed the button to release the ballast water. After hitting the switch, he turned and scurried away, his conscience clearly rattled. The massive discharge valves opened wide, and the water in the ballast tanks plummeted at a visible rate as it surged outward. Consequently, the cruise ship's total tonnage dropped rapidly, which would usually be fine under normal sailing conditions. However, the ship was currently caught in the middle of a storm, and this shift caused the entire hull to sway violently. It no longer felt as sturdy as it had moments ago. The guests in the main lounge felt the ship's massive instability and began to panic. A man was thrown to the floor, hitting his head against a table, and he looked up in complete bewilderment. "Young Master Zhou, what is happening? Why is the ship rocking so violently?" Zhou Chen grabbed the railing next to him, feeling helpless. He did not understand the situation either. Ornaments throughout the lounge crashed down, and the hundreds of people present grabbed onto anything nearby to keep from falling. Everyone was in a state of panic, unaware of the actual cause. People tumbled and objects fell in rooms throughout the cruise liner. The passengers were thrown into disarray by the rocking hull, and as they looked at the raging storm outside, many lost all sense of direction. Some even began to pray silently. Finally, the ship's broadcast system crackled to life at the perfect moment. It was no longer the pleasant voice of a stewardess, but the deep, authoritative tone of the captain. "Passengers, this is the person in charge of the Song Dynasty cruise ship. I must announce an emergency. The ship is about to be struck by a massive wave, and staff will lead you to a secure area. Please do not panic." The captain's voice calmed the crowd's agitation somewhat. Soon, staff members were organized to guide passengers from their rooms to a central hall. "Is the video recorded?" Gu Junking asked the captain, his eyes flickering. "It is," the captain replied, his voice filled with reverence for Gu Junking. Lin Fei's actions were captured from start to finish on the black box, and even if the ship capsizes, investigators will find it. "I have made several backups, and there are no flaws in the footage." The captain turned off the intercom and addressed Gu Junking with profound respect and admiration. He felt no more fear. In his mind, if his young master was willing to face this crisis alongside them, he had no reason to panic. He was deeply moved by Gu Junking's decision to stay behind. Although he knew staying on the ship might lead to death, Gu Junking's presence offered them comfort. He now understood the reason behind Gu Junking's insistence on transporting so much survival gear earlier. The original supplies on the ship would never have been enough for thousands of people to escape. Fewer than 100, perhaps even fewer than dozens, would have survived. Now, the available resources were sufficient to save everyone on board. The captain was reminded of Gu Junking's reputation in Luodu, the Good Samaritan. He confirmed that the title was well-deserved, and that Gu Junking was truly a virtuous man. To him, Gu Junking had stayed behind specifically to protect the people on the ship. As for dealing with that man named Lin Fei, that went without saying. Lin Fei clearly harbored malicious intent. That was why the handsome and kind-hearted young master had decided to stop him. "Handle the operations room as quickly as possible, then go to the safe room to hide. The waves will hit us in just a few minutes." Gu Junking took one last look at the distant tsunami, which towered like a cloud, and rushed toward their massive vessel with irresistible force. It was a power rarely matched by humanity, easily capable of overturning a cruise ship weighing hundreds of thousands of tons. Yet, a sudden desire flickered in Gu Junking's heart. His longing to grow stronger intensified. Someday, he would be powerful enough that no external force could threaten him. Understood. The captain nodded and watched Gu Junking depart. After leaving the captain's office, Gu Junking walked toward the safe room. Nurong Wan and Luo Ningyu had already been settled there by him, so he had no concerns for their safety. As he entered the safe room, he ran into Lin Fei, who was rushing toward the entrance. Lin Fei was disoriented and panic-stricken after his impulsive decision to release the ballast water, and he was focused only on his own frantic escape. The two men brushed past each other, and Lin Fei did not even notice him. Gu Junking looked at Lin Fei's retreating back with a profound expression and a mysterious smile before ignoring him entirely. He needed to comfort his two darlings, Nurong Wan and Luo Ningyu, and wondered if they were frightened. The safe room was a massive, enclosed hall. It was specifically designed as a sealed exit point in case of storms or tsunamis, intended to prevent flooding. If the cruise ship were to sink, passengers could escape through this room. Many passengers who had responded to the captain's announcement had already arrived. The faces of the guests were filled with anxiety, helplessness, and fear. They were unsure if they would survive the impact of the tsunami. The terror of impending death hung over everyone in the room. Gu Junking soon spotted Nurong Wan and Luo Ningyu huddled in a corner. The two women looked anxious and lost, scanning the crowd as if searching for someone. Their expressions eased the moment they saw Gu Junking. "Junking, come over here." The two women waved him over. "Were you frightened? Do not worry, I am here." Gu Junking leaned toward them, looking into their eyes with a gentle, reassuring expression. For some reason, the women, who had been completely at a loss, felt their hearts settle immediately. Both shook their heads. No matter what happened, as long as Gu Junking was by their side, they would not feel any fear. Chapter 572. By this time, most of the passengers and crew had gathered in the safety room. Whether anyone was still missing remained unknown. Gu Junking did not care about others. He simply pulled the two girls by the hands and retreated into a small, hidden room in the corner. For him, it was enough that his own people were safe. Almost all employees with ties to the Gu family were hiding in similar small compartments throughout the ship. Some tourists tried to squeeze into these rooms, but the space was far too limited. As a result, thousands of people were left outside in the main safety room. The survivors had no choice but to wait. A massive wave, roaring like a beast, barreled toward the cruise ship. The ship's piercing alarms screamed into the air. Automated systems engaged, locking every door and window securely. Fortunately, the space was large enough to hold ample oxygen. It could sustain over 1,000 people for several hours. Soon, everyone felt the ship shudder as something massive struck the hull. The gigantic vessel, usually a titan on the sea, began spinning like a toy in the mountain height tsunami. The ship tilted sharply. People in the safety room were thrown off balance. Against the raw power of nature, the multi-ton cruise ship felt insignificant. It stood no chance and was instantly capsized by the waves. The ship rolled violently through the churning sea. Everyone tumbled uncontrollably, unable to fight such overwhelming force. They were tossed like passengers on a roller coaster. People fell from the floor to the ceiling, only to crash back down again. Everything in the room became a lethal projectile. The designers had accounted for such a scenario. The room contained few light fixtures or tables, and none were sharp. However, the items brought by the guests were a different story. Many carried sharp objects that flew wildly as the ship flipped. The room spun in a dizzying whirl. Because of momentum, bodies slammed into objects, and some were even pierced. Many people suffered injuries, and some even died. If this was the state inside the safety room, one could only imagine the nightmare for those still in their cabins. As for Gu Junking and his two companions, they remained perfectly safe. Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu were protected by Gu Junking. Gu Junking held one in each hand while tucked into the tight space. A faint, glowing light shimmered around them. It was his internal energy, projected outward to keep them from hitting anything. Junking, the ship seems to have stopped moving. Should we go out and take a look? Nirongwan whispered with a solemn face. Even the usually lively Luo Ningyu dared not breathe. This was their first time facing such a major disaster. If not for Gu Junking, they would have panicked long ago. The sound of the tsunami and the violent tumbling had truly terrified them. Fortunately, Gu Junking was by their sides, and they did not have a single scratch. They did not even look disheveled. Let us go out and see what the situation is, Gu Junking said, petting their heads before stepping out. The sight inside the safety room was a scene of utter destruction. Wood fragments, broken lamps, and chaotic debris lay everywhere. The floor was covered in wailing passengers. Many were already motionless. Some had been pierced by sharp splinters in a gruesome display. The sight left both women silent, their eyes filled with pity. They never imagined that the disasters they usually saw on television would happen to them in reality. If not for Gu Junking, they had no idea what might have happened. The tourists in the other small compartments had fared better, suffering mostly from the crushing and jostling. Once the spinning stopped, they emerged from their hideouts. Seeing the wreckage and the injured, they erupted in grief. Some searched for their loved ones, weeping with joy when they found them alive. Others embraced the cold bodies of family members, crying out in agony. Many survivors were panicked and confused. The aftermath of a disaster is always difficult to bear. Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu began to sob. Gu Junking pulled them into his arms, though he felt none of the usual desire to tease them. Do not look, Gu Junking said softly, his eyes indifferent. The two girls nodded against his chest. Fortunately, the room had little furniture, so the death toll was low. Only a few hundred were injured or dead, and most injuries were minor bruises from the tumbling. Gu Junking caught the eye of the captain, who emerged from a small compartment. The captain gave a subtle nod before stepping onto a high platform. Everyone, do not panic. The crisis is not over yet. Look at our doors, which are now on the walls. This means the ship has flipped on its side. The ship is flooding, and if we do not escape, we will all perish here. We must prioritize rescuing the injured first, the captain shouted to the crowd. However, the survivors were too relieved to have survived to pay much attention. They were busy tending to their own or mourning their dead. Is there not a beta positioning system on the ship? Why have you not called for rescue? Zhou Chen shouted. Zhou Chen and Li Yan emerged, seemingly unscathed, with Lin Fei trailing behind. Their expressions were filled with panic. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow. As expected of the male lead, the villain, and the female villain, they seemed completely unaffected. They did not appear to have a single scratch on them. I do not know why, but the positioning system has failed. The rescue teams will likely not be able to find us. I tried to issue a warning before the disaster struck, but no signal went out, the captain said with a bitter expression. Gu Junking mentally attributed this to the protagonist effect. Since the ship had flipped, they would naturally have to end up on a deserted island. If they were rescued immediately, Lin Fei would have nothing to do. The setting for a deserted island protagonist usually involves a location covered by a special magnetic field. Radar would never easily find them there. I knew the signal had been cut, Zhou Chen muttered, looking lost. The tourists also realized their phones had no service. Finding rescue would be extremely difficult now. It is all your fault for being a jinx and saying the ship would flip, Zhou Chen shouted at Lin Fei, who was standing nearby. I told you to prepare, but you did not listen. If the captain had not warned us in time, you think all these people would be standing here. So, the blame lies with you, Lin Fei retorted, curling his lips to hide his guilt. His heart hammered, and he felt lost. He did not know if it was his opening of the hatch that had caused the ship to flip. Seeing the bodies laid out nearby, he felt a wave of guilt. If he had not been so impatient, he would not have done such a reckless thing. You little brat, you are a jinx and you dare blame me. I will fight you, Zhou Chen roared, moving to attack. Beat him up, kill him, Others nearby shouted, fueled by anger. The people in the safety room were in a fragile state of mind. They felt the relief of survival, the grief of loss, and a panic that needed an outlet. Without rescue, would so many of them actually survive? I want my mommy. Mommy, open your eyes and look at me. A 4-year-old girl cried, clinging to the body of a severely injured woman. She would not let anyone touch her. A bystander said sadly, I saw this woman jump to block a wooden plank to save her child. Her injuries are severe, and she may not last. This scene quelled the desire for Zhou Chen and Lin Fei to fight. They stared at each other, still loathing one another, but turned away, and spat on the ground in disgust. Lin Fei noticed the child's crying. He felt increasingly guilty. He had already done the deed, so he could only think of how to make amends. He had some first aid knowledge and started to step forward, but another warm, magnetic voice interrupted. Good child, do not cry. I will save your mother, a gentle voice spoke near the girl. The crowd looked over and froze. Is this an angel? Are we all dead? And has an angel come to take us to heaven? Someone moaned. I am no angel, Gu Junking said with a faint smile. He did not pay attention to the others. Instead, he walked to the little girl and comforted her. Big brother, can you save my mommy? I do not know what to do. Mommy will not answer me, even though she always kisses my face when I call her, the little girl said, her face streaked with tears as she clung to Gu Junking's leg. Even a 4-year-old had some concept of life and death. Do not worry, I will save your mother, Gu Junking said, petting her head before squatting down to examine the woman's condition. Chapter 573. Gu Junking examined the child's mother and discovered her injuries were quite severe. With no medical tools on hand, he used several silver needles, inserting them into her vital points to stabilize her condition. The mother soon opened her dazed eyes. Seeing this, the little girl rushed to her side, and the mother gently stroked her daughter's head while watching her weep. You should thank that big brother, the mother said weakly. She had been conscious moments ago, hearing her daughter's voice, but unable to wake. Thank you, big brother, the little girl said. She wiped her tears, turned, and hugged Gu Junking's leg with gratitude. No need, as long as you are safe, Gu Junking replied with a smile. Applause erupted throughout the room, sparked by his actions. Everyone, do not give up. Keep pushing, we will be rescued, but let us help those in need first. The survivors finally began to unite, helping the other injured tourists. The captain called out to the crowd, everyone quiet down. This is the young master of the Gu family from Lodu. Under his leadership, we will overcome these difficulties. Since we are in a critical situation, I hope we can all look out for one another and get through this together. Seeing that everyone's fighting spirit had finally been lifted, the captain stood on a raised spot to rally them. Indeed, we are not safe yet. Do not slack off, help each other, and we will surely escape. The feelings of depression and despair gradually dissipated, replaced by a fierce desire to survive. Gu Junking's actions had provided a glimmer of comfort to those who had lost all hope. We will stick with young Master Gu. I believe he can lead us to safety, the crowd chanted. Whether it was his natural leadership charisma or something else, everyone trusted Gu Junking completely. So he is the young master of a powerful family. No wonder he can travel with two beauties, Lin Fei thought with a tinge of jealousy. Right now, the people needed a backbone, something to unite them. Otherwise, people like Lin Fei and Zhou Chen, who clearly disliked each other, would eventually come to blows. However, the crowd's cheering made Lin Fei indignant, wondering why they had to be led by a playboy. He could lead them to safety just as well. In his mind, young masters like this were useless for anything other than bothering women. Seeing how excited everyone else was, he chose not to object. Everyone quiet down. Those with minor injuries can be brought to me, and I will be responsible for treating them. Please cooperate and let us race against time. The crowd of hundreds cheered at Gu Junking's voice. They began clearing out the safe room, and Gu Junking treated many injured people, even saving several who were on the brink of death. Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu stayed by his side, assisting him. With everyone working together, the area was quickly organized. Those who could not walk were assisted by others, while those who had passed away were respectfully set aside. The captain approached Gu Junking and whispered, I had my people check the situation. The ship has tilted 90 degrees, and while the tsunami has passed, the storm continues. The lifeboats are ready, we just need to lead everyone out. Gu Junking gave a slight nod. The captain stood up and shouted to the crowd, follow me. We cannot stay on this ship any longer. Let's head to the lifeboats. Everyone agreed. Led by Gu Junking, they moved in an orderly formation, supporting one another behind the captain, not leaving a single injured person behind. Even Zhou Chen, Li Yan, and Lin Fei followed along obediently. Once they left the safe room, the storm blinded them, the violent wind and rain lashing against their faces. Outside, the sky was pitch black, devoid of any sunlight. It was clear that while the tsunami had receded, the storm raged on. The cruise ship was battered and ruined, groaning and creaking under the pressure. The group had to hold tightly to the railings, helping the person in front of them move forward slowly. I wonder when we will reach the deserted island. Probably not until we get on the lifeboats, Lin Fei thought as he walked. As he was lost in thought, an elderly man in front of him cried out. The old man, weakened by age and unable to withstand the gale, slipped and fell, about to slide off the deck. Lin Fei instinctively reached out to grab him, but another hand was faster. It was Gu Junking, who seized the old man and pulled him back to safety. Are you hurt anywhere? Gu Junking asked politely. I am fine, thank you young man for saving me. I have no heirs, so after saving me, you are now my sole successor. I do not have much, but I run a small company in the capital called Longyu Real Estate, and I have some standing there. I know you may not care for it, but you saved my life, so you must accept this asset, the old man said gratefully. Longyu Real Estate? That is one of the top property firms in the capital, and he is just giving it away, someone exclaimed upon hearing this. Lin Fei stood speechless. Gu Junking remained composed. Lin Fei was frustrated because he had almost been the one to save the man, but Gu Junking had beaten him to it. He felt growing jealousy toward Gu Junking. It was largely because of the two beauties, Nirongwan and the other girl, who never left Gu Junking's side, even amidst constant danger. How could a playboy like him win the hearts of two beauties, while even Li Yan would betray him? He had to become stronger, so that no one would ever look down on him again. Ding. Host has seized the protagonist Lin Fei's opportunity. Lin Fei's protagonist luck -100, host's villain luck +100. Ding. Host has slightly altered the plot, rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Gu Junking found the plot absurd. If he hadn't been keeping an eye on Lin Fei, he might have missed this opportunity. The scenario where someone gifts their entire estate simply for being saved was something that only happened in novels. Let's talk about it once we make it back alive, Gu Junking said with a smile. He steadied the old man before continuing down the line to help others. He wanted to see this good deed through to the end, hoping to boost his reputation, and perhaps stumble upon more of the protagonist's opportunities. Chapter 574. With Gu Junking's help, everyone quickly reached the bow, where the captain and hundreds of crew members were already waiting. The surface of the sea was lined with large, floating spherical life rafts. These rafts were fully enclosed like tents, designed to stay afloat. They were engineered to withstand the storm and ensure they wouldn't be flipped by the waves. Line up in an orderly fashion. The injured and the elderly go first. Men, protect the women and children. Do not crowd. The captain shouted. Deep down, he felt immense admiration for Gu Junking's foresight. Without the resources Gu Junking had secured, they never would have had so many life rafts. The cruise ship was slowly sinking into the sea, and everyone knew their lives hung in the balance. Getting onto a raft meant safety. Furthermore, no one knew if there were enough spots for everyone. Being left behind meant facing certain death. Yet, even in such a dire situation, no one rushed or fought. Instead, they formed orderly lines to board the rafts one by one. They saw that even in this critical moment, the distinguished young Master Gu was not fighting for a spot. How could they justify such behavior themselves? Everyone felt immense admiration for Gu Junking's calm composure and generosity. You and you. You will ride in the same raft as me. Gu Junking directed the queue while pointing at a few individuals. These people were Lin Fei, Zhou Chen, and Li Yan. With the protagonist and the antagonists in his raft, the journey would surely be devoid of accidents. Gu Junking had stayed behind so confidently because he had planned for this day. With these people around, he knew major crises would be avoided. Lin Fei initially wanted to retort and ask why. Then he realized that if Gu Junking shared his raft, Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu would be there too. Once they reached the deserted island, he would have a chance to win them over. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes, a flicker of calculation in his heart, before nodding expressionlessly and standing beside Gu Junking. Zhou Chen and Li Yan, naturally, didn't dare to resist and obediently stopped where they were. Zhou Chen had already been terrified by Gu Junking, and his obedience was absolute. Hurry, warm my hands with your body. I'm going to catch a cold from this rain. Shivering, Zhou Chen shoved his hand into Li Yan's warm bosom, and let out a sigh of relief. Li Yan stood there in silence, her body trembling slightly as she felt his cold hand. She dared not pull away, for in this relationship, she was the one blindly devoted to him. A true model of a man. I'm impressed. Gu Junking watched the scene with a speechless expression. A trace of displeasure appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. Zhou Chen, are you even a man? I've never seen a man use his own woman just to stay warm. Whether I'm a man, your ex-girlfriend knows best, wouldn't you agree? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled suggestively. Besides, this is between my girlfriend and me. What does it have to do with you? Oh, I know, you've never touched her before, so you're jealous, right? I've even sought warmth in a different cave. You've never tried that, have you? Zhou Chen, you are looking for death. Lin Fei's anger flared, and he spoke with seething rage. He had been extremely respectful toward Li Yan in the past, never touching her when she was unwilling. Recalling this now filled him with waves of regret. At the same time, his hatred for Zhou Chen deepened. In his heart, he had already marked Zhou Chen as a dead man. Junking, do you want to warm up too? Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu whispered. They had noticed Gu Junking glancing at Zhou Chen and Li Yan just a moment ago. You two silly girls. If I hadn't been circulating internal energy to keep you warm, you would have frozen by now. Gu Junking replied, sounding annoyed. Gu Junking held one of their hands in each of his own. He circulated his inner energy, transmitting it through their meridians to fill their bodies with warmth, which is why they felt no cold at all. Hee, we were just joking. Luo Ningyu giggled. Comparing their situation to Li Yan's, they felt incredibly lucky to have met Gu Junking. One can only see a person's true nature during a crisis. Gu Junking's actions today showed them what a real man is, and they were fortunate to have encountered him. Each life raft could hold over a dozen people, and there were more than 400 rafts across the sea. The outside waters were still raging, and if the rafts weren't tied to the cruise ship, they would have already drifted who knows where. Thus, even while inside the rafts, no one knew if they would successfully drift to land. It was more likely that they would drift further and further away, until their food ran out, and they starved to death. Alternatively, if a raft were dragged to the bottom of the sea, they would have no chance of survival. Everyone knew this was a moment of life and death, and survival depended entirely on luck. Everyone, if anyone manages to escape this danger, I must have a drink with you all. Indeed, if I can return, I will build a monument for young Master Gu, and present him with a banner of honor. Haha, what's the point of a monument, or a banner? If I survive, I, Chen, will follow young Master Gu's lead from now on. Before parting, everyone expressed their gratitude to Gu Junking. They knew that without his help, they wouldn't have had a chance to survive, and would likely have already been buried at the bottom of the sea. I have already given my family's wealth to young Master Gu, so there is no need for extra words. The old man who had just been saved by Gu Junking laughed heartily. Take care, everyone. Gu Junking's calm voice reached them, a hint of gratification in his eyes. Knowing how to repay kindness was fine, as long as his reputation as the great philanthropist Gu was spread. Once each raft was full, they sealed the hatches and cut the ropes tethering them to the cruise ship. Instantly, the rafts were swallowed by the towering waves like black ants, drifting away. No one could guarantee they would live. Fortunately, every raft was stocked with enough food and fresh water to sustain them for at least several days. If they had no food, they might manage until things calmed down and they could catch fish. Without water, however, they would be reduced to drinking urine. If they found their own urine repulsive, they would have to trade with others. Gu Junking had also boarded a raft. It was a confined space, though not small, with several compartments filled with food. Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu sat beside him. Gu Junking felt very secure. After all, he was escaping with the book's protagonist and two antagonists. With the protagonist's luck, survival was guaranteed. Zhou Chen, Li Yan, and Lin Fei sat on the other side. Several others had also boarded, including the captain, staff members, and Zhou Chen's underlings, all joining Gu Junking on the raft. As a villain on the deserted island, Zhou Chen naturally had his underlings. The captain and staff were related to the Gu family, so they naturally chose to stay with Gu Junking. It could be said that only Lin Fei was truly alone. This fit the tone of a deserted island survival story. Generally, in the early stages, the protagonist has no helpers, just living happily with 2 or 3 goddesses. Gu Junking didn't care about that though. With him there, that scenario would never happen. Splash, splash, rumble. Rain pounded and thunder roared outside the raft, which continued to toss violently on the turbulent sea. Everyone huddled together like ants to withstand the intense impact. Ah! Li Yan's screams of terror echoed incessantly inside the raft, revealing her complete panic. She didn't know if she would survive. Meanwhile, Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu leaned into Gu Junking's embrace, feeling completely safe. As long as they were with him, it didn't matter whether they lived or died. Even they found it strange that, despite usually fearing even a cockroach, they felt no dread in this life or death crisis. Gu Junking had protected them so well. Perhaps this is love, they whispered to themselves. They didn't know how long, or how far the raft had been tossing, but after they had all gone numb, the movement finally ceased. Through the canopy, those inside seemed to see a sliver of light. Everyone, having not seen the sun for a long time, was ecstatic. The captain quickly opened the seal, and an expanse of azure blue filled their vision. The sea was no longer dark or violent, but had become beautiful once again. Such is the ocean, at times violent, at times gentle, and always unpredictable. Water can support a boat, but it can also capsize it. A strange gleam flashed in Gu Junking's eyes. It seemed likely that many people would survive this disaster. If someone reached land and found rescue, his reputation as a kind-hearted, noble person would spread. That would make his future endeavors in the capital much easier. Reputation is paramount to anyone. Throughout history, countless ambitious leaders have paid great attention to maintaining their image. It was like Cao Cao in his past life. He wanted to kill Su Yu, but due to his desire to maintain his image, he had his subordinates do it. In the end, he punished them merely for a minor drunken indiscretion. Villains, however, often disregard such things, leading to their downfall when everyone turns against them. Chapter 575. Everyone untied the hatch to gaze out at the beautiful, dreamy blue ocean. Despite the view, their minds still replayed the image of the dark, churning water, leaving them feeling a lingering sense of dread. They were just relieved that they had survived this far. Does anyone have a phone with battery left, or any other way to contact the outside world? Zhou Chen asked the group, his eyes filled with a flicker of hope. He was lost and had no idea how much time had passed, so he desperately needed to know their location. If he could just make a call, rescue teams would surely find them in no time. The captain shook his head helplessly and explained that it was impossible. Their phones had long since run out of power, and even if they had charge, there was zero signal here. The captain added that they could only drift at sea for now and hope for rescue. Everyone fell silent, pinning all their hopes on a rescue party. The heavy atmosphere of terror had vanished, now that everyone had safely survived. They began to eat the food from the life raft, laughing and chatting. Zhou Chen relaxed his mood, leaned back against the seat, and asked the captain, "Was this cruise ship provisioned by the Gu family?" He remarked with a sigh that when his family controlled the ship, the lifeboats could only support a few dozen people. He marveled at how thorough the Gu family's preparations were. It seemed that the very ship Gu Junking had scammed him out of had ended up saving his life. It was ordered by young Master Gu. The captain replied calmly after a brief pause. He didn't know the details of the conflict between Gu Junking and Zhou Chen, but he simply followed orders. Young Master Gu, I truly have no complaints about transferring the cruise ship to you anymore. Zhou Chen looked at Gu Junking with renewed emotion after hearing the captain. It seems you had quite a few complaints about it. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, his tone and gaze casual, as if he were simply on vacation. No, I wouldn't dare. You know me, young Master Gu, I only have respect and admiration for you. Zhou Chen rubbed his head, suddenly realizing he had spoken the truth. He quickly slapped himself twice, and gave a respectful, awkward smile. Even out here at sea, he dared not offend Gu Junking. Ha, a lapdog. Lin Fei sneered, making his meaning clear. Who the fuck are you cursing? Zhou Chen might have been cowardly in front of Gu Junking, but he had no fear of Lin Fei. He glared at him instantly. I'm just cursing whoever gets worked up. Lin Fei shrugged and spread his hands, feigning innocence. You piece of shit. A piece of trash like you dares to curse me? When we get rescued, wait and see how I deal with you. Zhou Chen spat, fury rising in his heart. He didn't know why he felt so annoyed whenever he saw Lin Fei. It was even worse than seeing Gu Junking, towards whom he sometimes felt a strange sense of familiarity when noticed. Gu Junking was someone he couldn't afford to provoke. But what was Lin Fei? How dare he mock him? Lin Fei's eyes flickered, and a hint of murderous intent rose within them. However, he sneered inwardly. They would definitely end up on a deserted island, and he was the man with the deserted island system, the king of the wild. Would this Zhou Chen still be able to act so arrogant on his turf? A burning intensity flashed in Lin Fei's eyes. It was coming, soon. Once he reached the island, his path to rise would begin. He would be just like the feared Gu Junking, worshipped by the masses and standing before millions. Suddenly, he didn't care about Zhou Chen's words anymore. He was just a minor character. Once they were on the island, he didn't believe he couldn't kill that bastard. Enough, stop fighting. Now is the time for unity, not squabbling. Let's eat first. Since food is scarce, we need to ration it. The captain noticed Gu Junking didn't seem to care about the argument, almost as if he were enjoying the show. Helplessly, he stood up to stop the argument between Lin Fei and Zhou Chen. As the most experienced in maritime survival, he was naturally entrusted with rationing their food and water. Right, ration the food first. I don't care about the provocations of an ant. Zhou Chen sneered and turned his head away from Lin Fei. Lin Fei also snorted, clearly disdainful of Zhou Chen's attitude. Nothing in this world could make him bow his head. This is your food for 1 day and water for 3. The captain handed Zhou Chen 2 compressed biscuits and a bottle of water. What? How is this enough to eat? Zhou Chen looked at the food in his hands, shocked. We don't know how many days we'll be drifting, so we must ration it. What will we do if we run out? The captain sighed, then continued casually. Unless we kill you and eat your meat. Right, of course. This food is definitely enough. Zhou Chen's mouth twitched. Why were all these Gu family people the same, so dark inside? Were they deprived of love as children? It was one thing to be threatened by Gu Junking into selling the Zhou family, but now he was being threatened by a captain. He felt like he had nothing left to live for. Right, my girlfriend also needs 2 packs of biscuits and a bottle of water. Zhou Chen suddenly remembered his girlfriend, Li Yan, and spoke up to the captain. Fine, here. The captain handed over another portion. Honey, you probably can't eat all that, so give me one of the packs of biscuits. Zhou Chen shamelessly handed a pack of biscuits and the water to Li Yan. Fine, I don't eat much anyway. Just make sure you're full, honey. Li Yan smiled weakly and took the food. Although she felt resentful, she had to rely on Zhou Chen for her future, so she could only nod in agreement. Lin Fei sneered, feeling no sympathy for Li Yan's plight. Who told her to abandon him and choose this rich kid? This was the bitterness she deserved, the price of climbing the social ladder. The others watched, but said nothing, as it was a matter between the couple. Chapter 576. Looking at his current state, it's no wonder he gets killed by the protagonist after reaching the island. Gu Junking watched Zhou Chen snatch food from his own girlfriend and shook his head slightly. Truly, a villain with my kind of upstanding character and high morals is one of a kind. Gu Junking thought to himself with a sigh. However, no one present dared to criticize Zhou Chen. Even Lin Fei kept his mouth shut for now. After all, nobody knew if they would survive. In times like these, survival dictates that food and water come first, so Zhou Chen's decision to hoard supplies for his own life was indisputable. Crucially, this was a matter between a couple, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. Still, to rob her so openly without even trying to hide it, such character would make even a dog shake its head. That was why, when Zhou Chen eventually clashed with Lin Fei and got killed, nobody would lift a finger to help him. No one wanted to risk helping an ingrate, fearing that Zhou Chen might turn around and steal their own food next. After all, if he wouldn't spare his own girlfriend, why would he spare strangers? It was inevitable that everyone would despise him and let him die. Gu Junking, however, was not worried about any of this. After all, the people on this lifeboat were handpicked by him, and almost all of them were his own men. Even Zhou Chen's lackeys who wanted to board were assigned to other lifeboats. It was safe to say that he was the real boss of the ship. While the captain was technically in charge, everyone knew who was actually making the calls. The captain worked for the Gu family, and was firmly on Gu Junking's side. Besides, Gu Junking's martial prowess was enough to suppress everyone. Ultimately, nothing was more important than one's own strength. Only in times of peace do people talk about protecting the weak. In all other times, it is a world of survival of the fittest, where the strong devouring the weak is the natural order of things. Junking, have some. Luo Ningyu, sitting beside him, picked up a compressed biscuit and held it to Gu Junking's lips. I'm not hungry. You eat more, because it's not easy to find food out here on the sea. Gu Junking smiled and pushed it back to her. He was currently in the foundation establishment stage, possessing a flawless body, and could even absorb spiritual energy directly from the world. He could go for an unimaginably long time without eating or drinking. Don't worry, if I get hungry, I'll just ask the captain for something. He added, you two need to eat more. Don't let yourselves starve. Gu Junking patted Luo Ningyu's head and openly handed both Mirong 1 and Luo Ningyu 3 packs of compressed biscuits each. Fearing they wouldn't get enough nutrition, he also stuffed 2 cans of meat into their hands. This action left everyone else speechless. If they were going to starve with that much food, what about the rest of them who only had 2 biscuits? Zhou Chen and Lin Fei both grumbled internally about Gu Junking's favoritism. They glanced at each other, feeling a sudden, shared sense of camaraderie against a common foe. But soon, both of them turned their heads away. Piffed, I just made eye contact with a dog. Bad luck, Zhou Chen spat into the sea, muttering curses under his breath. Truthfully, I hate that dog Lin Fei even more than Gu Junking. We'll see who the dog is. Lin Fei scoffed coldly, sentencing Zhou Chen to death in his mind. Truthfully, I hate that dog Zhou Chen even more than Gu Junking. Both of them cursed silently in their hearts. Of course, neither dared to speak their minds in front of Gu Junking. If they dared to say that openly, they would likely be thrown overboard to feed the sharks. Li Yan, consumed by jealousy, twisted her clothes into knots. Comparing the actions of Gu Junking and Zhou Chen, the difference was night and day. Gu Junking would give his food to his women even if he went hungry. Zhou Chen, on the other hand, stole her food to eat. He wasn't even human. She turned to look at Gu Junking's incredibly handsome face, a certain thought deepening in her mind. If she could catch Gu Junking, she would be the one enjoying all this treatment. Besides, those 2 girls looked so naive and inexperienced. How could they possibly be as alluring or as skilled at seducing men as she was? In her eyes, Mirong 1 and Luo Ningyu only held the favor of a man as excellent as Gu Junking because of their pure, youthful looks. Gu Junking surely hadn't tasted other kinds of women yet. How could these pure, schoolgirl types compare to a mature woman like her who had seen it all? How did that saying go? Innocence is worthless in the face of sexiness. Once she found an opportunity to work her charms on Gu Junking, she was sure he would realize how good she was. A look of determination flashed in Li Yan's eyes. She had to have Gu Junking, and once she did, her life would be nothing like it was now. What she didn't know was that Gu Junking had experienced women beyond her wildest imagination. He still had a whole slew of girlfriends back in Luodu. Each of those girlfriends possessed status and capabilities far beyond what Li Yan could compare to. The crowd's gaze focused on Mirong 1 and Luo Ningyu, and looking at the canned meat in their hands, the two felt a bit embarrassed. Was it really okay to be getting special treatment so openly? What's wrong? Is the meat not good? I remember there are fruit cans. You can have some if you're tired of the meat. Gu Junking continued when he saw them looking uncomfortable. Were they fleeing for their lives on the sea? Or were they on vacation? Lin Fei and Zhou Chen looked on with confusion. Hadn't they just escaped the storm? Why did it feel like Gu Junking was on a vacation? Tired of meat? So eat fruit. Even when I wasn't in an emergency, I didn't live as well as they are now, Lin Fei thought, looking slightly dazed. Junking, we just feel like this is too flashy. We can handle hardship. You don't have to give us special treatment. Mirong 1 and Luo Ningyu saw the dazed looks on the others' faces, and noticed the dry biscuits in their hands, a blush rising on their cheeks. Is that so? Don't worry, they won't have any objections, right? Gu Junking glanced at Zhou Chen and Lin Fei, his expression playful. Of course we don't have any objections. 2 lovely girls should eat more. Respecting the elderly and protecting the young, and ladies first, have always been the fine values of our Xia kingdom. Besides, young Master Gu is my elder brother now, so you two are my sisters-in-law. It's only natural for you to get better treatment. Zhou Chen was the first to state his position, his expression extremely sincere and serious. But his inner frustration was palpable. To call his former crush his sister-in-law, there was nothing more painful in this world. What made it worse was that his own act of stealing a biscuit from his girlfriend just now completely contradicted his words. It was effectively a slap to his own face. Li Yan gazed at Gu Junking with increasing intensity, thinking he was not only a gentle, refined gentleman, but also an incredibly domineering protector of his women. He was amazing, and she loved it. At the same time, she cast a subtle, disdainful glance at Zhou Chen. Both were young masters from prominent families, yet the contrast between the two was stark. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and gave a reluctant nod. But in his heart, he scoffed coldly. Gu Junking and his group were too numerous, and they were crammed into a lifeboat. He couldn't resist them right now. Only when they reached the deserted island would he have a chance to topple Gu Junking standing among the others. By then, he would also have a chance to win the hearts of Mirong 1 and Luo Ningyu. He could then live happily ever after with both goddesses. After completing his system's tasks, he would return to the city with these 2 goddesses and, using the rewards from his system, dominate the city. Although he knew this dream was still far off, that didn't stop him from gradually laying out his plans. Gu Junking would eventually become a stepping stone on his path to success. No one could stop his future progress. So, in order to endure until they reached the island, Lin Fei chose to nod and agree to Gu Junking's special treatment of Mirongwan and her friend. Besides, it would all be his in the end. Okay, we'll listen to you. Seeing that no one objected, the two girls could only blush and begin eating their food in silence. Gu Junking looked at them and nodded with satisfaction. Listening to him was the right call. If Zhou Chen got killed by Lin Fei, it was only because of his bad luck and lack of strength, but Gu Junking was different. In terms of moral character, Gu Junking believed he was practically a saint in the eyes of others. As for looks, don't even get him started. Lin Fei and Zhou Chen combined didn't come close to being as handsome as Gu Junking. In terms of strength, he had reached the foundation establishment stage, which was practically bullying people with combat power below 100. If he got serious, Gu Junking could beat Lin Fei to within an inch of his life with a single finger. There was no way they could defeat or kill him. Just then, Luo Ningyu noticed the hungry, predatory look Li Yan was giving Gu Junking, as if she wanted to devour him whole, and felt a surge of alertness. She nudged Mirongwan, who was still eating, and cast a meaningful glance at Li Yan. The two girls immediately understood what was going on in Li Yan's mind. Women are the best at understanding other women, and they could often tell if someone was a green tea type after just one sentence. Most women were extremely sensitive to this, and even though they were still young, they were already quite sharp. Back when they were in class, they had noticed that the most beautiful and glamorous teacher at their school, Yu Miajin, also had a strange way of looking at Gu Junking. Later, they eventually uncovered some secrets between Gu Junking and teacher Yu Miajin. Chapter 577. Time passed, and the lifeboat had been drifting at sea for 2 days. Everyone was starting to lose their patience. Why hasn't the rescue team come yet? Could they have forgotten us? Zhou Chen asked with a hint of dejection. Logically, a shipwreck of this scale should have triggered a massive search operation. Rescue planes and ships should have been scouring the nearby waters for survivors long ago. They had been bobbing on the ocean for days. His head felt like it was about to spin off. Yet, so much time had passed. They had not seen a single life raft or rescue plane, let alone any signs of help. Our country is not like the others. We are always the first to arrive when disaster strikes. The captain shook his head, refuting the claim. Then tell me, what is going on? Why is no one here yet? Zhou Chen pulled at his hair, his expression filled with sorrow. He missed his urban life dearly. These few days at sea made him feel like he was rotting away. The lifeboat was so cramped that he could not even stretch properly. There was no entertainment, and he could not even play with women. If this continued, his body would start to rust. There is only one possibility. We have long since drifted far from the search zone. After such a massive storm, no one knows how far we were swept. The captain sighed, sharing his own theory. Floating on this vast, boundless ocean for days, even he had lost track of their location. He could only rely on the stars at night to determine their approximate coordinates. Yet, for some reason, he felt there was something wrong with the magnetic field here. Even after orienting themselves, they had rowed for ages without finding a single place to land. Across the boat, Lin Fei suddenly felt a surge of excitement. He had an inexplicable feeling that he would be landing on an uninhabited island very soon. Wait, look everyone. What is that? A crew member suddenly shouted, pointing to a black speck at the edge of the horizon. Let me see. The experienced captain picked up the binoculars hanging around his neck and scanned the direction the crew member was pointing. That looks like an island. Should we head toward it, or continue waiting for rescue at sea? The captain asked, though his eyes were fixed on Gu Junking for the final decision. Go, of course we are going. Lin Fei said, his expression anxious. The island was beckoning to him. Once he arrived, his system would wake up and initialize. With the system at his command, he would surely thrive. Since you are so desperate to go, perhaps we should not go at all. Zhou Chen wanted to land just as much as anyone, but seeing Lin Fei's eagerness made him want to refuse out of spite. Simply put, he just could not stand Lin Fei. He was willing to suffer a loss just to see his rival fail. Enough, stop arguing. The captain frowned. The two were like natural enemies who bickered the moment they met, and he could not stop them. Actually, we have to go, whether we want to or not, Gu Junking said suddenly. Ha, why? The captain paused, looking confused. Because there is a big guy behind us that seems to have spotted us. Gu Junking rubbed his nose in annoyance. He could only say that being the main character truly meant never having a moment of peace. A big guy. Before the captain could ask further, a crew member keeping watch at the back of the lifeboat screamed. There is a shark chasing us from behind. This scream shocked everyone on board. They stood up and looked toward the back of the lifeboat. A dorsal fin, sharp as a blade, was cutting through the water. It seemed slow, but was actually moving at lightning speed toward them, and the partially visible silhouette made everyone shudder with fear. Panic instantly took hold. Row faster, row faster. We cannot let ourselves fall into the water, or we are dead. Zhou Chen shouted. He grabbed a paddle and began frantically splashing in the water. He no longer cared about his petty argument with Lin Fei, rowing desperately toward the island. The crew members with strength did their part, rowing in unison. Those without paddles used their hands, all working together to steer toward the island. Hurry, it is about to ram us. We are almost at the shore. The captain yelled anxiously. If the boat capsized, everyone would fall into the water. It would be impossible to tell who might be targeted. It did not matter if something happened to him, but Gu Junking could not be harmed. If Gu Junking got hurt, he would be held responsible for all eternity. Gu Junking sighed. If the boat capsized, many of the supplies on board would be lost. It seemed he would have to take care of this shark himself. Typically, the protagonist of a deserted island story would have no tools, leaving everyone to struggle for survival on the island. However, if they arrived on the island via this lifeboat, the boat would still be useful for their future retreat. But that outcome was clearly not going to happen. Gu Junking's eyes flickered slightly. He did not want to see the lifeboat overturned by a shark. He still intended to enjoy his vacation on the island for a few days. If the supplies on the boat were lost, they would have to forage for food on the island. He would be fine, but Mu Rongwan and Luo Ningyu would go hungry. He would not let them suffer just for his own desire to vacation. He would simply use his system and villain points to bypass the island's strange magnetic field and call for rescue via satellite phone. Ultimately, he was just here for a holiday. And, incidentally, to harvest Lin Fei's luck. Gu Junking stood up and walked to the back of the lifeboat. Watching the dorsal fin glimmering in the sunlight, he estimated the speed of both parties. He sighed internally. It seemed the lifeboat was destined to be rammed before they could make landfall. He casually flicked his finger. The thick, true energy within his body, which had already reached the foundation establishment stage, silently condensed at his fingertip. He formed an invisible silver needle and fired it directly at the head of the great white shark. A soft thud echoed as something pierced the flesh. The great white shark seemed to feel a sudden jolt of pain, sank into the ocean depths, and disappeared instantly. It was truly a case of shark dead. If the great white shark had been conscious, it would have surely complained about being assaulted so crudely and violently. The great white shark seems to be gone. Whew, that was close. The captain looked around, confirming there were no dorsal fins on the sea surface. He breathed a sigh of relief, satisfied that he no longer heard the sound of the fin cutting through the water. Chapter 578. Seeing the shark disappear, everyone started to cheer. At least they had successfully escaped again. They did not know it was Gu Junking who had taken care of the shark. Gu Junking clenched his palm, a strange gleam appearing in his eyes. After killing the shark, he had tentatively activated the heaven-devouring demonic art. To his surprise, he had extracted a trace of the shark's vital essence. Upon returning to his body, his power had strengthened by a fraction. It seems the heaven-devouring demonic art has many miraculous uses I am unaware of, Gu Junking mused. This technique could melt everything in the world, turning himself into a great furnace to consume all. At its peak, it could even swallow the origin of worlds to strengthen the self. It was an incredibly overbearing technique. Junking, are you alright? Mu Rongwan and Luo Ningyu walked over with worried expressions. They saw Gu Junking staring blankly and assumed he was unwell. I am fine, Gu Junking said with a smile as he snapped out of his thoughts. Everyone contributed during this crisis, but there is one person who didn't lift a finger and is still admiring the scenery. A sarcastic voice suddenly rang out. It was Lin Fei. His face twisted with jealousy as he spoke with a righteous tone. In his mind, everyone was rowing hard, while Gu Junking acted as if nothing had happened. As if staring at the scenery wasn't enough, two goddesses were fussing over him. This made Lin Fei's mentality collapse. Why should this wealthy young master enjoy such treatment? He admitted Gu Junking was a bit more handsome than him, but that was no reason to do nothing. Lin Fei, you are really arrogant, talking smack about young Master Gu? Zhou Chen stood up first, his eyes shining with excitement. He had disliked Lin Fei for a long time. Gu Junking had always looked uninterested, never interfering in their conflicts. He did not expect Lin Fei to provoke Gu Junking proactively. This was like a small nation attacking a superpower during the World War. Was Lin Fei looking for death? Zhou Chen sneered internally, not minding adding fuel to the fire to watch Gu Junking punish him. Am I wrong? And what does this have to do with you? Are you just a lapdog? Lin Fei shouted arrogantly at Zhou Chen, emboldened by the sight of the deserted island. He had his deserted island system, so who was begging whom? Perhaps he could even kill this aloof young master. To be honest, he had always disliked Gu Junking. The man's noble aura and the faint, hidden disdain for everything had made him repulsive at first sight. Zhou Chen had to die too. He would find a way to get rid of him. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes slightly. Was he already planning to drop the act before even landing on the island? Captain, come out and judge this. Tell me if I am right, Lin Fei sneered. He knew the captain was on Gu Junking's side, but this was a deserted island now. The captain might not obey Gu Junking anymore. The captain was stunned for a moment, but then burst into an angry laugh at Lin Fei's words. You want me to judge? Then I will judge you properly, you little shit, the captain roared and slapped Lin Fei across the face. You little bastard, I have been annoyed with you for a long time. Smack, smack. Lin Fei was stunned by the sudden slaps. Logically, everyone should have been fed up with Gu Junking's lack of effort and blaming him together. Effort? If not for young Master Gu, you little shit would not be alive right now. This life raft belongs to him, and you dare to act like this, the captain scolded while beating him. If not for Gu Junking's kindness, none of them would have escaped. Lin Fei realized what was happening, his face flashing with anger as he tried to punch back. His body was sent flying as if hit by an invisible force. Lin Fei, your personality is so stubborn. It is no wonder people hate you, Li Yan added with a giggle. Seeing Lin Fei in such a sorry state reassured her. The other crew members joined in, beating Lin Fei mercilessly. Thwack, crack, bang. Lin Fei was overwhelmed, hiding in the corner of the boat to protect his head, his hatred for Gu Junking growing. Zhou Chen felt a wave of schadenfreude. This idiot did not even know whose boat this was. He felt ashamed for arguing with such a moron along the way, and kicked him twice to vent his frustration. Even Luo Ningyu gave him a small, angry kick. Soon, Lin Fei's face was swollen, and his clothes were torn. Ding. Lin Fei has been beaten. Host has plundered 100 points of protagonist luck. Villain luck plus 100. Ding. Host has slightly changed the plot, rewarding 2,000 villain points. Gu Junking thought about the typical tropes for deserted island protagonists. They usually fall out with the group to highlight their skills, go off alone to develop, and return to save everyone. That explained why Lin Fei had suddenly attacked him like a fool. He was not angry, because if he were, Lin Fei would be a dead man. The original story must have had this scene too, but Lin Fei likely did not trigger public outrage back then. Now he had angered everyone on the boat. Relax, I am calm now. Lin Fei, I warn you again, if you dare to slander the young master again, it will be more than just a beating, the captain warned coldly. The captain had always been gentle, but now he looked like an enraged lion. Toss him off. Since he doubts the young master, he does not need to ride the boat. Let him swim to the island. Everyone agreed, pinning Lin Fei down so he could not struggle. Splash. A heavy object hit the water. Lin Fei poked his head out of the water, bruised and battered, watching the others mock him from the boat. His fists clenched, he wanted revenge. One day he would show them who the true king of the deserted island was. He was a man with a system, and no one could contend with him on this island. He swam in silence toward the island, hating the life raft ahead of him. Fortunately, they were very close to the island, so he did not have to swim too far. Otherwise, he would have exhausted himself in the ocean. After landing, everyone pushed the life raft onto the beach to prevent the tide from taking it away. Young master, I will go explore the terrain to see if I have been to this island before, the captain said seriously. Gu Junking nodded indifferently. He knew the captain had never been here. This seems to be an uninhabited island, and it is definitely not on our route to the capital, the captain reported after a quick look. He had traveled that route countless times, and had never heard of or seen this place. The environment on this island seems quite good, Mirongwon said, taking off her shoes to step on the sand. Her toes were as clear as jade and crystal. We can eat the coconuts, so we do not have to worry about running out of water, Luo Ningyu added. Yes, the environment is untouched, and the interior looks like a primeval forest with many animals and plants. Everyone should be careful, the captain warned. At that moment, Lin Fei finally swam onto the island. Ding. Host has successfully landed on the deserted island. Deserted island survival system activated. Tasks will be issued shortly. That is what I wanted, Lin Fei thought with a surge of motivation. Chapter 579. The system finally awakened. I can finally become a superior being, Lin Fei thought, trembling with excitement. He had gone to such lengths, disregarding the safety of the crew's passengers by draining the ballast water, all to activate this system upon reaching the deserted island. This was his chance to change his fate, especially after the humiliation on the lifeboat. He would make sure no one looked down on him again. Oh look, our swimming champion has arrived. You swam quite fast, didn't you? Make sure to keep your pride and swim back home instead of taking a boat next time, Zhou Chen taunted as he watched Lin Fei swim toward the shore. You dare mock young Master Gu? Even I wouldn't dare do that. You think you're pretty capable, don't you? Zhou Chen, don't gloat like a petty villain. You just wait, your future won't be pretty, Lin Fei said coldly, narrowing his eyes. He was completely different from before, and with the system on his side, why should he fear these people? Is that so? I'm so scared. If you have the guts, come at me now, Zhou Chen laughed mockingly. Lin Fei didn't bother responding this time, as his opponents had changed since acquiring the system. His true target was Gu Junking. Lin Fei looked toward Mu Rongwan, who was bathing in the sunlight, and was instantly stunned by her beauty. Her days at sea hadn't diminished her appearance in the slightest. Her smooth, bare feet featured 10 delicate, crystal-clear toes that looked like sculpted jade. As they glistened under the sun and sand, he felt an urge to take them into his mouth. Lin Fei's heart burned with desire. With a little more time, he would definitely possess this woman. He might have felt unworthy of such a goddess before, but he was different now, and there was every chance for a future story between them. Let's draw an SOS on the beach. A passing plane might see it, Zhou Chen suggested to the captain, curling his lip when he saw Lin Fei ignoring him. The captain nodded in agreement. What if no one comes to save us? Li Yan asked, sounding panicked. This was her greatest fear, especially if they had drifted too far, and the search teams couldn't find their trail. While modern society had powerful search and rescue capabilities, accidents still happened. Only a few years ago, a plane had gone missing, and nations still hadn't recovered the wreckage. That won't happen. As long as young Master Gu is missing, the search teams won't retreat, the captain stated confidently. Given Gu Junking's high status in both Luodo and the capital, the rescue teams would definitely persist to the end. That's good, that's good. A glimmer of hope returned to Li Yan's eyes. She had no intention of spending her life at sea, or on a deserted island, as the city was where a woman like her belonged. Lin Fei, hurry up and apologize to young Master Gu. Look at him, his status is clear for all to see. How could you compare yourself to him? Even a flick of his finger is more useful than you. Don't you agree, young Master Gu? Li Yan scolded before turning to Gu Junking with a sultry, seductive look. Slut, gold digger, Zhou Chen and Lin Fei cursed inwardly. Zhou Chen was naturally annoyed, because Li Yan was his girlfriend, yet she was flirting shamelessly with another man. He decided then and there that if they made it back, he would break up with her. He had only started seeing her because she was somewhat attractive, and his secret crush, Mu Rongwon, was already taken. He hadn't expected her to immediately try to latch onto another man simply because he was wealthier and had more status. Still, he glanced at Gu Junking and sighed internally. If he were a woman, he would have chosen Gu Junking too, as he was simply too perfect to be human. So what? I'm warning you, don't try anything. Luo Ningyu and Mu Rongwon had realized the woman's ill intentions long ago. They quickly stood in front of Gu Junking, glaring at Li Yan like protective mother hens. Gu Junking felt helpless. Did he really look like that kind of person? He had lived 18 years with a clean and upright reputation, free from desire and distant from women. Was he really the type to lose his head over a woman? He muttered to himself. Giggle, what kind of trouble could I possibly cause, little sister? Li Yan's eyes flashed as she laughed. All right, what matters now is how we escape, the captain said, coughing to break up their argument. He drew a large signal for help on the sand, providing them with a shred of hope. He then decided they needed to explore the island and began assigning tasks. Everyone split up to find food, water, and other resources. Remember, do not go too deep into the island, as we have never been here before and don't know what it contains. Poisonous snakes and insects are possible, so please be extremely careful. After the captain finished his instructions, the group split into several teams. Lin Fei's eyes flickered, but he decided to follow the team consisting of Gu Junking, Mu Rongwon, and Luo Ningyu. His system had issued a mission: follow Mu Rongwon, provide help when needed, and win her favor. Rustle. The island was circular, with a dense forest covering the center. Gu Junking led the group through the dense woods, and thanks to his insect evasion aura, their passage was incredibly easy as venomous insects scattered from their path. With his keen hearing, he could tell the area was teeming with countless venomous creatures, evidenced by the sounds of insects crawling and gnawing on leaves. Oh my god, there's a giant centipede, Mu Rongwon said, pulling on Gu Junking's sleeve while trembling. A half-meter-long centipede, covered in legs and with its head raised high, was slowly crawling away. Don't worry, these bugs won't dare come near people. If you're afraid, how about I go kill it myself? Lin Fei said cheerfully from behind. Who asked for your help? Mu Rongwon curled her lip. She had despised him since they were on the lifeboat, especially after how he spoke about her Gu Junking, clearly unaware of everything Gu Junking had done for them. Chapter 580. While Gu Junking and the others explored the deserted island, in the capital of the Xia Kingdom, an elderly man with a weathered face and sharp, deep-set eyes stood at the harbor. He wore a crisp, neat Zhongshan suit, his hair perfectly combed. What? You say Junking's ship was sunk by a tsunami? He slammed his cane against the ground, trembling with rage as he addressed his son. The docks had been completely locked down. Tents and caution tape stretched across the area, while soldiers stood guard to seal off the perimeter. We received the report a short while ago, the middle-aged man replied, his expression grave. A fishing boat located a lifeboat, and according to the survivors, many others have been recovered as well. Have you investigated the cause? The old man's face darkened. He had come specifically to welcome his grandson home, never expecting such a tragedy to occur. It was a tsunami triggered by an earthquake, compounded by a severe storm. The middle-aged man sighed, rubbing his temples in clear distress. What the hell is the Oversight Bureau doing? How could they let something of this scale happen without anyone knowing? The old man's anger grew, his voice booming. They are baffled too. Apparently, the magnetic interference and the storm completely cut off all signals during the event, the man explained, looking frantic. Not even satellites could establish a connection. By the time the signals got through, it was already too late. Having weathered many storms in his life, the old man quickly composed himself. Bring the survivor here. I want to question him personally. The man turned and left, returning shortly with one of the survivors. The survivor seemed intimidated by the heavily armed soldiers surrounding the old man. Sit down. Do not be afraid. I simply want to ask you a few questions. The old man softened his expression, shedding the oppressive aura of authority to appear like an ordinary, approachable person. It was not the time for aimless worrying, but for gathering facts. Yes, sir. The survivor sat down opposite the old man, his hands trembling slightly. How did the accident happen? The old man urged him on. At first, the ship could hold its own against the storm. Then, a massive, towering wave struck, and it capsized the ship instantly. The memory clearly terrified him, as if he were reliving that day. He had never seen a wave that large, enough to make the giant cruise ship look like a mere toy. How did you manage to escape? Tell me everything that happened. The old man questioned further. When the captain announced the tsunami, everyone rushed to the safety rooms. I hid in a small compartment, so I was unhurt, but many who could not make it inside died or were severely injured. Young Master Gu saved so many people. He organized the lifeboats and led us survivors to safety. The survivor's voice shook with lingering fear. You have no idea, but shortly after we left, that behemoth of a ship sank beneath the waves. Had we been a moment later, I do not know what would have happened to us. Young Master Gu? Is his name Gu Junking? The old man suddenly grew excited. I do not know his full name. Everyone just called him Young Master Gu, and even the captain treated him with great respect. The survivor looked at the old man with hopeful, reverent eyes. By the way, has he been found? If not for him, the lives of thousands of us would be gone. He truly is a good man, and he was the one who arranged the lifeboats. If not for him, we would have been lost. Not yet. The old man shook his head, though his eyes gleamed with quiet pride. Gu Junking had saved so many lives, and regardless of the circumstances, he possessed the Xia family bloodline. He felt proud to call him his grandson. Not yet. I believe young Master Gu will be blessed with good fortune. He is a truly wonderful person, and if even I could survive, then he certainly can too. The survivor looked disappointed but quickly gathered his spirits. Ensure all these survivors are settled. Once they have been thoroughly checked, you may let them return home. I am going to speak with the others. The old man stood up with his cane and gave the order to the military officer. After the old man left, the survivor hesitated before asking the officer, "Sir, who is that elderly gentleman?" The officer replied calmly, "The Xia family of the capital." The survivor froze, his expression turning to shock. "The capital's Xia family? You do not mean Patriarch Xia Haishan?" The officer nodded coolly. Xia Haishan was a figure of legendary authority, whose influence in the capital and throughout the entire Xia kingdom was nearly unparalleled. He was a man who could shake the nation with a single step. People often described him by saying that if the world were on the brink of nuclear war, Xia Haishan would be the one to sign the treaty. Even the current national leaders addressed him as Old Xia upon meeting him. "I actually spoke to Old Xia. Am I dreaming?" the survivor muttered to himself. The officer tapped the table and cleared his throat. "Collect your thoughts. Try to remember anything else you can, then go home and see your family." After leaving the interrogation area, Xia Haishan visited other survivors to compare accounts. The information he gathered remained largely consistent, suggesting the details were accurate. He sighed, standing on the docks and staring out at the sea, lost in thought. "Father, we have already requested authorization from the top. We have deployed over 40 rescue ships, helicopters, a frigate, and a guided missile cruiser to search for any other survivors." A serious-looking middle-aged man approached him with the report. "Zayed, do you think little Qing is still alive?" the old man asked in a low voice. "He is certainly still alive, father, so please rest easy." Junking handled himself well, and all the survivors have been singing his praises. Xia Zayed kept his voice low, though he felt a pang of sorrow. "I hope you are right." The old man fell silent for a moment, continuing to stand on the dock to await news. "By the way, have you informed them in Luodu?" Xia Zayed's expression stiffened. "Father, you know how it is. We have barely stayed in touch since my sister married that guy, Gu Junxiang." "Are you still holding a grudge because he married your sister?" the old man asked helplessly. "You know exactly how Gu Junxiang tricked my sister into leaving." Xia Zayed ground his teeth, fuming. "That brat looks pure and honest on the surface, but he is incredibly insidious behind the scenes." To anyone else, seeing the mighty Imperial General Xia Zayed acting this petulant would be shocking. He was usually a figure of rigid, terrifying seriousness. Xiao Ying was the apple of the Xia family's eye. "I cannot believe that brat from the Gu family took her away." Xia Zayed felt an urge to punch his brother-in-law. When the old man was busy in his younger years, he had raised Xia Ying himself. Given the age gap, they had always been incredibly close, and he had spoiled her relentlessly. That coddling had perhaps turned her into a bit of a little devil, but he had always ensured no one could bully his sister. He had always turned a blind eye whenever parents came to complain about her antics. In truth, Xia Ying's tendency to spoil Gu Junking was likely an inherited trait. Yet, one day, he watched as that devious brat step-by-step tricked the seemingly willful yet innocent Xia Ying away. By the time they realized what was happening, it was already too late. Enough of that. It is all in the past, so let it go. The old man chuckled slightly. "However, you must not tell them about this. They would be worried sick." The old man sighed, his expression turning sorrowful once more. "We can only pray that little Qing is safe." Chapter 581. The rescue teams continued to bring up various groups, and most of the people had survived. Still, there was no news of Gu Junking and his team, leaving the Xia family deeply worried. Far away on the small island, Gu Junking was unaware of any of this. He remained focused on exploring the island's interior. Within a 10-mile radius of Gu Junking, all the poisonous mosquitoes and insects automatically veered away. It was as if they had encountered a natural predator. "Why did these bugs just leave on their own?" someone asked with a puzzled expression. No one knew the answer, but everyone was happy to see the situation. "It must be that those bugs were intimidated by the beauty of Miss Luo and Miss Mirong, so they fled upon seeing them," Lin Fei said with a faint smile. He had resorted to this mediocre approach to win their favor and affection. Currently, he really had no better way to get their attention. However, neither woman had any interest in humoring him. He stuck to them like chewing gum. Everything he said tried to involve them, which was becoming quite irritating. Gu Junking cast a strange look at Lin Fei, thinking that this protagonist was truly pervasive. If he had not already maxed out the affection levels of Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu, he certainly would not have been able to keep him around. "This island does not seem that special. There are just a few too many bugs," Mirong Wan said, following behind Gu Junking. "We have only just entered, so it is too early to make a decision," Gu Junking replied slowly. He really had not sensed anything particularly extraordinary yet. Perhaps this protagonist was just in a generic survival story. Gu Junking did not dwell on it, as the genre made no difference to him. He had never cared for any protagonist without actual combat power. For him, only Lin Fan was someone he truly took seriously. "There seems to be a mountain peak ahead," someone noted. They emerged from the small patch of dense forest and saw a cliff face blocking their path, separating them from a towering, lush, and cloud-shrouded mountain on the other side. They could not see the details within, but they could hear the faint sounds of beasts roaring. Should we try to climb it? Someone asked. Everyone turned to look at Gu Junking for a decision. Not for now. Let's head back and regroup with the captain first, as they advised us not to go too deep, Gu Junking said, shaking his head with a thoughtful expression. He could sense some large creatures inside, but it was better not to venture too far in. Crucially, he was not entirely sure he could protect everyone. He felt the cliff in front of them was set up specifically for the protagonist's training. The path from the beach to the cliff was like a newbie zone, whereas the massive mountain range behind the cliff was clearly different from the insect-filled path they had just traversed. Understood, the group replied. They followed Gu Junking's instructions and returned the way they came. By the time they reached the beach, the captain and his crew were already waiting for them. Young Master Gu, I think we should leave quickly, as the situation here feels very wrong, the captain said with a headache. What is wrong? Gu Junking asked, raising an eyebrow. He had noticed throughout the journey that things were indeed off. There were simply too many poisonous insects. The insects were abnormally plump and strong, far larger than any he had seen in the outside world, much like the difference between common cockroaches and the flying ones of the south. Large insects were visible everywhere. If not for his insect-repellent aura, it would have been impossible to get out unscathed. The creatures here are unnaturally large, exceptionally fierce, and highly toxic. You see there, 2 of our crew members have already been struck, and none of the serum we brought had any effect, the captain said with a bitter smile, pointing to the crew members groaning on the ground. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes and stepped forward to examine the injuries. He realized they were poisoned, and the toxicity was extremely violent. Gu Junking tapped several points on their bodies to seal their meridians and prevent the poison from spreading rapidly. Fortunately, the captain and his men were experienced and had provided some basic treatment. Because of that, they were able to hold on until he arrived. He then used a silver needle to easily extract the toxins from both men. Observing the black toxin flowing out, Gu Junking wore a look of surprise. He possessed god-level medical skills, and in his expertise, medicine and poison were 2 sides of the same coin. Even if his poison skills were not quite at the god level, they were certainly comparable. However, he had never encountered this kind of poison in the outside world, as its ferocity was unlike anything he had seen in his life. It seemed like a forgotten island where no one had ever visited, and none of the species on the island had ever escaped to the outside world. It truly lived up to its name as the setting for a protagonist, and this deserted island might even bring him some surprises. A look of interest flickered in Gu Junking's eyes. Behind him, Lin Fei watched with deep reluctance as Gu Junking saved them. Ding. Random quest triggered. Host, please save the 2 crew members. Success rewards 3,000 adventure points. Failure incurs no penalty. Ding. Host failed to save the 2 crew members. No penalty. He had intended to remind them that if there were poisonous insects, there must also be herbs capable of detoxifying them. To his dismay, Gu Junking had saved them first, rendering him completely useless. The task to gain Mirong Wan's favor was a long-term goal, while this random task seemed to be triggered by the situation. He was speechless that it had triggered only to be resolved immediately by Gu Junking. He could not believe his first random task had failed within a single second. That was 3,000 adventure points, and Lin Fei felt a sharp pang of regret. Earlier, when he had nothing to do on the journey, he had examined his system's capabilities. He discovered several panels, including one that could analyze the data and combat power of ordinary people. There was also a shop where he could exchange items, but it required him to have adventure points. 3,000 adventure points would have been enough to exchange for a body-strengthening serum. A dose of that serum would have been enough to boost his combat power by 100 points, which should have been enough to keep him alive on the island. However, all of this had been ruined by Gu Junking. Seeing everyone's admiration for Gu Junking's medical skills, jealousy flared in his eyes. Was this rich young master only capable of all this because of his wealth? If he had also grown up in such a family, he would certainly be even more outstanding than Gu Junking. Chapter 582. They are all fine now. Gu Junking stood up and instructed the others to carry them to the prepared tents. The lifeboat Gu Junking brought was stocked with carefully planned supplies, including plenty of items for survival on a deserted island. Tents were certainly among them. Fortunately, the lifeboat had ample space to store numerous supplies. Lin Fei was still checking his system, acting like a child playing with a beloved toy. He hesitated for a moment. Checking another person's data required adventure points, and his current stash was meager, mostly gifts from the starter pack. Upon seeing Mirong Wan, he finally made up his mind and spent 100 points to view her profile. Name Mirong Wan. Age 18. Physique 94. Appearance 95. Combat power 6. Affinity toward host 0. Character gentle, clever, empathetic, obsessively devoted to love. Gives everything for the one she loves. Hopeless romantic. Close friend Luo Ningyu. Bestie. Lover Gu. What a stunning beauty, Lin Fei thought, drooling over her stats. He glanced at his own panel. With a score barely over 60, he was barely passing, considered only average. But why is the affinity 0? Was all that sweet talk wasted? Lin Fei looked grim and confused. Even a stone would have warmed up after hearing his constant praise along the way. It must be because Gu Junking is near Mirong Wan. That is why she has no affection for me. The lover section only showed a Gu and was quite blurry. Lin Fei was puzzled, but did not dwell on it. He knew the person behind that goo had to be Gu Junking. Thinking of Gu Junking made Lin Fei want to check the rival's data as well. Knowing the enemy was the key to victory. If he could gather some information on Gu Junking, dealing with him later would be much easier. Lin Fei turned to face Gu Junking and began spending his adventure points to scan him. Ding. Someone is attempting to view the host's data. Do you wish to block it? Gu Junking had been lost in thought, but the system's voice in his mind made him pause in surprise. However, he soon smiled knowingly. Another protagonist trying to peek at my info. His system was one of the most powerful in the heavens, naturally protecting his information far better than any ordinary system could bypass. Allow it, but modify the values, Gu Junking commanded silently. He hacked into Lin Fei's system to alter the displayed data. Compared to Lin Fei's system, his was like comparing a first-generation computer doing 5,000 operations per second to a modern supercomputer handling 30 quadrillion operations per second. The difference in their status was immense. Why isn't it showing up yet? Lin Fei wondered, feeling annoyed. Checking Mirong Wan's info had been instant, but Gu Junking's results were taking forever. He checked his balance and saw a big 0, leaving him stunned. Hey, system, Lin Fei yelled in his mind. You said my luck was damaged and cut my starter pack, but now you have wiped out my adventure points. What is the meaning of this? Ding. The person the host is querying is a special character. The cost is 10 times that of a normal person. Lin Fei was speechless. Then why did you not warn me? He asked helplessly. If he had known checking Gu Junking cost so much, he would not have bothered. And what does special character mean? Is the island's ultimate mission to kill or subdue him? He pondered this silently. Ding. The host did not ask. Fine, my fault, Lin Fei thought, resigning himself to the loss. He had only 1,000 points, and he had blown the lot on Gu Junking. Why is it still not ready? Lin Fei asked irritably. If he spent all his points for nothing, there would be hell to pay. Name Gu Junking. Age 19. Physique 20,000. Appearance 20,000. Combat power. Affinity toward host 100 max. Character upright, righteous, pure-hearted, uninterested in women, respectful of elders, virtuous and talented, a truly good youth. Lin Fei stared, stunned. System, are you kidding me? How can physique be 20,000? He questioned the system internally. Perhaps because of his pestering or someone's sudden conscience, the numbers on his invisible screen began to change. The 20,000 dropped to 200. Ding. System calculation error. Correction complete. If Lin Fei's system were sentient, it would surely be weeping. It had been forcibly hacked and forced to display false data, helpless against the bully who had invaded its core. Is this a defective system? It makes mistakes. Lin Fei complained to himself. He did not think too much of it. The idea that Gu Junking might also have a system never crossed his mind. He considered himself the child of destiny. A rich kid could not possibly receive the same favor from fate as him. Lin Fei examined the data he had paid 1,000 points for. The more he read, the greener his face turned. He has max affinity for me. Lin Fei was dumbfounded. Does this guy have some kind of mental illness? Why would a man have max affinity for me? He repeated the question in his mind, staring at the number, but it would not change. And those traits? Upright, righteous, uninterested in women. Uninterested in women. Then what about Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu by his side? Could it be that he has actually fallen in love with me? Lin Fei felt a shiver down his spine. He decided he should not put much faith in the system's data anymore. Ding. Host has caused protagonist Lin Fei to be dumbfounded. Rewarding host with 2,000 villain points. Ding. Host has caused protagonist Lin Fei to have a mental breakdown. Rewarding host with 4,000 villain points. Gu Junking saw Lin Fei's expression, as if he had swallowed a fly, and a smile flickered in his eyes. He was just messing with this so-called child of destiny. To him, this protagonist was nothing more than a leek to be harvested for wool. He did not have any strange hobbies, just harvesting these leeks. Gu Junking shook his head, pushing away the mischievous thought. He walked out of the tent, as the captain wanted to speak with him alone. They walked a distance down the beach, away from the others. Young master, this island really has issues. If the poisonous creatures here were taken to the outside world, they would all be the best of their kind. What made me realize this was that I found a piece of snake skin. The captain's expression was incredibly grave. Snake skin. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow. He had noticed some long, venomous snakes along the way, but was this really worth such alarm? Yes. The captain nodded solemnly, sharing his deduction. It should be a python skin, but the skin was wider and thicker than a large tree. I also saw some slithering marks. Based on those, the snake must be at least 20 or 30 meters long. 20 or 30 meters. Is it really that long? Gu Junking grew serious. A giant python of that length was unusual. To his knowledge, the longest snakes in the world only reached about 10 meters. Of course, this was not a fantasy world. If it were one of those novels from his past life, a snake 10 kilometers long would not be impossible. But in this reality, 20 or 30 meters was enough to warrant his attention. That is not a length any ordinary snake can reach. Even in the outside world for so many years, the longest snake was only a dozen meters, and its waist was as thick as a bucket. If I had not lied and told the crew it was just tree bark and drag marks, they would have been terrified. The captain sighed with a bitter smile. Even someone as experienced as him had nearly wet himself upon seeing such a massive snakeskin and trail. If not for his years of experience, he might not have identified it as snakeskin at all. It is fine. We will camp on the beach tonight. We have fully equipped camping gear, so we should be safe. Gu Junking pondered for a moment before continuing. He did not want to leave just yet. Firstly, Lin Fei had not been fully harvested. Secondly, with his foundation establishment cultivation, he did not fear such snakes. Furthermore, with his insect-repellent aura, the snake would likely be affected. Plus, if a weakling like Lin Fei could survive, there was no reason he could not. After all, a top-tier giant python should not appear in the New Bee Village area. Otherwise, he could not imagine how a protagonist with such weak combat stats could survive, even with the help of a system. Chapter 583. System, are you malfunctioning? How could Gu Junking's affinity for me reach 100? Did you get water in your circuits? Lin Fei still refused to believe the system's reading. If Gu Junking's affinity for him was maxed out, it would be absolutely insane. Even if the sun rose in the west, it would be less ridiculous than this. What could the system say? Should it tell him that his brain had so much water that it seeped into the system? Lin Fei was indignant, having spent so many adventure points only to get such an absurd result. Just then, the captain walked back after finishing a private conversation with Gu Junking in the distance. Ahem, everyone, we will be camping on the beach tonight, he announced. Assign a few people for night watch, and collect some food and water. We will continue our journey tomorrow, or the day after. The captain's words took everyone by surprise. But can't we just wait on the island? Being tossed around on the sea all day makes us dizzy, Zhou Chen said, sounding dissatisfied. Exactly, the sea is dangerous, and who knows when another storm might hit, someone added. Let's just wait for rescue on the island, Li Yan suggested softly, casting a loving gaze at Gu Junking. As long as she could hook him, she felt her life would be set. My damn charm. I've said I don't get involved with women, but they keep flocking like moths to a flame. It's really hard for me to handle, Gu Junking muttered to himself. The captain, meanwhile, sighed inwardly. I want to wait for rescue on the island too, but we don't know the situation here, he thought bitterly. A normal deserted island would certainly be safer than the open sea. However, this island seemed complicated, which made things difficult for him. How can we leave? We can't go. Lin Fei was stunned by the captain's words and immediately voiced his objection. He had just arrived on the island and activated the system, so how could he possibly go back to the sea now? What Lin Fei didn't know was that the plot had already changed. Originally, they were supposed to fall into the sea and end up stranded on the island. Because of Gu Junking's interference, they had arrived on the island in a lifeboat with plenty of supplies. This made the situation completely different. In the original plot, they had no choice but to explore the island, but now they had the lifeboat as a retreat. This significantly reduced Lin Fei's value. His wilderness survival skills were completely useless. They had a huge supply of resources as a backup, so they weren't in any rush to find food on the island. After all, they had enough supplies from the lifeboat that Mirongwan and the others could eat canned fruit after dinner. One could imagine they were quite well provided for. The food and water crises were gone. If there was any crisis left, it was only the biological one. However, they were less experienced than the captain, and simply thought the animals here were just larger than usual. Consequently, everyone remained extremely calm, and lacked any sense of impending danger. Why can't we leave? The captain asked coldly. He was usually mild-tempered, but he had no patience for Lin Fei. Since Lin Fei dared to secretly mock Gu Junking, even the good-natured captain was filled with rage towards him. He had even resorted to physical force on the lifeboat earlier. First, the sea is rough with strong winds, making it hard to escape if danger arises. Second, food sources at sea are scarce, and we don't know when we'll be rescued, so food and water are critical. It's different on the island, as obtaining food and water isn't difficult. More importantly, we don't have to live in fear of maritime storms. Lin Fei spoke eloquently and at length. What he said actually made some sense. Even Zhou Chen and Li Yan couldn't help but nod, agreeing with his perspective. Lin Fei might not be much of a person, but what he said is true, Zhou Chen agreed, nodding. The captain sighed, not knowing how to respond. He actually preferred to wait for rescue on the island, but that absurd snakeskin terrified him. He wasn't even entirely sure if what he saw was real. After all, the atmosphere on this island was indeed eerie and gloomy. Lin Fei glanced at Zhou Chen in surprise, never expecting him to speak up for him. Because of this, he decided that if he ever caught Zhou Chen, he wouldn't torture him, but just kill him outright. Let's leave it at that. It's getting dark, so let's discuss this tomorrow. The captain looked at Gu Junking, and seeing he had no further instructions, waved his hand for everyone to gather supplies nearby. Lin Fei let out a sigh of relief. However, his heart tightened, fearing the captain might still decide to set sail. The captain was the most authoritative figure here besides Gu Junking, and the lifeboat belonged to them. If they chose to leave, everyone would inevitably follow. If there were no living people left on the island, how could he complete his mission? Countless thoughts raced through Lin Fei's mind. He glanced at the lifeboat pushed onto the sand by the group, and a thought flickered in his mind. Gu Junking watched Lin Fei's expression, and felt a smile cross his lips. Looking at Lin Fei's demeanor, he seemed like someone planning to do something malicious. It was exactly like the time he had sabotaged the cruise ship. He knew it was time for this man to leave the group permanently. Gu Junking pushed the matter of Lin Fei aside, and turned to find Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu. The two sisters were standing under a coconut tree, discussing how to get the coconuts down. Should we climb the tree? Luo Ningyu suggested. She had climbed plenty of trees as a child, and even though this coconut tree was twice as tall as an ordinary one, she still had some confidence. No, I'm afraid you'll fall. Have you forgotten how you almost fell climbing a tree as a child, and got a whipping from Uncle Luo? Nirongwon giggled suddenly. They had been best friends since childhood and played together for many years. There was a very tall tree outside Luo Ningyu's house, and as a child, she had climbed it like a monkey to show off in front of the doll like Nirongwon. She had slipped and almost fell, scaring her father, who had just stepped out of the house, half to death. That was just the first time. I didn't know how to climb yet. Look at all the other times. Wasn't it always him begging me to come down before I did? Luo Ningyu said, unconvinced. However, mentioning this made both women feel suddenly sad and downcast. They didn't know if their parents were aware of their accident. If they did know, they would surely be worried sick about their safety. At this moment, Gu Junking walked over. Seeing their expressions, a complex look appeared in his eyes. Perhaps he shouldn't have brought them along in the first place? Don't worry, we will all return safely. Let's just treat this as a graduation trip. Gu Junking comforted the two women for a long time, eventually helping them smile again, and lifting their spirits. Chapter 584. Junking, I want a coconut. Nirongwon and Luo Ningyu pulled on Gu Junking's sleeves, acting cute. Sure, Gu Junking smiled, dotingly. Lin Fei approached, eyes gleaming with excitement as he laughed heartily. Miss Nirong and Miss Luo want coconuts? That is easy, I will shake them down for you. Do we need you? Luo Ningyu pouted. This clingy pest was annoying as hell. It was finally just the three of them spending time together, and here this person was again to ruin it. Haha, it's fine. Lin Fei's mouth stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered, laughing heartily. Rule number 1 of the Simp Code. You must always stay by the goddess's side, even if she hates you. If she hates you, it means you still have a chance. Maybe you will eventually lick your way into her heart. Oh, Lin Fei, look at you, showing ambition again. Are you back to your old job as a simp? Zhou Chen and Li Yan approached, speaking with sarcasm. Li Yan was the worst offender. Although she had no interest in Lin Fei, and did not care what he did, she felt bitter. The sight of her ex-boyfriend simping for her rivals made Li Yan feel uncomfortable. If you want to argue, go somewhere else, Nirongwon said, frowning with displeasure. Ignore them. I'll take you to get coconuts. Seeing the displeasure on the women's faces, Gu Junking took their hands and walked away. Don't follow us again. Luo Ningyu added playfully before walking hand in hand with Gu Junking along the beach. Both Lin Fei, and the pair of Zhou Chen, and Li Yan looked miserable as they watched the three walk away. Lin Fei flashed a look of grim determination, vowing to do whatever it took to make Nirongwon, and Luo Ningyu turned to his embrace. Why are you here? Are you looking for trouble? Seeing his goddesses leave, Lin Fei turned his attention to dealing with Zhou Chen and Li Yan, glaring at them with a hideous expression. Every time he tried to flirt with Nirongwon, or build up his favor, these two would show up to cause chaos. Yes, we are looking for trouble. What of it? I just can't stand your shameless face, Zhou Chen said arrogantly. He felt that between him and Lin Fei, there was an inherent clash of aura, magnetic field, and even their temperaments. Otherwise, he wouldn't hate the sight of Lin Fei so much. Lin Fei decided that he would definitely torture Zhou Chen thoroughly before killing him, just to vent the hatred in his heart. Ding. Random task issued. Teach Zhou Chen a lesson. Reward 500 adventure points. Failure no penalty. A voice suddenly appeared in Lin Fei's mind, and a flash of surprise filled his eyes. He had just been worrying about how to earn adventure points. It was like a gift delivered to his doorstep. Then let's fight. If you can beat me, that's your skill, Lin Fei said, remaining calm and collected. He would fight any rich kid that came his way, whether alone or in a pair. He had never been afraid of anyone when it came to a brawl. Fighting? Ha, how vulgar. I am a gentleman, and I never fight. Gentlemen use words, not fists. If you have the guts, let's see who is better at cursing, Zhou Chen scoffed. That is not up to you. Seeing that Zhou Chen was still acting like a jerk, Lin Fei threw a punch directly at his face. Zhou Chen cursed inwardly at this guy who disregarded martial ethics. He had clearly said gentlemen don't use their hands, yet this fellow refused to act like one. He reached out to block the straight punch, but his strength and technique were inferior to Lin Fei's. He had practiced a few flashy moves in the past, but they were useless now. If he hadn't been threatened by Gu Junking and forced to learn from Lin Fan, maybe he could have put up a fight against Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei also lacked the body-strengthening agent, so his current physical fitness was not much better than Zhou Chen's. The two began to brawl, and clearly, Lin Fei held the upper hand. Li Yan began screaming, drawing a crowd to watch the fight. Everyone had gone long without entertainment, as their only hobby was playing cards on the lifeboat. Seeing these two finally fighting, they ran over excitedly to watch the show. Captain, you owe me a pack of cigarettes. I told you these two would fight within 2 days, a crew member whispered to the captain. The captain reluctantly fished a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to the crew member. The crew member happily walked away with his prize. The captain felt a pang of heartache, as that was his last pack of cigarettes, and now he would have nothing to smoke. The captain's mouth twitched in pain. He had foolishly bet against the crew member yesterday, confident that as the captain, he would be able to stop the conflict before it turned physical. Unexpectedly, they had landed on the shore today, and the two had fought without giving him any face at all. The captain felt depressed and vowed never to touch gambling again, nor drugs, as he was sworn to resist them both. Hit him on the left cheek. Zhou Chen, do you even know how to fight? Defend. You need to defend. If you don't know how to defend, you can't fight him, you're all talk. I could tell when Lin Fei started punching that he had strength. It would take 3 or 4 people to hold him down. Want to bet a pack of cigarettes? Let's see who wins within 5 rounds. The crew member who had just bet with the captain smiled and tried to repeat his trick with his colleagues. Before he could finish, Zhou Chen could no longer hold his ground. The few moves he had learned were stolen from Lin Fan. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted this long. Li Yan was struck by someone and knelt to the side, touching her nose and sobbing. A few basic stances were clearly not enough to make up for the difference in skill. Eventually, he was knocked to the ground by Lin Fei. Just as he was about to deliver a finishing blow, the others stepped in to stop him. After all, the fight was just a moment of entertainment, and no one wanted to see Lin Fei beat Zhou Chen to death. They generally preferred Zhou Chen over Lin Fei. Lin Fei had made a snide remark about Gu Junking on the lifeboat, which had left a sour taste in everyone's mouth. Everyone tried to offer advice to Zhou Chen, but it was clear that it was of little use. Ding. Host has taught Zhou Chen a lesson. Reward 500 adventure points. As the voice echoed in his mind, a flash of satisfaction appeared in Lin Fei's eyes. It felt so good to finally beat his enemy. He had also gained 500 adventure points. Once he redeemed the body-strengthening agent, no one would be his match. He would no longer have to look at anyone else's face to know his worth. He would be the king of this deserted island. Junking, they seem to be fighting. Should we go take a look? Luo Ningyu said with a smile as the 3 of them saw the commotion. Whether it was Zhou Chen or Lin Fei, they were both objects of disgust for her and Murong Wan. Watching them fight was like watching dogs bite dogs, which naturally made them happy. Forget about the show, let's go. I'll get those coconuts for you. Gu Junking glanced over casually and patted Luo Ningyu's head. Okay. Luo Ningyu didn't actually want to watch the fight. She just wanted to see how miserably Li Yan had been beaten while sobbing. That was what would have truly made her happy. However, if Gu Junking didn't want to watch, she would naturally follow him instead. That night, the beach and the surrounding area were pitch black. Without lights, everyone had to rely on moonlight for visibility. Their flashlights and other lighting tools still had some battery power, but no one knew if they would need them later. So, they tried to conserve as much energy as possible. The surroundings were quiet, and it seemed like the only sound was the breeze blowing through the leaves. A figure sneaked stealthily toward the vicinity of the lifeboat. This person was Lin Fei. He wanted to destroy the lifeboat so the captain and the others would stop thinking about trying to leave by sea. Lin Fei pushed against the lifeboat to see if there was a chance to push it into the water. However, it was clear that with his current strength, he could not budge the boat at all. It was still loaded with many supplies. This lifeboat is so heavy. How did they push it up here? Lin Fei muttered, puzzled. He tried to push the boat, but it did not move an inch. Even 10 men would have had a hard time pushing it to the shore. However, he did not know that Gu Junking had helped in the background. With Gu Junking's arm strength, lifting the lifeboat by himself would have been trivial. Of course, Lin Fei knew nothing of this. He had previously measured Gu Junking's combat power, which displayed 3 question marks. In his understanding, this meant Gu Junking's combat power was 0, or perhaps negative. It was possible the system did not even consider his power worth testing. He was just a rich kid with no strength. He believed that Gu Junking looked tall and sturdy, but in reality, he was a hollow decoration who probably couldn't even beat a woman. This was one of the reasons Lin Fei looked down on Gu Junking. How could a rich boy use his looks and money to capture the hearts of 2 beautiful women? They were on a deserted island now. It was a world where the strong survived and the law no longer applied. In his eyes, this rich kid could only rely on numbers to bully him. However, it was clear that everyone else didn't yet realize they were on a deserted island. He had already learned some of the situation through the system. This was a deserted island covered by a magnetic field, and no one would be able to find them. So, no one would come to save them. In such a place, one's background and identity would be rendered completely ineffective. The law could not reach this place. So, couldn't he do whatever he wanted? As he thought about how he would use his skills to make Murong Wan and Luo Ningyu see the light and turn to him, his blood began to boil. He would also make sure this man named Gu knew exactly how he would crush him in the future. Chapter 585. The night was deep and still. Only the sound of waves crashing against the sand broke the silence. The tents standing between the beach and the jungle were equally quiet. It seemed everyone had fallen into a deep sleep. Lin Fei tried to push the lifeboat into the sea, hoping to set it adrift. However, his current physical condition clearly made it impossible to move. Perhaps I could drill a hole in the boat. Even if they try to patch it, it will take them some time, giving me plenty of time to develop. Or maybe I should just burn the lifeboat. Lin Fei pondered this, his eyes lost in thought. What he lacked most was time. Given enough time, he was confident he could take off in the shortest possible duration. After all, he was a man with a system, the chosen one of destiny. Just today, successfully beating Zhou Chen had earned him hundreds of adventure points. If he could slap Zhou Chen's face a few more times, he would surely gain even more. Then, he would strengthen himself. First, he would take care of Gu Junking's minions to undermine his authority. Eventually, the entire team would have to listen to him. Then, Murong Wan and Luo Ningyu would have no choice but to submit. And let's not forget Li Yan, that gold digger. He would make her taste true despair. Lin Fei dreamed these dreams while keeping his hands busy. he ultimately decided that burning the lifeboat was the best option. Only then would the group have to rely on him. Otherwise, they would still have access to the supplies on the lifeboat, significantly diminishing his usefulness. He had, after all, studied survival skills properly and read extensively on Bear Grylls' survival techniques. Finding food would be a breeze. Perhaps this was the only way to get Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu to listen to him. On this deserted island where there were no laws, food was the most important thing. If you had food, others would obey you. Lin Fei climbed into the lifeboat, retrieved a lighter and some paper, and emerged. With no fuse available, paper would have to do. He twisted the paper into long strips, tied them together, and extended them toward the back of the boat. The tents were not far away, so if he lit the boat directly, he would likely be discovered immediately. He planned to light the paper where it couldn't be seen from the tents, allowing the fire to spread to the hull. This way, he would avoid detection while giving himself enough time. "I'm sorry, don't blame me. It's your fault for wanting to leave so badly," Lin Fei whispered, his lips curling slightly. He stepped back, positioned the paper, and clicked his lighter. Instantly, the paper ignited, burning like a fuse toward the hull. No one should be able to see this tiny flame. Lin Fei had specifically chosen the blind spot behind the lifeboat. Even if someone were on watch, they wouldn't notice the spark. Lin Fei sighed, feeling he was always forced into these situations against his will. Whether it was the cruise ship incident or burning the lifeboat, he felt others had pushed him to this. Whatever, those who achieve great things must first steel their hearts and use any means necessary. Aside from a few people, I will ensure everyone else survives. Lin Fei clenched his fists, murmuring to himself. Watching the burning paper, he retreated with a solemn expression, hoping to take a long route back to avoid suspicion. Halfway through, he collided with a hard chest. Lin Fei slowly turned his head, his neck creaking. To his shock, he saw an enraged captain and Zhou Chen standing there. His mind went blank, and he froze, subconsciously swallowing hard as panic set in. Why is everyone here? I can explain. It was cold, and I wanted to warm up. Lin Fei stammered. But with the evidence laid out before them, anyone could see exactly what he was doing. Well, we have a traitor in our ranks. What good would destroying the lifeboat do you? The captain was furious, his hair and beard bristling with rage. Having survived the shipwreck together, he thought everyone felt gratitude, given they had faced life and death together. Even when Lin Fei had made snide remarks about Gu Junking, he had only been beaten and tossed into the sea to swim ashore. Throughout the journey, Lin Fei hadn't been entirely useless. He had hoped for a glimmer of gratitude and remorse from the young man. To his surprise, Lin Fei had only escalated his behavior, not only failing to appreciate being spared, but actively plotting to burn their only lifeboat. How could someone like this exist? Master Gu was right. Lin Fei was simply incorrigible. First, he had tampered with the cruise ship's ballast water, and now he intended to burn their only exit route. How could a person be this vile? What did Lin Fei stand to gain from such an act? The captain was utterly bewildered, his eyes wide as bells, anger roiling in his chest with veins bulging on his forehead. Lin Fei, you actually dared to burn the boat. Is there anything you wouldn't do? Lin Fei, did you get water in your brain? This is a malicious act that benefits no one. Tell us why you did this. Everyone was shocked and furious. They hadn't believed the captain's warnings, unable to fathom why anyone would be stupid enough to burn their only way home. If no rescue team arrived on the island, they would inevitably need that lifeboat to leave. They never expected Lin Fei would try to destroy that path. Zhou Chen, his face bruised and swollen, had been plotting his revenge when Lin Fei was caught red-handed in this vile act. His heart felt a surge of delight. Suddenly, a sound came from behind Lin Fei. Someone was stepping on the flames, extinguishing them. Lin Fei, do you have anything left to say? Gu Junking's voice arrived, and despair instantly washed over Lin Fei's face. He knew he would be ostracized by everyone from now on, never able to be part of the group again. Young Master Gu certainly has a keen eye for character to see through Lin Fei's wolfish ambition at a glance, Zhou Chen said, his expression respectful as he buttered him up. His eyes, however, burned with hatred. He had been pinned to the ground and beaten by Lin Fei earlier that afternoon, losing all face and dignity. Even the way Li Yan looked at him had become strange. He knew this wasn't the city, and out here, everything depended on one's fists. Since his weren't as hard as Lin Fei's, he naturally couldn't earn respect. He couldn't retaliate, as Lin Fei was indeed much stronger. Yet, he couldn't soothe his hatred without getting revenge. The only solution was to rely on Gu Junking, as only he could help deal with Lin Fei. How did you figure it out? Lin Fei faced Gu Junking with a blank expression. Caught red-handed, there was nothing left to say. His only regret was that he hadn't succeeded in burning the lifeboat. Chapter 586. Gu Junking did not answer Lin Fei's question. Regardless, Lin Fei would always eventually distance himself from the group, whether due to this lifeboat arson or some other important matter. Is there any point in asking that now? You should be thinking about how to face everyone else, Gu Junking said casually. Nearby, Mirongwon and Luo Ningyu had been exhausted from the day's turbulence, but this incident shocked them into climbing out of their tent. Without the lifeboat, they had no choice but to wait for rescue. I propose we hang Lin Fei or make him jump into the sea to end it. There is no need to talk to him anymore, Zhou Chen said, looking at Lin Fei with pure hatred. Some people echoed Zhou Chen's sentiment, but most still looked hesitant. Lin Fei glared back at Zhou Chen with equal hatred, his eyes filled with malice. That look made Zhou Chen feel as if he were being watched by a wild beast, sending a chill down his spine. However, he quickly regained his composure and sneered. What, you're not convinced? Are you still trying to put up a fight like a trapped animal? The captain gradually calmed down, his anger fading as he realized the danger they had narrowly avoided. If Gu Junking hadn't pointed out that Lin Fei's look at the lifeboat was wrong, he might not have stopped him in time. Still, he did not act as impulsively as Zhou Chen, carefully considering how to handle the situation. Let him go and fend for himself, the captain decided after a moment of thought. He did not want to become an inhumane, selfish person like Lin Fei. Furthermore, if they started executing people, everyone else would inevitably follow suit. They needed unity more than anything right now, along with maintaining their basic humanity. Even without laws or moral condemnation, he still possessed a shred of conscience. Some people, when devoid of laws and morality, sink into becoming heartless beasts. Others remain different, constantly restraining themselves. The captain turned to look at Gu Junking, who nodded, signaling that he agreed with the decision. Get out of here and never appear before us again. Even when we leave, I will never let you on the lifeboat, the captain stated, enunciating every word. He had decided that this madman would never board the lifeboat again. They would set sail if they didn't receive rescue while on the island. Observing the stars tonight, he had a rough idea of their location. With enough food and water, they had a chance of being saved. But since Lin Fei loved this island so much, he could stay here forever. Do you think you can even make it back? You will all be staying here with me forever? Don't come begging me when the time comes. Lin Fei, having abandoned all hope, did not bother to retort. He turned and walked dejectedly toward the forest. Lin Fei, what do you mean by that? Li Yan asked with a frown. She thought she understood this man perfectly, but she had never seen this hidden side of him. Even now, she could not understand why he wanted to burn the lifeboat. That supplies and water were vital for their survival. If the boat were burnt, they would be forced to explore the island to scavenge for food and water. Forget it, leave him alone, he's lost his mind. I knew he had mental issues a long time ago. Zhou Chen grabbed Li Yan's hand and headed toward the tents. He was frustrated that they hadn't killed Lin Fei, but since he held no authority in the group, he had to accept the captain's decision. What do you think you're doing? Li Yan struggled to break free from his grip. She did not want Gu Junking to see this. I'm in a bad mood, so you'd better behave, Zhou Chen said, his face dark. Did she really think she could seduce Gu Junking, or that he would even look at her? Did this woman really think he was a pushover? He was already in a bad mood after being hit by Lin Fei earlier, and he was furious that they had missed this chance to kill him. He had been trying to imitate Gu Junking's unflappable demeanor, always maintaining a smile. Even when arguing with Lin Fei, he had tried his best to appear composed. He didn't expect Li Yan to think he was weak. Upon seeing the look on his face, Li Yan dared not resist and lowered her head as she followed him into the tent. All right, let's get some sleep too, Gu Junking said as he watched the two exhausted women and led them into the largest tent. The two women followed him inside, obediently. The captain, looking uncertain, sighed at last. He instructed the rest of the crew, from now on, regardless of what happens, keep 2 or 3 people watching the lifeboat at all times, even at night. We'll have to take turns on duty. Understood. They were still shaken by the close call, realizing the nightmare they would face without supplies, or their only means of escape. After agreeing on the duty roster, everyone went to rest. Gu Junking lay between the two women with his eyes closed, appearing to sleep, but he was actually consulting the system. How much villain value is required to break this magnetic field and make a phone call? He had attempted to use his satellite phone, but it was useless. The area was enveloped in a strange magnetic field, causing a complete lack of signal on the island and the surrounding sea. Ding. The host requires 50,000 villain points to break through the magnetic field. That's not much, Gu Junking thought to himself. Lin Fei's failed attempt to burn the lifeboat had earned him another 10,000 villain points. Although he hadn't fully broken even, he was close. He could leave whenever he wanted. However, he wanted to explore this strange island further, so he decided to stay a while longer. The two women beside him breathed softly, occasionally emitting tiny, adorable snores. They were fast asleep. Gu Junking quietly got up and left the tent, making no sound and alerting no one. He dashed in the direction where Lin Fei had left. Like a shadow, his movements were lightning fast and agile. Gu Junking moved rapidly through the dense forest, quickly catching up to Lin Fei. Lin Fei's expression was grim. He didn't know how he had been discovered, but he had nothing to say about it. His intention had been to burn the boat so that everyone would have to rely on him for survival. He hadn't expected to be caught red-handed. System, can they escape if they take the lifeboat? Lin Fei asked, his head lowered to hide his expression. He was terrified that they might actually make it out. Being stranded on the island alone would be pointless. If Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu escaped, he would fail his mission. Without missions, he wouldn't gain the adventure points needed to exchange for items that would make him powerful. Ding. The area around the island is filled with a strange magnetic field, making it difficult to enter or leave. Out at sea, one will suffer from spatial disorientation, like a natural maze. There is only a 1 in 10,000 chance of escaping. Lin Fei's expression shifted to joy, but quickly turned into deep regret. Spatial disorientation, in simple terms, is an illusion where one's perception of orientation does not match reality. For instance, when a plane is flying level, a pilot might feel it is tilting by over 90 degrees. They might think they are flying level, but in reality, they could be diving toward the ground or ascending. The same logic applies at sea. Without any reference points on the vast ocean, people lose their sense of direction. This sea area operates on a similar principle. Going left or right might just lead you back to the starting point. If he had known they couldn't leave even if they knew the direction, he wouldn't have bothered burning the damn lifeboat. Now he was despised by everyone, and no one would believe a word he said. In their eyes, he had lost all credibility. I'm such an idiot. I should have asked earlier. Lin Fei slapped himself twice in remorse. He hadn't expected the situation to become so dramatic. He had been impulsive, as usual, but that was simply the kind of person he was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recklessly released the ballast water back then. He was truly willing to do whatever it took to rise to the top. Although protagonists are often portrayed as ruthless leaders, it is rare to see someone as unscrupulous as Lin Fei. However, that kind of personality is essential for survival on a deserted island. A soft-hearted person cannot survive on an island devoid of morality and law. The depths of human depravity in desperate situations are unimaginable to normal people. Because of the harsh survival conditions, social structures collapse and reorganize. Everyone's social role undergoes a drastic change, with some falling from the top and others rising to power, as primal instincts awaken all kinds of evil. If not for Gu Junqing intervening in the plot, bringing water and food so that others wouldn't be desperate, Lin Fei would never have ended up in this state. With his skills and personality, he definitely would have thrived. But since these 20 or so people were all Gu Junqing's, Lin Fei's attitude made him a target of public resentment. Unfortunately for him, he encountered Gu Junqing, a person who would never give him even the slightest chance. Chapter 587. It was too late for regrets. Lin Fei could only trudge toward the depths of the island, feeling deeply frustrated. He followed the same path Gu Junqing had taken earlier that day. Perhaps because Gu Junqing's scent still lingered, he barely encountered any mosquitoes or venomous insects along the way. Lin Fei stepped carefully through the forest. Visibility at night was poor, as the dense canopy obscured even the moonlight. The trees here were immeasurably larger than those in the outside world. While ordinary trees reached only 20 or 30 meters, the ones here stood over 60 meters tall, with trunks so thick that 5 or 6 people could not link hands around them. Naturally, this made the surroundings feel dark and sinister. Now that he had been kicked out of the group, he had to rely on his system to survive. Fortunately, his system was specifically designed for deserted island life. Combined with his vast knowledge of survival, he was not too worried about his ability to endure in the wild. Lin Fei reached the cliff base he had visited during the day. He cleared a patch of ground, deciding to build his little shelter there. He gathered dry wood and lit a large bonfire in the center of the clearing. In this place, only the fire could provide him with a sense of security. Watching the flames roar to life, Lin Fei finally felt a trace of warmth against the chill. Damn Gu Junqing. He only has authority because of his past status and position. Once your food runs out, let's see who listens to you then. Lin Fei sneered, speaking to himself. Living alone meant he had to learn to talk to himself, or else the loneliness would drive him mad. A normal person might have a mental breakdown living in isolation, without anyone to talk to. However, knowing that Gu Junqing and his group would struggle to leave the island made him feel much more relaxed. If they could not escape, their food supply would inevitably run out. With Gu Junqing's lazy, pampered attitude, Lin Fei doubted the group would keep listening to him once food and water grew scarce. By that time, Lin Fei would have stored up plenty of supplies with the system's help. The others would be forced to beg him for help, even Murong Wan and Luo Ningyu. Imagining that glorious future, Lin Fei could not help but chuckle foolishly. He would become the king of this deserted island. Nearby, perched atop a tree standing 80 or 90 meters tall, Gu Junqing stood at the very tip, as if walking on air, watching Lin Fei's foolish grin. He felt a bit speechless. He had expected to discover something by following him out, but the protagonist had merely built a fire and sat there giggling. Gu Junqing lost interest quickly. Seeing Lin Fei in such a state, he would rather go back to sleep with the soft and fragrant Murong Wan and Luo Ningyu. However, looking at the rolling mountains in the distance, Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes. He had not climbed this high during the day to keep his strength hidden, but up here, he realized the island was much larger than he had imagined. He needed to know if this was just an ordinary island, or one holding unknown secrets. The distinction would drastically change how he dealt with the protagonist. If it were just an ordinary island, he planned to break the magnetic field and call for rescue. If the island held significant secrets, however, then he would be sorry, but he intended to hoard those secrets for himself. After all, no one had ever set foot on this island before, so he expected it to be rich in resources. Moreover, if the captain was telling the truth about the giant, decades-long python, plus the general. Just as Gu Junqing pondered these matters, and Lin Fei continued to fantasize about his future, a hissing sound and a rustle of movement drifted from afar. Gu Junqing and Lin Fei froze, their expressions becoming deadly serious. That sounds like a snake crawling and flicking its tongue. Gu Junqing narrowed his eyes, minimizing his biological signs and suppressing his scent completely. A snake's vision does not distinguish between plants, animals, or humans, as they only react to rapid movement. By suppressing his presence, Gu Junqing appeared no different from a tree to the reptile. Ordinary snakes could not produce such a massive sound, so this had to be the giant python. As for Lin Fei, upon hearing the noise, he was terrified out of his wits. Never having heard such a horrifying sound, he scrambled to hide in a crevice of the nearby cliff. Soon enough, a faint green light emerged slowly from the woods. A body, as thick as a water barrel, swayed across the ground. Its gaze was chillingly terrifying, and its hard, shimmering scales rubbed against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Gu Junking estimated the python's length to be at least 20 to 30 meters, just as the captain had described, with a girth of 4 to 5 meters. To any human, it was an unimaginable behemoth. Could such an outrageous creature really exist here? Gu Junking narrowed his eyes. However, having reached the Foundation establishment stage, he felt no fear. Even if he could not defeat it, fleeing would be easy. The real question was whether even more terrifying creatures lurked within these mountains. Even if this island was isolated, the existence of such a creature defied all logic. It made no sense at all. While this parallel world differed from his previous life in many customs and creatures, the general historical timeline remained similar. Thus, Gu Junking was incredibly astonished to encounter a creature that should only exist in ancient times. In ancient times, the planet had high oxygen levels, so the existence of such large creatures was not strange. But on a planet highly developed by humans, where both wildlife and forests had drastically dwindled, leading to much lower oxygen levels, how could such a beast still exist today? As for Lin Fei, he was already curled up in the crevice, trembling. He was completely stunned. How could such a creature exist on this deserted island? The system had not warned him it was this dangerous. Seeing eyes like lanterns and a body like a small mountain, his head buzzed with shock. System, why is there a creature like this here? Lin Fei asked in his mind, stuttering with fear. Ding. This is normal content for deserted island survival. Host need not worry. With the system present, the host will certainly survive on this island. Ding. Ancient creature detected, Titan Python. Mission initiated, kill the Titan Python. Success, 100,000 adventure points. Failure, no penalty. You're calling this normal? Is this something a human can actually survive? Lin Fei gritted his teeth. Such a creature would be immune to standard firearms. Only missiles or rocket launchers could possibly kill this python. Ordinary guns, even an AK-47, would just scratch it. Now the system wanted him to complete a mission to kill it. Chapter 588. Lin Fei was speechless. Did the system truly not understand the gap between him and the giant python? To this behemoth, he was nothing more than a helpless, two-legged animal. The system actually expected him to kill it. He glanced at the python a few times, his entire body going numb with a primal fear rooted deep in his bloodline. The python held its head high, its cold, gleaming eyes fixed on the fire Lin Fei had started. It seemed to be contemplating something as disgusting saliva dripped from its jaws. It circled the fire, seemingly searching for the presence of living creatures. Then it suddenly let out a heaven-shaking hiss, roaring like a returning king. Creatures throughout the mountain range seemed to respond to the call, their own cries erupting from every direction. The python ignored the fire, quickly slithering over the cliff and vanishing into the mountains. Moments after it left, Lin Fei finally dared to poke his head out from the crevice, his expression uncertain. Wealth and danger went hand in hand, and this was worth 100,000 adventure points. But this mission looked like an endgame challenge. If he could actually pull it off, who in this world would be his match? He could buy out all the human enhancement serums available. His physical prowess would be unimaginable. Of course, it was impossible to complete this mission on his own. Even with Gu Junking and his group, it would not make a difference. They only had long knives for weapons, and even with firearms and ammunition, their chances would be slim. Perhaps he could use this situation to lead Gu Junking and the other men to their deaths, leaving him to monopolize those delicate goddesses. Even if he did not finish the quest to slay the Titan Python, he would still live comfortably. A gleam flashed in Lin Fei's eyes as he concocted schemes to use the serpent as his weapon. He could take a different path and rescue those young ladies from Gu Junking. Gu Junking, however, remained unaware of Lin Fei's thoughts, and he had no interest in them anyway. He chose to trail far behind the python, following it deep into the heart of the mountains. The range consisted of 8 smaller peaks and a main summit, winding in a circle like a dragon coiling on the ground. Giant lakes surrounded the mountains, where massive octopus tentacles occasionally breached the surface, a terrifying sight to behold. The area was densely forested, with ancient trees reaching heights of over 100 meters, a stark contrast to the world outside the cliffs. Gu Junking moved with ghostly grace, leaping across the treetops under the cover of night. Fortunately, the python was so massive that he could easily track its path from a distance. This cannot be right. This deserted island is truly extraordinary. It is too absurd. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes, observing the environment, which differed so much from the world beyond the cliffs. It felt as if the cliffs marked the boundary of survival difficulty. On one side was beginner mode, and on the other was hell mode. They were incomparable. He had already seen many large animals like wolves, tigers, and brown bears, all significantly larger than their counterparts in the outside world. More importantly, he discovered many fierce prehistoric creatures that were declared extinct hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years ago. He deduced the reason was the spiritual energy in the area. It felt dozens of times denser than in the outside world. It seemed this spiritual energy was one of the factors behind the creatures being so active, ferocious, and enormous. Could this strange magnetic field actually be a natural spirit-gathering array? Does it allow energy to enter but not leave, trapping people inside? Gu Junking could only ponder. The energy here was indeed far more concentrated than the outside world. If not for the fear of attracting the attention of these beasts, he would have been tempted to absorb it. To continue his investigation, Gu Junking resisted the urge and kept trailing the python. He sensed that the giant snake had a specific destination in mind. After a long pursuit, the python finally stopped outside a massive valley. The python's eyes betrayed a very human-like hesitation. It was uncertain whether its newly evolved strength was enough to obtain what lay inside. Roar. At that moment, another bestial roar echoed through the sky. A 25-meter-tall silverback gorilla climbed over from another cliff, its body resembling an ancient demon god with white steam rolling from its nostrils. It looked at the python with intense fury. Damn it, even Kong is here. Gu Junking hid on a giant tree in the distance, doing his best to conceal his aura while complaining internally. Even with his current foundation establishment strength, he really could not beat a Kong that was the size of a small mountain. The gorilla's physical power was extraordinary, with punches likely capable of delivering tons of force. He would probably need to reach the Golden Core or Nascent Soul stage to win, where a single strike could sever the creature's head. However, with his current speed and size, staying hidden was a breeze. The python flicked its tongue, its cold, frosty eyes locked onto the giant ape, its body tense and ready for battle. The ape's roar was like thunder, its eyes burning like fire. Gu Junking sensed that the two behemoths were about to clash. Another creature seemed to want to spoil the party, the roar causing both the ape and the python to pause, their eyes filled with wariness. Soon, a giant Tyrannosaurus Rex emerged from the nearby woods, its size rivaling that of the ape and the python. Its massive, sharp teeth flashed with terrifying, cold light, and fresh blood dripped from its jaws, clearly indicating it had just finished hunting. The three stood in a tripod formation, each wary of the others. None dared to strike first, fearing they would be ganged up on by the remaining two. While they were evenly matched in a one-on-one fight, there was no chance of victory if faced with a two-on-one assault. These were long-lived behemoths with developing consciousness, so they would not act rashly. After the arrival of the ape and python, Gu Junking was not even that shocked by the T-Rex. He felt he would not be surprised no matter how many strange creatures appeared. The presence of these three titans seemed to deter other beasts. None dared to come near them. How did he get here? Gu Junking frowned slightly, turning his gaze toward another tree nearby. A head was poking out, its owner looking absolutely terrified. Gu Junking did not expect Lin Fei to make it this far. Knowing how many beasts he had encountered on the way, it was shocking that Lin Fei had traveled such a long distance unscathed. Even he had to admire Lin Fei's protagonist luck. It was simply too absurd. Lin Fei had not expected to make it here either. He had been planning how to complete his mission and bait Gu Junking into hunting the python, but on a whim, he decided to check on the snake's location. If he could not find the location, no one would believe him. So, Lin Fei had grabbed a long knife for protection and set out. As luck would have it, he followed the traces of the python's path through the terrain without encountering any danger. Soon, he arrived near the spot where the three beasts were locked in a standoff. If I told the world about this island, I would make a fortune, Lin Fei muttered, watching the three mountain-sized beasts. If humanity discovered this place, they would go mad with research, inevitably building dozens of scientific outposts. The sheer number of giant beasts would shroud this island in mystery. The three beasts were unaware that two strange two-legged creatures were watching them, and even if they knew, they would not care. They were the kings of this mountain range, the apex predators. The python had just molted outside the mountains, making it stronger and in peak condition, which is why it was the most powerful among them. This was why the gorilla and the T-Rex watched it so closely. They could both sense the threat the python posed. Soon, the three seemed to lose patience and launched their attacks simultaneously. The primary target, without a doubt, was the python. After all, it was currently the strongest of the three. Hissing, the python showed no fear, its massive body slamming into the T-Rex. However, the T-Rex bit down on its body, and its cold iron-hard scales could not withstand those teeth, bleeding from the bite. In pain, the python thrashed violently to break free from the jaws, then whipped its tail like a steel rod, striking the T-Rex on the skull, and forcing the dinosaur to stagger back, shaking its head. At this moment, the giant ape charged over, grabbing the python's heart area, hoping to render the snake helpless. However, the python coiled its mountain-high body around the ape like the roots of an ancient tree, biting into the ape's neck. Both exerted all their strength, neither willing to let go. They had old grudges, and now they were fighting for their lives. Seeing this, the T-Rex's eyes glinted with human-like cunning. It launched a charge, knocking both the ape and the python over. The three separated. Roar. You have no honor. You even slammed into me, the gorilla roared angrily. Of the three, it was the most intelligent creature. Clearly, however, the T-Rex had no idea what it was saying. Chapter 589. The scene of the three giant beasts fighting left both Gu Junking and Lin Fei stunned. Lin Fei swallowed hard, noting that the python was holding its own against the two others, yet his system wanted him to kill it. Was the system trying to get him killed? Gu Junking narrowed his eyes, becoming even more curious about the reason for the brawl. Even with the abundant spiritual energy, these beasts must have lived a long time to reach such massive sizes. Generally, such creatures would not fight to the death so recklessly, or they would not have survived until now. There must be a specific reason for it. The three beasts in the clearing became even more frantic. The giant ape stood tall, pounding its chest continuously with both palms and roaring at the sky. It felt that neither the Tyrannosaurus nor the python were any good. It grabbed a massive tree nearby, stripped the branches with its hands, and swung the trunk at the Tyrannosaurus's head. The blow dazed the Tyrannosaurus, causing its skull to crack slightly and bleed. A strong scent of blood permeated the surroundings, as the strike clearly caused significant damage. ANG. With a small head and limited intelligence, the Tyrannosaurus stepped back, considering a retreat. Roar, roar. The giant ape brandished its wooden club and let out a roar toward the sky. The sound waves rolled over them, almost deafening Gu Junking and Lin Fei. Although Gu Junking could not understand the beast, he could detect the pride in its tone. The giant ape turned its gaze toward the python, and the two massive creatures began to confront each other. However, the python clearly did not fear the ape's club, staring at its opponent with icy, chilling eyes. Hiss. The standoff did not last long, as the python struck quickly. Like thunder, the python raised its head high, opening a maw large enough to swallow dozens of adults, and charged at the giant ape with a whistling sound of friction. Bang! The giant ape did not show weakness, raising its massive wooden club high. It swung the club with such force that it seemed to tear through the air, striking the python's head and sending it flying. The python slammed into a massive tree, snapping it in half. Dust filled the arena as several trees were broken. Gu Junking looked annoyed, moving to a nearby tree with a few agile leaps. Why did it have to crash into the tree he was standing on? It was annoying to be implicated just for watching the show. Why did it not crash into Lin Fei's tree? A flash of pride crossed the giant ape's eyes, as it had essentially fought two opponents and sent both flying. However, the python appeared unharmed, shaking its head and returning to normal without many visible scratches. Hiss, hiss. The python glared at the giant ape with caution and icy malice. Watching the seemingly celebratory ape, it launched its body forward like lightning, ramming directly into its opponent. The giant ape tried to use the same move, but the python dodged it this time. It coiled its body around the ape, squeezing it tightly, and sank its fangs into the ape's shoulder. Roar, roar, roar. The giant ape roared in thunderous pain, trying to shake the serpent off, but it could not muster the strength at that moment. The two beasts froze in place, beginning a test of brute strength. The Tyrannosaurus, still nearby, watched the scene and seemed tempted to rejoin the fight. The python possessed immense strength, and the giant ape had the giant tree as a weapon, while the T-Rex relied only on its teeth. The Tyrannosaurus was at a disadvantage in this three-way battle. It had to wait for the perfect moment to intervene. It looks like Kong is done for, but this fight will likely drag on for a while. Gu Junking muttered to himself. He no longer had any interest in just watching. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the valley where the beasts were fighting. He scanned the area, suspecting there must be something in the valley worth the beasts' battle. Since the three monsters were focused on each other, this might be the perfect opportunity to sneak inside. He turned to look at Lin Fei and found that he also looked tempted. However, given Lin Fei's skills, it was clearly impossible for him to sneak in right under the noses of the three beasts. A look of regret crossed Lin Fei's eyes. He could guess that the three beasts were fighting over something precious. If he could obtain it, perhaps the system would reward him with more adventure points. However, considering the danger, Lin Fei chose to give up and continued watching the fight. He wanted to see if there was a chance to pick up some scraps. The system only told him to kill the python, not how to do it. If the python were beaten half to death and he came in to deliver the finishing blow, that would be wonderful. 100,000 adventure points would certainly let him do whatever he wanted on this deserted island. Lin Fei's calculations were running smoothly in his mind, and he did not notice the look Gu Junking was giving him from a nearby tree. Gu Junking, on the other hand, was different. With his level of strength, getting in was actually possible. The profound heaven steps emphasized lightness and agility. Gu Junking relied on his immense speed to sprint across the ground, slipping into the valley from the side. Neither the giant beasts nor Lin Fei noticed that a living being had dared to sneak into the valley. Gu Junking walked along the path, where thick mist obscured the view, yet he saw many skeletal remains of various beasts along the way. Judging by the size of these skeletons, some belonged to creatures no weaker than the ape or the python outside. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes and sensed his surroundings, finding no trace of any living creatures. He could only continue forward with caution. Soon, Gu Junking discovered what the beasts were fighting over, as a vibrant red spiritual plant, 10 meters tall, bloomed in the center of the valley, with its red fruit seemingly about to ripen. It was slowly inhaling and exhaling rich spiritual energy. Gu Junking's eyes brightened, as it was clearly a treasure. He could feel the extremely abundant spiritual energy radiating from it. This seems to be the center where the spiritual energy converges, so it is no wonder such a heavenly treasure would entice those three beasts outside. Gu Junking said with emotion. The reason those beast kings could grow so large must be inextricably linked to this fruit. Whoever consumed this fruit could become even more powerful. It was no surprise there were so many bones nearby, as it seemed more than one battle had occurred in this valley. However, all of this will benefit me now. Gu Junking muttered to himself. If he possessed these treasures, he might get one step closer to the golden core stage. Gu Junking narrowed his eyes, a plan forming in his mind, and he let out a cold laugh. Chapter 590. Outside, the battle raged on. The three beast kings fought intensely, though they were all growing anxious. According to the timeline, the sacred fruit was about to ripen. They did not know how much longer the stalemate would last. Even with their keen senses, they could almost smell the intoxicating aroma of the fruit. It was a scent that made their very bloodlines boil with craving. Each of them had lived for ages, and their massive sizes were due to the fruit. Because of the fighting and the alluring scent of the ripening fruit, many other beasts gathered around. Among them were creatures resembling giant lizards. They had serpentine tails and skull-like faces, stretching over 30 meters in length. Their tough teeth possessed incredible biting power, and their eyes gleamed with cruelty. They were pack predators, and Lin Fei counted at least 4 or 5 of them. Other creatures avoided the pack, keeping their distance out of pure terror. However, the giant ape, standing dozens of meters tall, erupted in rage upon seeing them. Ignoring all other threats, it grabbed a massive wooden club and charged at the lizards. This seemed to be the signal for a full-blown melee. Most beasts rushed the skull crawlers, as they were the natural predators of the island. Even the giant python, which had been fighting the ape, turned its attention to the lizards. If they did not intervene, the sacred fruit would surely belong to the lizard pack. Lin Fei had hoped to scavenge, but the sight of the chaos terrified him. He turned and fled, deciding never to set foot in the inner island again. This was no place for a normal person to seek opportunities. Suddenly, the giants stopped fighting and stared at the valley in confusion. A roar echoed through the sky. The beasts roared with anger, realizing the scent of the fruit had vanished. There was only one possibility: someone had beaten them to it. They crowded into the valley, wanting to see who had the audacity to pull such a stunt. To their shock, the sacred tree itself was gone. The beasts looked around blankly. Aside from piles of bones, there was not a single trace of the thief. The other beasts could no longer sit still and stampeded out of the valley. How could someone be so shameless as to steal the tree itself? Meanwhile, the giant ape was still fighting the skull crawlers. It grabbed one by the jaws and ripped it in half, crushing its skull with overwhelming strength. It roared, fueled by an age-old blood feud with this species. It never showed mercy to them. The other lizards retreated in fear, fleeing back to their nests. The ape, initially satisfied with its kill, grew puzzled as the other beasts rushed out of the valley. Curious, it headed toward the valley. It arrived to find the center completely barren, save for the wind blowing over some fallen leaves. Furious, the ape also stormed out. The beasts were now so enraged they would have slapped a dog just to ask if it had seen the tree. The culprit, Gu Junking, had anticipated exactly this. He had already stored the tree in his system space and slipped away unnoticed. Watching the ape battle the lizards, he realized what island this was. This was the Skull Island from the movies, and that ape was King Kong. It was typical for a protagonist to end up in such a dangerous place to raise the difficulty. Gu Junking did not care about the chaos he left behind. King Kong was not big enough to leave the island yet. As long as he stayed confined there, Gu Junking had no reason to intervene. He moved stealthily, watching the giant beasts terrorize the smaller animals in the interior. They were lashing out at everything in their path. Gu felt a brief moment of shame for taking both the meal and the plate. It quickly faded, however. It was just fate that this treasure belonged to him. He channeled his spiritual energy, accelerating his pace. His system space completely masked the scent of the tree, so the beasts would never track him. He arrived back at camp just as the sun began to rise. People were beginning to wake up and start their morning routine. Some sailors were even setting up a grill over the fire. To an outsider, it looked like they were on a casual picnic rather than stranded. The captain, noticing the usually composed Gu Junking looked hurried, approached him. "Young master, what happened?" the captain asked curiously. Gu gave a strict order, no time to explain. "Follow the plan from yesterday, pack up quickly, and we set sail." "Set sail? So urgently?" the captain asked, confused. Gu nodded firmly, his expression grave. He did not know if the beasts would reach the shore, but he was not going to take the risk. He had harvested enough from the protagonist, Lin Fei, for now. He had invaded Lin Fei's system, and noticed it could not even issue the starter pack anymore. Lin Fei's luck was damaged, leaving little value to exploit. Staying to harvest more would take too long, and he could not afford the delay. He could escape, but the normal people here would not survive the beasts. The captain saw the urgency, and made up his mind instantly. He trusted Gu Junking's judgment implicitly. The captain immediately ordered the crew to pack up. They obeyed without a single question, which was exactly why Gu Junking had brought his own people. Gu entered the tent to find Nirongwan and Luo Ningyu cuddling as they slept. The two girls blinked awake and beamed when they saw him. They cherished moments like this, where he was the first thing they saw. They did not waste any time and started getting ready. "We are setting sail now," Gu said, stroking their hair. Nirongwan asked curiously, "Is something wrong? Why the rush?" She quickly braided Luo Ningyu's hair while listening. Gu blinked and made up a quick excuse. "I read the celestial signs and determined today is a lucky day for travel." Luo Ningyu giggled. "I know you're lying, Brother Junking." Gu raised an eyebrow, thinking the morning was starting quite interestingly. "There's no time to explain now," he said. "Get ready and follow the captain." Hearing footsteps outside, he changed his plan. "Wanna give this fruit pit to Lin Fei later." He handed her a uniquely shaped, empty pit tied with a string. Nirongwan took it without asking questions. Lin Fei's voice rang out from outside the camp. "Everyone, I've discovered a major secret." Chapter 591. "Lin Fei, you piece of shit. You actually dare to come back. Aren't you afraid of being drowned in a pig cage?" Zhou Chen stepped out of the tent, furious at the sight of him. Lin Fei walked into the campsite, offering a cold sneer as he glanced at Zhou Chen, though he remained silent. To him, this man was nothing but a minor character. Had it not been for Gu Junking's numbers, he would have killed Zhou Chen long ago. Seeing the way Lin Fei ignored him, Zhou Chen felt the urge to throw a punch. In the city, no one dared to ignore a young master of the Zhou family. Of course, that excluded Gu Junking. But a nobody like Lin Fei, with nothing but a bit of fighting skill, how dare he? Lin Fei, don't let me find an opportunity. If I don't kill you, I won't be a Zhou anymore. Zhou Chen spat, his face dark with rage. Is that so? Then feel free to try right now, Lin Fei said with an arrogant air. After watching the giant beasts battle all night, his state of mind had shifted. He felt he no longer had anything in common with ordinary people like Zhou Chen. Even Gu Junqing was just a mortal, perhaps a wealthy young master at best. With the system's help, he would eventually be strong enough to fight those giant beasts. By then, even nations would bow before him. For now, he simply needed to remove the obstacles in front of him. Lin Fei, what do you want? I told you yesterday that you weren't allowed back. The captain approached with a cold snort. The other crew members surrounded them, staring at Lin Fei with ill intent. I told you, I have something I need to report to young Master Gu. Seeing the captain, Lin Fei's expression shifted from arrogance to a calm demeanor. You think young Master Gu is someone you can just see whenever you want? Zhou Chen sneered. I said it's an extremely important matter. Lin Fei ignored Zhou Chen and addressed the captain directly. What is so extremely important? Gu Junqing pulled back the tent flap and emerged with Mirongwan and the other girl, his expression full of confusion. Seeing the three of them come out, and noting that Gu Junqing's clothes were somewhat disheveled, Lin Fei felt his eyes turning red with jealousy. Luo Ningyu was even busy helping Gu Junqing adjust his collar like a young wife. Yet, remembering his plans, Lin Fei forced himself to remain calm. Ding, the host has caused a serious imbalance in the protagonist's heart. Reward, 2,000 villain points. I can only speak to young Master Gu about this privately. If it weren't urgent, I would be struck by lightning. Lin Fei looked grave, practically raising his hand to swear an oath. Fine, I'll hear you out. Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow and signaled for the captain and crew to return to their duties. They dispersed, busy with their own tasks. Seeing only the three of them left, and observing how Mirongwan and the others followed close behind Gu Junqing, Lin Fei felt a sense of relief. Young Master Gu, I know I was impulsive yesterday, and I want to apologize to you. Lin Fei spoke with extreme sincerity. He had to feign weakness to make Gu Junqing believe in his repentance. This was the first step of his plan. Is this all you wanted to tell me? Gu Junqing raised an eyebrow, looking quite bored. Cough, no. Young Master Gu, I discovered a giant gold mine on this island. Lin Fei lowered his voice. A giant gold mine? Gu Junqing feigned surprise to play along with Lin Fei. The two women beside him curled their lips at such exaggerated acting. Based on their understanding of Gu Junqing, he would never show the slightest reaction if he truly cared about something. However, Lin Fei didn't know what kind of person Gu Junqing really was. Seeing Gu Junqing's shocked expression, Lin Fei felt a surge of joy. He was hooked so easily? It's true, young Master Gu, it is absolutely a giant gold mine. I took a look at the area myself. If we can mine it, your future in the city will surely skyrocket. He suggested that they wait for rescue, then Gu Junqing could secretly bring his own men to excavate it. Lin Fei chuckled internally, while maintaining an expression of complete loyalty. I see. Then why are you telling me this? Gu Junqing asked with curiosity. Because I feel that only you have the ability and strength to own this mining area. Lin Fei's expression was full of flattery and feigned regret. And after last night, I've been reflecting. I finally realized something. He continued, the reason I had a bad attitude towards you was simply because you were too outstanding. If I could follow you and be your dog, learning even a fraction of your noble character, it would be a lifetime benefit. Lin Fei felt sickened by his own words, but he had to do it to gain trust. You are teachable. It seems you are the only one who truly understands me. Still, we must remain humble and not be too flashy. He added, but since you flatter me well, if what you say is true, I can give you a chance to be my dog. Gu Junqing nodded with a rare smile. Although he knew Lin Fei was lying, the words resonated with him. He had always taken pride in his noble character. Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu both rolled their eyes in unison, looking adorable. Lin Fei's expression twisted at Gu Junqing's words. This guy is truly shameless. Let's see how you act like a dog once those beasts scare you later, Lin Fei thought to himself. He quickly recovered his composure. Well said. You shall be rewarded. Gu Junqing smiled and signaled to Mirongwan. Remembering what he had given her earlier, she knew exactly what he meant. She took out a fruit pit on a string from her pocket and handed it to Lin Fei. What is this? Lin Fei stared at the pit, stunned and hesitant. This is a souvenir 1ER made from local materials to commemorate our trip to this deserted island. Wear it. Gu Junqing's eyes carried a faint smile. Upon hearing it was handmade by Mirongwan, Lin Fei didn't hesitate, quickly putting it around his neck with a pleasant surprise. It was as if he could smell the fragrance on it. So it was made by Miss Mirong herself. I am truly honored. Thank you. Lin Fei looked solemn and thanked her politely. You're welcome. Mirongwan replied coldly. It had absolutely nothing to do with her, but she knew to do whatever Gu Junqing told her. Then, young Master Gu, shall we go see the mining area? Lin Fei asked respectfully. Of course, let's go. If you are so anxious to court death, I will only be happy to oblige, Gu Junqing thought with a smile. Lin Fei walked ahead while Gu Junqing remained behind to instruct Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu. Later, take the lifeboat with the captain and the others to the reef. I will come to find you shortly, he whispered to the two women. Though they didn't know what Gu Junqing was planning, they were worried by his ominous attitude. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Gu Junqing patted their heads to reassure them as he saw their worried expressions. Watching Gu Junqing walk into the forest with Lin Fei, the two women hurried toward the captain. By now, Everyone had packed up their belongings. Acting on Gu Junking's previous orders, the captain signaled for the group to set sail. Chapter 592. Lin Fei was still happily fiddling with the fruit pit around his neck. This looks a bit like a peach pit, he thought, surprised by the shape. Wait, could this be a pit Nirong ate herself? Lin Fei felt a stir in his heart. Rich people sure know how to play, he thought, feeling a twinge of jealousy. On second thought, however, the way he looked at the pit became more intense. Some strange urges within him were stirred up. If Gu Junking were not still here, he would have wanted to taste what the fruit pit was like. Along the way, Lin Fei told Gu Junking about the gold mines he had seen, his expression full of respect. They had already crossed the cliff, acting as if they were just outside seeing. Lin Fei's plan was to lure Gu Junking into the inner island, and then deliberately disappear. He did not believe that Gu Junking could survive in an environment filled with so many giant beasts. The giant beasts searching for the holy tree, and the holy fruit in the distance suddenly caught the scent of the fruit. They were instantly filled with rage. They had finally found the damn thief who stole the tree and the fruit. Various giant beasts stampeded across the land, letting out roars that made the earth tremble. Is this an earthquake? Lin Fei asked with a confused expression. He felt as though the ground was shaking crazily, but he had no idea that this was Gu Junking plotting to trap him, and a trap that would certainly kill him. The distance seems about right. You should not be able to run away now. Brother, thank you. I hope you can buy me a little more time. Gu Junking suddenly said to Lin Fei with a smile, even patting his shoulder with encouragement. Young Master Gu, what are you saying? What do you mean I cannot run away? Lin Fei was confused, unsure of what Gu Junking meant. Nothing. Look there, a UFO. Lin Fei turned his head blankly in the direction Gu Junking pointed, but there was only a crow flying by. Young Master Gu, you are joking again. Lin Fei thought Gu Junking was just teasing him, so he turned back and chuckled. However, when he turned around, Gu Junking, who should have been standing in place, had vanished. Now, Lin Fei was truly bewildered. Young Master Gu, are you playing hide and seek with me? Lin Fei searched around, but the surroundings were dense forests, and he did not know where to look. The ground was shaking more violently now, and Lin Fei realized this might not be an earthquake. Gu Junking, you shit. Lin Fei was so angry his liver ached, unable to understand what had happened. Why did Gu Junking suddenly disappear? Suddenly, the whole sky went dark. Lin Fei looked up trembling and realized it was the Titan Python. The creature's body, large enough to blot out the sun, completely blocked his view. Lin Fei was stunned, then shocked. Last night, he had watched from afar, but facing the giant snake directly today, he realized just how massive it was. Brother Snake, we have no grudges. Lin Fei trembled with fear as he stared into those cold, frosty eyes. System, can you save me? System. He screamed at the system in his heart. In this moment of crisis, with nowhere left to turn, the system was his only reliance. But the system, which always responded to his questions, was like a corpse, offering no reply. Instead, it popped up a message on its own. Ding. Because the host's luck cannot carry it, this pleasant deserted island experience ends here. See you next time. A voice rang in Lin Fei's ears, and his system vanished just like that. He was completely dumbfounded. No, this is impossible. Why? Lin Fei, who had just been full of ambition to eliminate Gu Junking and occupy Mirongwan and the others, lost all his fighting spirit. He was deeply confused. Wasn't he the one who came to trap Gu Junking? Why did he end up in this position? And how did Gu Junking disappear in an instant? Hiss. The Titan Python flicked its tongue and slowly leaned down, looking at the Spipt with suspicion. In its view, this weak creature should not have been able to steal the holy fruit right under their noses. If he did not steal it, why did he smell like the holy fruit? Lin Fei's legs were shaking. This giant snake's head was longer than his entire body, and he would have collapsed if he were not leaning against a tree. The python slowly shifted its gaze to the fruit pit around Lin Fei's neck, a flash of anger and coldness in its eyes. This Spipt had actually eaten their holy fruit. Hiss. The python used its tongue to snatch the pit and held it in its mouth, but it did not let Lin Fei go, continuing to stare at him coldly. This scene made Lin Fei realize the truth. He wondered why these giant beasts had no interest in weak creatures like them last night, but the python was now fixated on him. It was because of the fruit pit Gu Junking gave him. He realized why Gu Junking had been so kind to give him something, even using Nirongwan's name to do it. Gu Junking, I will not share the sky with you. I will tear you limb from limb. Lin Fei's anger flared, and he roared aloud. Hiss, humph. The python's eyes showed human-like impatience, blowing 2 puffs of air from its nostrils that sent Lin Fei's hair flying wildly. It had been polite enough to the tree thief, wanting him to hand over the holy tree, but this person was still shouting at it. Brother Snake, it was not me, truly not me. This thing was given to me by someone else named Gu Junking. Go find him. Do not come after me. Lin Fei realized this was a life or death crisis and quickly knelt to kowtow to the python. He did not know that the python did not understand his language. Seeing this Spipt refuse to hand over the holy tree, despite being on the verge of death, the python swiped its tail and sent Lin Fei flying. He crashed into a tree trunk and fell, his body contorted into an arch. Seeing that Lin Fei was dead, the python did not waste time and swallowed his body whole. Even so, it anxiously coiled its body in place, standing high and spitting the fruit pit onto its tail. Although it could use this pit to grow another holy tree, it did not know how long it would take. The best solution was to find the original holy tree. The Titan python sniffed the scent of the fruit pit, its amazing sensory ability allowing it to detect another scent on it. Changing direction, the python charged toward the outer island, targeting the location of the lifeboat. Ding. Lin Fei has lost his will to survive, plundering 500 points of luck, rewarding the host with 50,000 villain points. Ding. Lin Fei is dead. Protagonist status lost, plundering 500 points of luck, rewarding the host with 50,000 villain points. It seems to be following. Gu Junking had no time to check the system notifications. Anyway, since last night, Lin Fei had been a dead man in his eyes. When he stole the holy tree, he had already planned to frame Lin Fei for it. He would then use the giant beasts to kill Lin Fei. These giant beasts might have massive bodies, but their intelligence was only slightly better than wild animals. Even the smartest among these beasts, the giant ape King Kong from Skull Island, had an IQ that was still lacking compared to humans. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to climb a tall building to fight the planes. That scene was a film classic though, and the way it fought was incredibly handsome. Lin Fei, you died too quickly. I told you to try and buy me some time. Gu Junking muttered in his heart. His pace quickened. He had to board the lifeboat before the python arrived and spend villain points to break the magnetic fog. He also learned from the system that to completely shatter the magnetic fog, the required villain points would be countless, because he would have to destroy the terrain of this entire area. Spending 50,000 villain points would only break it for an instant. Gu Junking quickly reached the shore. The lifeboat was already in the open sea, visible only as a distant shadow from the shore. Gu Junking breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they were already at sea, otherwise, it would have been too late. Captain, go pick up Junking. Seeing Gu Junking standing alone on the beach through the telescope, Mirongwon said quickly. Rest assured, young master will make it. The captain breathed a sigh of relief as well. Although he did not know what major task Gu Junking was doing, he would wait here because Gu Junking told him to. Gu Junking never made mistakes. No, something seems to be following behind Junking. Mirongwon muttered to herself. She saw clouds of dust rising in the forest behind Gu Junking, and the side of many trees collapsing. Gu Junking also looked behind him, knowing the giant beasts were chasing him. Gu Junking smiled, not panicking. The profound true energy in his body, seemingly on the verge of solidifying, circulated rapidly beneath his feet. A white aura rose around him, and he stepped on the water surface as if it were solid ground. He dashed rapidly across the sea toward the lifeboat, ripples rising beneath his feet. This miraculous sight left everyone on the lifeboat stunned. Young master is truly worthy of being young master. To what level has his martial arts cultivation reached? The captain muttered to himself, horrified. As a man of extensive knowledge, he naturally knew there were ancient martial artists in this world. Treading on the waves of the ocean, Gu Junking spun and boarded the lifeboat. Start the boat. Go in that direction. Gu Junking ordered the captain the moment he boarded. The captain and the crew did not dare to ask questions and followed orders immediately. So young Master Gu is also a master, Zhou Chen muttered to himself. He had witnessed the miraculous strength of the Grandmaster Lin Fan, and seeing Gu Junking now, he suddenly realized the truth. Chapter 593. The captain heard Gu Junking's instructions and immediately steered the lifeboat away toward the distance. Quick, look. What is that? A crew member asked, his expression full of fear. Just then, the Titan python and Kong finally reached the seashore and spotted the lifeboat heading away. The python hissed, while Kong let out a thunderous roar. The giant python clearly caught the scent of the fruit core on the lifeboat. It dove straight into the water and began swimming toward them. From the sky, a massive, behemoth-like body could be seen surfacing and diving, swimming frantically toward the lifeboat. Are those creatures filming a movie? Or is my vision failing? A crew member muttered to himself. Stop talking and row. We're on a deserted island. Who would be filming a movie? Zhou Chen was terrified to the point of wetting himself as he grabbed an oar from the crewman and rowed with all his might. Fortunately, the boat was far enough away that the giant snake could not close the distance immediately, despite its speed. However, the lifeboat suddenly seemed unable to move outward, appearing to spin in circles. The giant python seized this opportunity to close the gap rapidly. Everyone on the boat could seemingly see the beast's foul-smelling, gaping maw. System, use villain points to break the barrier. Gu Junking instructed silently. Ding. Successfully broke through the mist. 50,000 villain points deducted. Following the system notification, an unimaginable force erupted from the void through golden filaments. Unseen by the others, it quietly guided the lifeboat forward. The lifeboat quickly vanished from this area of the sea. The giant python, which had been pursuing the boat, raised its head high and shook it in confusion while scanning the surroundings. It could not understand how those two-legged creatures had suddenly disappeared. In an instant, it had completely lost the trail of the holy fruit. The enraged python lashed out, causing the sea life in the area to suffer for quite some time. Ultimately, the python could only use its last fruit core to replant a holy tree. It would likely take an unknown amount of time before the tree matured enough to bear fruit again. Life on the island continued undisturbed by their departure. Kong simply returned to his routine of eating, sleeping, and fighting skull crawlers. Gu Junking and his party finally reached the edge of the barrier, surprised to see that the python no longer seemed to notice them. They did not dwell on it, however, as they were only concerned with putting as much distance as possible between themselves and the beast. We're finally safe. The group let out a collective sigh of relief once they were far from that stretch of sea. What kind of monster was that? Was it a prehistoric snake? How could a snake grow that large? Zhou Chen asked, trembling, his expression still haunted by fear. He was naturally afraid of snakes, and seeing a creature dozens of meters long that could block out the sun, it took courage for him not to wet his pants. Indeed, even we have never seen a snake that large, the crew members chimed in. Quiet now. No one is to speak of today's events. If anyone asks, tell them we were just drifting at sea and never visited any island. Do you understand? Upon catching Gu Junking's gaze, the captain immediately knew what he had to do. He sternly gave the order, casting a pointed look at Zhou Chen and Li Yan, though his words were intended for everyone present. Everyone else aboard was a subordinate of Gu Junking, leaving those two as the only outsiders. Yes, we certainly won't speak of this. Zhou Chen offered a sheepish smile before pulling Li Yan to the side to calm himself. He understood these were Gu Junking's instructions, and he knew exactly what kind of man Gu was. If he dared to leak the truth, his life would become a living nightmare. Forget a nightmare. After witnessing Gu Junking's supernatural abilities, he feared for his very survival if he did not comply. Although they were dying of curiosity, the crew realized this matter was beyond their pay grade. They returned to their respective duties. Naturally, this excluded Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu. Junking, what was the deal with that giant snake? The two women clung to Gu Junking, each grabbing an arm and whispering their question. Just a giant python, Gu Junking said dismissively. A giant python, Luo Ningyu murmured, thoughtfully stroking her smooth, perfect chin. Then what about the trick you used to walk on water? Silly. Have you never heard of magic tricks? That was just a performance. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, smiling as he teased the two curious kittens. You're lying. That was more like actual sorcery. Luo Ningyu frowned, looking at him with dissatisfaction. Exactly. Some people just like using magic tricks as an excuse for sorcery, Mirongwan added, pouting. They were incensed by his perfunctory answer and felt like biting him. He was always trying to deceive them. Enough. There are things you shouldn't know yet, Gu Junking said, patting their heads. It wasn't that he wanted to keep secrets, but telling them the truth would completely shatter their worldview. Knowing less and understanding less is a form of happiness. It is just like being a child again, carefree, and without a care in the world. But as you grow older, you begin to worry about death, life, and the separation of loved ones. Sometimes, knowing more is not necessarily better. Gu Junking was truly protecting them. There might not be such relaxed days in the future, especially now that the protagonist had even dragged Skull Island into the mix. Gu Junking couldn't help but wonder what other scenarios the future might hold. Fine, we won't ask, Luo Ningyu and Mirongwan said, realizing he had their best interests at heart. Instead, they voiced their current concern. But Junking, how are we going to get back? They did not realize that once they had cleared the barrier around the island, they were essentially safe. Don't worry, we will be rescued very soon. A look of anticipation appeared in Gu Junking's eyes. He wanted to see if the tourists he rescued would properly spread his reputation. After all, he had worked so hard to save their lives and treat their ailments. Moreover, now that the tourists had left behind the protagonist, a veritable jinx, they should successfully be saved. Only by building his reputation as a great philanthropist could he better navigate the future in the capital. Chapter 594. Although no one knew why Gu Junking was so confident they would be rescued quickly, Mirongwan and the others trusted his judgment. In fact, they soon encountered the search and rescue team. Ever since the protagonist died, their journey seemed to go much smoother. They found the rescue team without a hitch, and the team soon brought Gu Junking and the others ashore. As more people were pulled to safety, Gu Junking was naturally showered with praise. The name of the great benefactor Gu began to spread. Terms like heroic bravery and saving lives were attached to his name. If Gu Junking had not been a bit shy, he would have almost been nominated as one of the touching figures of the Xia Kingdom. But that is a story for another time. It is good to be back. It is good to be back. Shortly after being brought ashore, Gu Junking was taken before the elder of the Xia family. Seeing Gu Junking land safely, the old man nearly shed tears. Grandfather, Gu Junking said with a smile. He actually did not know much about this grandfather. After all, the distance between the capital and Luodu is quite far. Moreover, his grandfather and his father seemed to have some bad blood, so the two families rarely interacted. However, in the original story, Gu Junking had once sought shelter under the old man's wing. If the original Gu Junking had not been hellbent on self-destruction, even the protagonist would have had a hard time killing him under the old man's protection. Having reached this point, Gu Junking gradually began to understand. He was Gu Junking, and Gu Junking was him. It was just that he had not yet awakened the memories of his past life. The old man's mood, tense for days, finally relaxed. He held Gu Junking's hand, unable to speak for a long moment. So like him, too much like him. The old man stared at Gu Junking's exceptionally handsome face, and muttered to himself. Like him. Gu Junking was stunned. The middle-aged man standing nearby, Gu Junking's uncle, Xia Zayed, was also caught off guard. Could it be that Junking looked too much like Xiao Ying? He looks so much like I did when I was young, the old man said, looking quite comforted in his old age. Gu Junking fell silent, not knowing how to respond, and Xia Zayed also stood there in silence. Zayed, look at Xiao Qing. Doesn't he look a bit like I did when I was younger? He stroked his long beard and asked the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man felt helpless, but he was too embarrassed to contradict his father. He had no choice but to turn and speak to Gu Junking. Xiao Qing, your uncle knows everything you did along the way. I am very pleased that you saved so many people. Xia Zayed patted Gu Junking on the shoulder, looking at him with the pride one feels for an outstanding descendant. He had originally feared that his sister's playful nature would turn Gu Junking into a spoiled brat, but he had not expected Gu Junking to be so exceptional. Consequently, he now held high hopes for Gu Junking's future. That was my duty, uncle, Gu Junking said politely. Did anything happen along the way? Xia Zayed smiled slightly, growing even fonder of this polite nephew. He felt a sense of love by association. All right, Zayed, those things can be discussed later. Let's first talk about whether Xiao Qing looks a bit like me, the old man said, sounding displeased. Whenever the son reached a question he did not want to answer, he liked to beat around the bush instead of answering directly. The old man really did not know who had taught him that mannerism. The Gu family had been gentlemen for generations, always open and honest, but his son was like an old fox. Father, how do you expect me to answer that? Xia Zayed felt quite helpless. He could hardly say that his father did not possess even a fraction of Gu Junking's good looks when he was young. However, when he first saw Gu Junking, he had also harbored some doubts. Could the Xia family really produce such a handsome descendant? As for Gu Junxiang, that brat who always screwed over his brother-in-law, he was automatically excluded from the gene pool in his mind. He believed Gu Junking's excellence must be due to the Xia family's superior genes. Ah, they say that traits skip a generation, and it is true. You look nothing like me, but Xiao Qing takes after me, being polite, ambitious, and upright, the old man said in annoyance. Polite? Upright? Xia Zayed muttered to himself. Which one of your old comrades does not call you old rogue Xia when they see you? Grandfather, I might have truly inherited that from you. Ever since I was a child, I have been praised for my manners, Gu Junking said, holding the old man's hand sincerely. Is that so? Now I finally understand what they mean by the bond between grandparents and grandchildren. It is not like you, always dragging your father back. The old man beamed with joy as he looked at Gu Junking. The grandfather and grandson were suddenly getting along famously. Xia Zayed began to question reality, feeling like he was the outsider. Xiao Qing, are those two girls with you? The old man suddenly pointed to Mirongwan and Luo Ningyu in the distance. The days of exhausting living had not diminished their beauty in the slightest, as they stood there, elegant and stunning. Yes, they are, Gu Junking considered for a moment and nodded. Just like me, when I was young, I was as dashing and popular with the ladies as you are, the old man said, looking quite comforted. He felt that Gu Junking was more and more to his liking. Even the ability to charm girls was just like his own. Grandfather, you must have had many admirers when you were young, Gu Junking said with a smile. That goes without saying. Back in the day, yours truly was the most famous handsome young man for miles around. The matchmakers nearly wore down my threshold. Your grandparents were so happy that they had to inspect every pretty and charming young woman who showed interest. The old man became increasingly animated as he spoke. Xia Zayed struggled to keep a straight face beside them. However, since the old man had attained a high position, he rarely laughed so heartily. A person in a high position must be extremely careful with every action, because an inadvertent gesture could lead subordinates to misunderstand. It could also give enemies an opportunity to exploit. The Xia family's position was incredibly prominent and drew jealousy. Not only did they have hostile families and groups within the country, but even foreign agents had infiltrated and attempted assassinations. So, seeing the old man laugh so happily in front of Gu Junking set his mind at ease. However, hearing the old man continue to ramble on without restraint, and even start talking about things like kissing girls behind haystacks, Xia Zayed quickly cut the old man off. All right, sir. There are reporters over there who want to interview Xiao Qing, and he needs to report to school later, so let's get going. Have you forgotten that the leader might come to see you later? Xia Zayed hurriedly took his father's hand. I was just getting to the good part, the old man said, looking slightly dissatisfied. However, he knew that Gu Junking's business was more important, and given his status, he could not be late for the meeting with the leader. Xiao Qing, remember to come find your grandfather when you have a holiday, you hear? The old man could only regretfully board the waiting vehicle. That is right, come by often. I still need to introduce you to your cousin. Xia Zayed smiled and said goodbye to Gu Junking. Goodbye, grandfather. Goodbye, uncle. Gu Junking waved farewell. Looking at the license plate on the car, Gu Junking narrowed his eyes. If he was not mistaken, that was the leader's car. Truly, a person who held great power. Once Gu Junking walked out from where he had been talking to the old man, a crowd of reporters swarmed him. Gu Junking did not refuse them. He did not accept interviews in Lodu because he did not need to, but upon arriving in the capital, he first needed to build his reputation. His face was undoubtedly his greatest trademark. Young Master Gu, I heard you saved quite a few people in this shipwreck. Is that true? Young Master Gu, you saved so many people. What was your initial intention? Why did you save so many? The reporters asked the questions they most wanted answered, aiming to make the capital headlines tomorrow. After all, the shipwreck had received massive attention, and Gu Junking was the focal point. Young Master Gu, you are so handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Young Master Gu, can you give me your contact information? I swear I won't leak it. The ones asking professional questions were mostly male reporters, while those asking about his relationship status were naturally female. Those female reporters saw Gu Junking's unparalleled handsome face, coupled with his prestigious and noble identity. His good character, high status, and invincible good looks drove them wild. First of all, I certainly had no ulterior motives when I saved people. When I first studied medicine, my master told me that to practice medicine, one must help those in need, and that saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. If I saw someone injured and did not help, my conscience would not be clear. Gu Junking shook his head, first clarifying that he had no utilitarian motives. In summary, I saved people because I possess noble character. Young Master Gu's master must be a wonderful person. After hearing what Gu Junking said, everyone applauded him. Indeed, she is a very good master. She taught me everything she knew and guided my path. And I have always respected my teachers, Gu Junking said with deep emotion. Ji Zuyu's face appeared in his mind. Well, he did not seem to be lying at all. It was just that he was the one doing the teaching when it came to their intimate encounters. Junking is speaking so much nonsense, Mirong Wan and Luo Ningyu whispered while hiding outside the crowd. That is right, even teacher you fell victim to him. Now he claims to be filial, but I think he is the definition of someone who betrays his masters and ancestors. The two girls giggled as they talked. Chapter 595. Gu Junking had no intention of answering those increasingly absurd questions. His composed demeanor only earned him more admiration from the crowd. Despite being the hero of the shipwreck, he remained humble and detached, showing no signs of arrogance. This made the reporters calm down as they realized they shouldn't underestimate this handsome, well-connected young man. Finally, a reporter cast aside the sensationalism to ask a normal question. Student Gu, I hear you were admitted to Huajing University through a special recommendation. Do you regret not taking the college entrance exam? Of course not, because I didn't take the middle school exams either, Gu Junking replied with a shrug, feigning helplessness. The reporters chuckled, finding the young freshman incredibly amusing. After answering a few more questions, the press dispersed, thoroughly satisfied. These reporters were seasoned pros who had interviewed countless beautiful celebrities. In person, without the lens filters, most celebrities fell short of their polished TV personas. Many stars relied entirely on careful packaging. This young man was different, someone who could truly rely on his looks to make a living. Even fresh from a rescue mission, he possessed an air of natural elegance. The most infuriating part was that he was also academically brilliant. He perfectly embodied the phrase, he could have relied on his looks, but chose to rely on his talent instead. As media professionals, the reporters had a sharp eye for hot topics. They knew exposing his story would cause a sensation. After cleaning up at the rescue center, Gu Junking and his two companions, Mu Rongwan and the other girl, headed for Huajing University. Gu drove a prearranged Pagani straight into the campus. Junking, won't driving this car be too flashy? I feel like all the students are staring at us, Mu Rongwan whispered. Is this car not low-key enough? Gu Junking asked, looking slightly helpless. Everyone knew he was the most low-profile person around, but there was nothing to be done, as this was the most modest vehicle he could manage. The two women were left speechless. You call this low-key? Some students had driven here too, but nobody else had a ride this luxurious. Had he not noticed how all the other cars were swerving to avoid him? Gu Junking was truly oblivious, as he was simply used to this lifestyle. Let's get out and walk. There are too many people, so I'll just park anywhere, he said. Because it was the start of the semester, the campus roads were packed with vehicles and crowds. Gu Junking stepped out, looking slightly resigned. The opening season of a university campus is always incredibly lively. The school roads were teeming with people, mostly parents bringing their children to register. Generally, each student had more than one parent in tow. As a top institution in the summer nation, Huajing University covered 400 hectares, roughly the size of 400 to 800 football fields. Fortunately, the campus had plenty of bus stops to keep students from feeling like they were in a long-distance relationship while dating. Today, many upperclassmen were out helping, acting with extreme enthusiasm toward any juniors that caught their eye. The senior girls were there for the boys, and the senior boys were naturally there for the girls. The boys were flirting, the girls were hunting for catches, and everyone stayed out of each other's way. The entire university hummed with energy as the new semester began. Once Gu Junking entered the registration area, the eyes of every upperclassman locked onto the trio. Their eyes lit up at the sight. No one had expected this year's batch of freshmen to include such high-quality beauties. Senior, pinch me, is the quality of girls this year really this high? One boy asked. Holy shit, this girl is amazing. That figure and those looks. She's definitely a campus queen, another exclaimed. Back off, I'm getting her social media contact. The male upperclassmen were practically drooling when they saw Mu Rongwan enter. They were desperate, having finally made it into a top school, only to find the beautiful girls around them were either taken or entirely focused on their studies. They were hoping to try their luck with the new arrivals. It was common knowledge that upperclassmen who loitered around during orientation day usually had ulterior motives. The female upperclassmen looked at Gu Junking with the exact same expression the boys had for the goddesses. Their obsession was, if anything, even more intense. Women usually kept their cool, but when they lost it, men had to take a backseat. Junior, do you need help with your luggage? Yes, Junior. What's your number? You can reach out to your senior anytime, a popular-looking girl asked with enthusiasm. A boy nearby wailed, Ching, didn't you say you were a lesbian? Ha, even if I were, the junior's looks have turned me straight. What's it to you? The senior girl, known as Ching, snapped. That line was just a tool she used to reject the unwanted pests buzzing around her. She had never wanted to date, feeling like none of these boys were worthy of her. But seeing such a handsome junior, she couldn't help herself. Mu Rongwon and the other girl were used to this by now. Whenever they walked beside Gu Junking, they were bound to encounter this kind of scene. The two women instinctively walked closer to Gu Junking. The sight left the upperclassmen feeling deeply disappointed. It was obvious to anyone with eyes that they were a couple. Figures, the pretty girls are all taken back in high school, one student lamented. I regret it. I shouldn't have just studied so hard. I should have paid more attention to the girls around me, and I wouldn't still be relying on tissues tonight, some upperclassmen groaned. It's over, it's over. Beside this handsome and rich junior, I might be able to compete on looks, but I lose in every other category, one odd-looking senior remarked. He was immediately kicked by the surrounding senior girls. The other upperclassmen looked at him with undisguised contempt. They finally understood what people meant by an average guy with extreme confidence. One guy with two girls, this junior really knows how to play. Resources were already scarce, and it's going to be even worse for us now, someone remarked. Despite the jokes, everyone was in good spirits. Seeing two girls being escorted by one boy instead of their parents made their relationship status clear as day. The sight of one man with two women left the upperclassmen feeling a grudging respect for Gu Junking. When it came to being a smooth operator, they felt they had just met their master. Chapter 596. Gu Junking, Mu Rongwon, and the other girl did not linger too long. Once they confirmed their dormitory, the three of them turned to leave. This drew sighs of disappointment from the senior students watching them. They were such attractive freshmen, simply standing there was a feast for the eyes. To show off his boyfriend energy, Gu Junking offered to help the girls settle into their dorm. Fortunately, Mu Rongwon and Luo Ningyu were in the same room, so he would not have to make two trips. Student, what are you doing here? The dorm manager asked, stopping them as she saw a male student leading two girls inside. Usually, boys were not allowed in the female dormitory, unless they were parents. I am a parent, dropping them off for school, Gu Junking replied with a wink and a smile. A parent? Don't make me laugh, kid. The dorm manager could not help but feel a favorable impression of the handsome young Gu Junking. Sometimes, you can gauge how attractive someone is just by how people treat them. Aesthetics are human nature, after all. People instinctively favor those who are good-looking over someone with a shifty appearance. It is what they often call the logic of appearance. A regular guy would never have been allowed inside. What is our relationship? Gu Junking asked, raising an eyebrow at the two girls. Dad? Mu Rongwon blushed, feeling rather embarrassed. Seeing Mu Rongwon's shy and coy expression, Gu Junking felt a wave of pleasure wash over him, his legs nearly turning to jelly. Perhaps it was a common trait among men to enjoy having their girlfriends call them dad. Even Gu Junking, who usually considered himself a gentleman, found it difficult to resist. See, ma'am, they really are my daughters, Gu Junking said with a smile. All right, go on up. You young people sure know how to have fun, the manager chuckled. She found she quite liked this handsome, warm-smiling young man. Thank you, the polite Gu Junking said before leading the girls to their dorm room. Pushing the door open, he found 4 other girls chatting inside. Since it was a 6-person room, Mu Rongwon and her friend had 4 roommates. Handsome, who are you? The girls had been slightly alarmed when a man walked in, but they calmed down upon seeing Gu Junking's face. They figured a guy this attractive could not possibly do anything improper. Besides, if he did, they might even be willing to let it happen. Hello everyone, I am a parent, helping these 2 students settle in. Gu Junking scanned the roommates, noting that while they were reasonably pretty, none met the standard of a female lead. He felt a hint of regret. He had hoped that Mu Rongwon might attract a female lead, or that there would be some other discovery. It seemed there were no female leads in this room. That made sense. It was not every day you encountered characters carrying massive amounts of destiny. Gu Junking's words left the other women stunned. You said you are a student's parent? They could not see him as a parent no matter how hard they looked. That is right, I am their dad, Gu Junking said with a beaming smile. Mu Rongwon and Luo Ningyu were mortified, their beautiful faces flushed a deep red. They had to live with these roommates for the foreseeable future, yet Gu Junking was saying such embarrassing things. Piffed. Hearing his answer, the other girls laughed, immediately understanding the nature of their relationship. It was definitely not ordinary. I hope you can take good care of them. I will treat you all to a meal next time, Gu Junking said with a smile. We will, the girls smiled, catching his drift. Since a handsome man was asking, they would naturally comply. Hello fellow students, my name is Li Rong from Zizhu. How about you? Hello, I am Mu Rongwon, from Luodu. Hello, I am Luo Ningyu, also from Luodu. The girls began to introduce themselves, and the atmosphere became extremely harmonious. I will be going now. Seeing they were getting along, Gu Junking nodded and said his goodbyes. The dorm manager might have let him up because of his looks, but he could not stay forever. A man his age could be unpredictable, and he feared the manager might come back to look for him. After seeing Gu Junking out, the 2 girls returned to unpack. Although they had lost many belongings during the shipwreck, Gu Junking had already replaced everything for them. The other girls, who had finished unpacking, began to help them as well. Some girls were trying to fish for information, their curiosity piqued. Even though Gu Junking seemed intimate with the pair, they were not ready to give up on such a handsome guy. Mi Rong, what is that guy's relationship to you? Asked Li Rong, who who had introduced herself first, as if it were a casual question. She was helping Mi Rongwon organize her things as she spoke. We are father and daughter. I mean, friends, Luo Ningyu corrected herself, having almost been led astray by Gu Junking's joke. She and Mi Rongwon were both Gu Junking's girlfriends, but she was afraid the roommates would think Gu Junking was a playboy and form a negative impression. Mi Rongwon nodded repeatedly. Their identity was a bit awkward, so neither girl dared to admit the truth. Is that so? Does he have a girlfriend then? Li Rong's eyes lit up. He does, Mi Rongwon nodded. Oh, he does. Li Rong dropped her work, looking visibly disappointed. It was as if she felt Mi Rongwon had no more value to her. Observing Li Rong's reaction, Mi Rongwon silently continued her work. If someone helped, it was a kindness, and if they did not, it was expected. She had nothing to say to her. The other girls did not react much, though they felt a slight tinge of regret, and they continued to help the pair unpack. After leaving the girls' dormitory, Gu Junking headed straight for his own. Being new here, he planned to live on campus for a while to see how things developed. Actually, from his recent conversation with his uncle, Xia Zayud, and elder Xia, he realized they were extremely satisfied with him. Some of their words even revealed an intention to have him inherit the Xia family. His current plan was to take things slow. It was best to operate from the shadows and grow his influence gradually. With the backing of the Xia family in the capital, it meant that, just like in Lodo, no one would be able to thwart his schemes. He would simply wander around like a normal person, looking to see if any other male leads appeared. For instance, he could currently sense the mark he had left on Shiyushin earlier. Gu Junking's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity and delight at the thought of this female lead and male lead, who were caught in a plot involving 7 sisters. He reckoned that if he could eliminate the male lead and woo all 7 female leads, his luck and villain points would soar to a new high. Perhaps he would even be able to exchange them for the cultivation techniques he needed. His cultivation plan for the future was already perfected, he just lacked the villain points. Gu Junking entered his dormitory and looked around. He had chosen a 4-person room, so his 3 roommates were already settled in. When they saw him walk in, they stood up to greet him, though they seemed a bit reserved, intimidated by Gu Junking's aura. I am Wang Qian, from Dongshan. Hey buddy, where are you from? A pale, sallow-faced boy asked. Gu Junking could tell at a glance that this guy was physically weak, likely because he did not take care of himself, and spent his days obsessing over his own desires. Gu Junking, Lodu. Gu Junking replied concisely. I am Jiao Wen from Zizhu, said a boy with a serious expression, but a shifty look in his eyes. I am Uchiha Suzuki, from Konoha, the last boy said, rising with a cool facade. Bro, you watch Naruto too? Me too, but there is no need to be such a weeb about it, Wang Qian said, lighting up with a wicked grin, and nudging the last boy. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow. He had already had his fellow traveler, the Son of Luck, introduce some anime from his past life. He had not expected it to have spawned so many fans in such a short time. I am Sun Hedong from Tadu. The last boy knew the act was over, so he coughed sheepishly and finally revealed his real name. After the first round of introductions, the atmosphere became much more harmonious. Boys did not engage in the subtle infighting that girls did. Seeing everyone's attitude was amiable, they all felt relieved. After all, they would be roommates for several years, and having bad ones would be a misfortune for years to come. Among them, it seemed only Gu Junking's aura was a bit difficult to integrate. However, seeing that he did not act like a tyrannical young noble, they relaxed. Lads, how about we grab a meal tonight to bond? Wang Qian suggested. Sure, Gu Junking nodded. Seeing that even Gu Junking had agreed, the others naturally followed suit. Though, since we are living together for 4 years, I think we should decide on a dorm leader. How about we compete to see who can hold their liquor at dinner tonight? Wang Qian proposed with confidence. Besides his favorite hobby, he loved to drink. He was confident he could be the dorm leader. Of course, no problem. The other 2 puffed out their chests and agreed boldly. Gu Junking smiled slightly, thinking these new roommates seemed quite interesting. He hoped they would bring a different flavor to his college life. Chapter 597. For the dorm party that night, Wang Qian specifically moved a table over along with several cases of beer. After all, they had to decide who would be the dorm leader. The 4 of them sat at each corner, and since everyone was a guy, there was no need for awkwardness. It was only natural for guys to start bragging once they started drinking. We are all college students now, so let's talk about our future plans. What do you guys want to do? Wang Qian started the conversation. Sun Hedong cleared his throat. Of course, I want to study hard, support my family, and find a girlfriend. Yeah, she definitely has to be a rich and beautiful woman. Good, old Sun, that's the spirit. Everyone has to finish a drink after they speak, and no one is allowed to put their glass down. Wang Wen laughed. Jiao Wen spoke reservedly. As for me, I want to join the student council to help with finding a job later. Then I will work a part-time job to support myself. Gu Junking smiled faintly. He knew that almost every college student was like this. They all started with grand plans, but they would only become lazier as time went on. It was just like Gu Junking's roommates in his past life. They went to take the English Set 4 exam in their freshman year, missed it by a few points, and vowed to fight again the next year. By their sophomore year, they missed it by 20 points. They tried again in their junior year, and missed it by 100 points. By the time senior year arrived, they had no motivation to even take the test. because they knew that the peak of their intelligence had been left behind in their senior year of high school. To be precise, it was probably on the day they graduated high school, and they likely forgot everything as soon as the test was over. He did not know if these three guys would end up the same way, but for now, they were still full of drive. Old Gu, what do you want to do? The three of them asked curiously at the same time. After all, Gu Junking was the most mysterious one among the four. They even felt a pang of jealousy and rarely admitted that Gu Junking was indeed slightly ahead of them in terms of looks. Me, first I want to find 17 or 18 girlfriends. I could even train them to play women's soccer or something. Gu Junking finished his drink and said casually, "Fuck, Old Gu, it has to be you. Why didn't I think of that? But you are really capable of bragging. 17 or 18. I couldn't even dream of that. Old Gu, you can't judge a book by its cover. I didn't expect someone as handsome and good looking as you, even better looking than me, to want to be a scumbag. Badass, I am impressed, Old Gu. Let me have a drink with you. But you can learn from me in the future, as I have learned from the king of romance." The three of them drank and dared to say anything. Everyone's energy and spirit were fully ignited. Sometimes the bond between men is just that strange, and it can be formed just by drinking together. You three haven't even touched a woman, yet you want to teach me? Gu Junking arched his eyebrows and smiled. When it comes to picking up girls, our young Master Gu can only say that no one else stands a chance. The three of them were shocked. Fuck, how did you know? Gu Junking could tell if someone was a virgin just by looking at their complexion and demeanor. After all, the concept of a virginal body is still widely used in traditional Chinese medicine. Virginal urine is even an ingredient in traditional Chinese medicine. Gu Junking, on the other hand, had remained a virgin from the day before until now. However, not having been with a woman did not mean their bodies were not weak. Especially Wang Qian, whose pale face and cold limbs showed that he clearly had a kidney deficiency. It looked like Wang Qian really had not fallen behind in the traditional craft of masturbation. Because I am a doctor, and I know whether you guys took care of business last night or not. Gu Junking felt like lighting a cigarette. After all, acting cool without a cigarette felt like it was missing something. The three of them were horrified and looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with innocence. Did you take care of business? I did not, did you? How is that possible? I never do that. Well, I do not even know what that is. The three of them blinked at each other and suddenly laughed as a cover-up. Haha, you must have seen it wrong, Old Gu. Right, that is right. Drink, let's drink. The four of them continued to chat and drink just like that. Gu Junking blended in perfectly. Come on, Junking, let's keep drinking. I do not believe I cannot become the leader. After a while, Zhao Wen and Sun Hedong had already been drunk under the table by Gu Junking. Zhao Wen was sprawled on the table, with a chopstick stuck in his cup like a white flag, signifying his surrender. Sun Hedong had already fallen asleep on the floor. Although Wang Qian was swaying, he still muttered to Gu Junking with bold ambition. Is that so? You do not look like you can drink anymore. Gu Junking raised his eyebrows and said with a smile that was not quite a smile. Knocking the three of them out was a piece of cake for Gu Junking. Who says I cannot drink anymore? Let's go. Wang Qian said with a thick tongue. He had just raised his glass to take half a sip before he slumped over. Gu Junking shook his head. It was not that he was bullying them, but did the position of leader really need to be contested? It was a good thing that everyone was afraid of losing face in public, so they chose the dorm where they could at least sleep on their beds. The next morning, with the sound of a closing door, Wang Qian and the others finally woke up, groggy from the hangover. Gu Junking walked in, and the three of them looked at Gu Junking returning to his bed with expressions of admiration. Junking, why is your alcohol tolerance so fierce? Wang Qian asked with a bitter smile. That is right, I have been practicing drinking since I was a kid. I did not expect to be the first one to go down. You guys are tougher, but let's compete again next time. Sun Hedong patted his chest and said, refusing to give up. Sometimes, the relationships between men are just this strange. A fight or a drinking session can easily bring everyone closer together. What should you call me now? Gu Junking arched an eyebrow. Boss, boss, boss. Wang Qian, Sun Hedong, and Zhao Wen said in unison. They accepted the loss gracefully. Furthermore, with Gu Junking's refined and distinguished demeanor, the fact that he was willing to get along with them had already left them feeling flattered. Then I will be number 2, because I was the second one to pass out. Zhao Wen, you are number 3, Hedong, you are number 4. Wang Qian chuckled. The hierarchy of the entire dorm was now set. Of course, no one knew how things would turn out in the future. After all, a dorm is usually composed of one father, with the rest being sons. You are number 2, you are number 2, Zhao Wen said with a meaningful smile on his face. Get lost, are you cursing me? Wang Qian said irritably. Su Hedong had been laughing along with the group, but he suddenly realized something and hurriedly said, by the way, what time is it? I remember we were supposed to attend the orientation meeting today. Now, it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gu Junking said indifferently. What, 3 o'clock? The meeting was at 9 this morning. The other three wailed. They were late on their very first day, even though they had been talking big yesterday about how bright and glorious their future in college would be. They did not expect to hit a snag on day 1. Chapter 598. Boss, why didn't you call us? The three of them wailed. The problem is, you couldn't be woken up at all? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. The three continued to wail incessantly. Missing out on the first day would surely lead to trouble with the counselor later. Alright, I'm just teasing you. The counselor had business today, and since some new students haven't arrived yet, it has been moved to tomorrow, Gu Junking said casually. He had simply grabbed lunch with Mirong-won and her friends, taking the opportunity to tour the campus. So that's it. I knew boss wouldn't leave us behind. The three laughed again. Gu Junking chatted with them briefly before turning his thoughts inward. During his university years, he first needed to master the influence of the Xia family, and secondly, he needed to find some protagonists to harvest for benefits. Such leisurely days were easy to get addicted to. By the way, have you heard? Our school apparently has a gorgeous teacher. She's supposedly incredibly smart, and has topped the campus goddess rankings for years, Wang Qian said while browsing the school forum. Sometimes the forum was even more useful than the official school website. I knew about this before arriving. I specifically checked the course schedule. And we have a chance to take her class. Zhao Wen pushed up his glasses and said with a refined yet lecherous tone. Old Zhao, I couldn't tell. You're actually a wolf in sheep's clothing, obsessed with these things, Wang Hedong said in surprise. Your use of the word also is very insightful, Zhao Wen chuckled. So I'm the only decent person in this dorm. I'm ashamed to associate with you all, Wang Qian said, looking indignant. Wang Qian, don't play innocent. Except for Bosku, you're the most indecent one here, Zhao Wen and Sun Hedong said in unison. Why are you dragging me into this? I'm the most decent person here. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. Gu Junking felt innocent being dragged into this, though he didn't really identify with the label of being indecent. He considered himself a pure, upright, and decent young man. Someone who said yesterday they wanted to find over a dozen girlfriends is calling themselves decent. Bosku calling himself decent, haha. I thought Bosku was high and cold. I didn't expect him to be so good at telling jokes, Wang Qian, and the others laughed, clutching their stomachs. Have you forgotten I'm a doctor? Be careful, or I'll make sure you can't get out of bed for 3 days, Gu Junking said with a smile, his words filled with a threat. Isn't Bosku the most decent person in our dorm? You two are just slandering him. I am ashamed to be with you. Wang Qian's expression turned solemn as he distanced himself from Zhao Wen and Sun Hedong. Zhao Wen and Sun Hedong glared at him, though Wang Qian had clearly been the one laughing the loudest. But tell me more about this beautiful teacher. I'd like to know a bit more, Gu Junking said with a slight smile. Seeing their strange expressions, Gu Junking added, don't misunderstand. I mainly want to understand the school's teaching staff situation. He just wanted to know if she was a female lead. Besides, everyone knew he was extremely respectful toward his teachers and never criticized them in private. He was clearly a model of filial piety and respect for teachers. Of course, that was Gu Junking's own perception. Whether Yu Miajin or Ji Zuya believed Gu Junking was respectful toward teachers was another matter entirely. I get it, the three laughed ambiguously. The beautiful teacher seems to be named Shen Ning. It is said she once had her IQ tested, reaching a genius level of 200. The key is she also has super high attainments in various arts, Wang Qian said with envy. It was hard to say who would end up with such a beautiful, smart, and excellent teacher. Yes, and the key is that she is very young. She is said to be under 25, just a few years older than us. Zhao Wen looked slightly amazed. Judging by the photos circulating online, her figure is also top tier, Sun Hedong interjected. Well, old son, just a moment ago you were pretending not to know anything. It turns out you're the most informed of us all, Wang Qian teased. Ahem, that was an accident. I actually don't know anything, Sun Hedong coughed. This sounds like a female lead template. Smart, beautiful, and capable, though she seems a bit too capable, Gu Junking muttered to himself. However, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. If a female lead appeared, he would simply pursue her. Soon, the next day arrived. Because Gu Junking was not in the same major as Mirong-won and the others, their buildings were far apart. They could only meet up occasionally for meals. The highly anticipated freshman meeting finally arrived. Gu Junking chose to major in management. Many people had invited him to join more critical majors, such as those involving classified research or high-end technology. After all, Gu Junking's reputation as a genius had already amazed the teachers who studied his life. But Gu Junking had no interest in that. He didn't have that much time to waste on scientific research. When the time was right, he would naturally send Ming Ren, who possessed the super academic god system, into the research facility and use the system in his brain to advance technology. After all, the power of technology was sometimes not inferior to cultivation. The information transmitted by his system told him there were some super technological powers in the universe. Technology strengthened the whole, while cultivation focused on the individual. He planned to pursue both paths simultaneously. With the help of many protagonists, he would not lack any resources. To see if there were any beautiful girls in the class, Wang Qian and the others arrived at the classroom half an hour early. This was something the freshmen were incredibly excited about. During high school, everyone was forbidden from dating, with everything focused on studying. Many people would become extremely open after arriving at university. This was the result of a rebound from extreme suppression. Most people's adolescent hormones could only be released during their university years. Therefore, dating in college was actually easier than many imagined. Hey, do you think we'll have any very beautiful classmates? Wang Qian said to his 3 roommates. I'm not sure, but our major is probably half men and half women. It would be good enough if we had a chance. I've reached the point where as long as it's a woman, it's fine, Zhao Wen sighed. You're at the as long as it's a woman stage. My parents even told me that as long as they don't look ghastly, and have decent features, I can bring them home regardless of whether they are men or women. Sun Hedong sighed with even more frustration. Gu Junking wore a mysterious smile. He felt he was too filial, as he at least didn't make Xia Ying and Gu Junxing worry about his daughter-in-law problem. Boss Gu, what about you? Having finished complaining, the three felt somewhat comforted and turned their faces toward Gu Junking at the same time. After all, the greatest joy for humans was hearing other people's tragic stories. Me? Actually, my parents are also in a difficult position, Gu Junking said with a depressed expression. Ah, so even Boss Gu's family is anxious about his girlfriend problem. I'm relieved, Wang Qian said, exhaling. The other two also felt noticeably more relaxed. If even a handsome guy like Gu Junking had these problems, then their inability to find a girlfriend wasn't their own fault. My parents are currently worrying about which of my girlfriends should be the legal wife, Gu Junking suddenly sighed. His statement was full of a boastful, Versailles quality. This caused the three of them to stiffen, shooting cold arrows at Gu Junking with their eyes. At the same time, their expressions became increasingly miserable. Boss Gu, you shouldn't bully your roommates like this, Wang Qian said, sounding aggrieved. Exactly. Boss Gu, even if you want to brag, you should consider the feelings of your brothers, Zhao Wen said depressingly. Yeah, with so many girls, I don't believe Boss Gu's kidneys aren't exhausted, Sun Hedong said indignantly. In their hearts, they felt that even though Gu Junking was very handsome, they couldn't believe he could really hook up with so many girls at once. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. It seemed these three guys were still doubting his abilities. However, while they were chatting, the people in their major finally arrived. Wow, that girl in the white t-shirt is so well endowed. She looks like she has an auspicious future. No, look at that girl by the window. She is the good-looking one. Look at those legs. The girl over there is the real deal. Fair skin, beautiful face, long legs, and a perfect height. I've decided I'm going to chase her. Most of the boys were whispering among themselves. The roommates of Gu Junking were the loudest among them. Gu Junking felt a bit embarrassed to sit with them, putting on an expression that clearly said, I don't know these people. Chapter 599. Among the crowd of ordinary-looking boys wearing glasses, Gu Junking stood out remarkably. He possessed a sculpted, handsome face with a strong, perfect nose. His cherry-colored lips and cool, thin mouth made women swallow involuntarily. The curve of his lips was perfect, appearing as if he were always wearing a faint, elusive smile. He was tall and elegant, dressed in a tasteful, expensive white casual suit with the sleeves neatly rolled to his elbows. A warm, smooth jade pendant the size of a palm hung at his waist, giving him an air of innate nobility. Many girls stared at Gu Junking longingly. This attention annoyed Gu Junking slightly, for his damn charm was always a problem. Sitting beside him, Wang Qian, Zhao Wen, and Sun Hedong looked smugly self-satisfied. Do you think they will ask for my contact information later? Wang Qian asked. Ask you. They are definitely asking me. Should I give it to them? I knew I would shake off my loser reputation in college. Those people in high school just could not appreciate my handsomeness. Wang Qian, Zhao Wen, and Sun Hedong began bragging to one another. Hey, look, a pretty girl is coming this way, Wang Qian said excitedly. He instantly straightened his expression and tried to look serious. However, the girl did not look at him for even a second. She walked straight toward Gu Junking. Handsome, where are you from? You look so familiar. Have we met somewhere before? The girl asked, blushing as she approached him. Gu Junking raised an eyebrow slightly. A casual smile left the girls completely mesmerized. Seeing someone take the lead, several girls from the same major could not sit still. They crowded around Gu Junking, chattering and asking for his contact information. This scene made Gu Junking's roommates incredibly jealous. Sigh, girls these days only care about looks. Why does no one care about my inner substance? Zhao Wen said sourly. Wang Qian agreed, saying that society was just too shallow and impatient. They were treasure boys too. Sun Hedong did not react much. After all, he actually had a girlfriend, though she did not want to go public. You guys are just like the fox who could not reach the grapes and called them sour, Sun Hedong chuckled. Asshole, that is not how the saying goes. It is about not getting the grapes and calling them sour, Wang Qian retorted. That does not seem quite right, Zhao Wen mused. The reality of contemporary college students. Gu Junking quickly sent the girls from his major away. He had to admit that college girls were much more passionate than those in middle or high school. Everyone had been abstinent for so long and desperately wanted a boyfriend to release some tension. There is a saying that high school is strict while college is loose. Believe me, I am not making inappropriate jokes. Do you know why everyone likes college? Gu Junking suddenly asked. His roommates were still struggling with the proverb they had learned in elementary school. Is it because there are many beautiful women and it is easy to find a girlfriend? Wang Qian asked, thinking it over. Shallow. Is college for you to look at beautiful women? It is definitely for studying. Zhao Wen said righteously. We should look to the future. College is clearly for better development, Sun Hedong countered. Are you guys really that noble? Gu Junking raised an eyebrow, wanting to laugh. The looks on their faces did not make them seem like serious people at all. Then what do you think, Boss Gu? Wang Qian asked, puzzled. I do not have such complicated thoughts. I just think college life is good. Gu Junking rubbed his chin, a strange curve forming on the corner of his lips. The three of them understood in a second, yet they all pretended to be innocent. Boss Gu, what are you talking about? I do not understand, one said. Exactly. This is not the bus to kindergarten. I want to get off, another added. Bosku, it has to be you. You really are the least serious person in our dorm, the third one joked. The three of them spoke with feigned sincerity. If you respect me that much, then call me Dad, Gu Junking said with a smile. It seemed his college life would not be boring. Bosku, I did not expect you to want to upgrade our generation level. Greedy. You are already the boss, and now you want to be the father. I do not agree. Exactly, Bosku. That is against the rules. To be a father, you at least have to contribute something to your roommates. The three spoke up, adopting an unyielding posture. I have the contact information for most of the girls in the class. You know what that means, Gu Junking said mysteriously. Dad, what do you want to eat for lunch today? I will bring it to you, Wang Qian said, his expression instantly turning serious. Dad, we are family. Just tell me if you need anything in the future, Zhao Wen said, patting his chest and taking responsibility for everything. You two were just acting so chaste a moment ago. I am ashamed to be associated with you, Sun Hedong said, curling his lip before turning to Gu Junking with a serious face. Dad, ignore them from now on. Just introduce any girls to me. You only have me as your son. Screw you, Sun Hedong. We are the father's sons too. The three of them immediately started brawling. Gu Junking felt helpless. He had only been making a joke. He knew this was just everyone trying to get to know each other's personalities. However, the friendship between boys was truly inexplicable. Time passed quickly, and soon the class bell rang. It is her? She is in my major? Gu Junking had been watching them joke around, but he suddenly sensed something. A mysterious smile appeared on his face. Outside the classroom door, another female student walked in. The person arriving was Shi Yushin, a female lead Gu Junking had encountered before. Shi Yushin was speechless. She had overslept, but luckily she was not late today. Through internal channels, she discovered that her teacher was actually her sixth sister. If her sister found out she had overslept, she would be in big trouble. Her trip to Loda last time had already resulted in a severe punishment from her eldest sister. Her sixth sister was the strictest of all. She would be in real trouble if she knew she had dared to sleep in. A depressed Shi Yushin walked into the classroom with her long legs, immediately attracting the attention of the boys, who were noisily discussing who would be the class beauty. So beautiful, one boy whispered, drooling. The boy was so stunned that saliva dripped from the corner of his mouth. Indeed. I have decided, she is the class beauty, another male student muttered to himself. Chapter 600. Shi Yushin was in such a rush to reach the freshman mixer that she had only tied her hair into a messy ponytail. This did not affect her appearance in the slightest. Her bare face was as white as snow, with soft, delicate skin and a small, oval-shaped face flushed with a faint blush. Her amber eyes held a pure and innocent aura, and her demeanor was childish, naive, and mischievous, radiating a youthful vitality and an elfin charm. Gu Junking's eyes gleamed with interest as he looked at her. The last time he saw her, she was wearing a black night op suit, completely obscuring her features. Now she was dressed in a pale pink, chiffon pleated skirt with plum blossoms embroidered at the waist that bloomed all the way down to the hem. A wide, light blue sash cinched her waist, drawing it upward to accentuate her perfect figure beautifully. A small pendant hung around her neck, which appeared to be a piece of wood. Gu Junking arched his brow slightly. Could that be something from the tree he had used to spook her last time? It seemed this girl still missed him quite dearly. This realization sparked a mischievous impulse in Gu Junking. Shi Yushin whistled as she walked into the classroom. She had gone scouting for targets again last night, hoping to rob the rich to help the poor. But now that those wealthy tycoons had been targeted several times and nobody had been caught, they had learned their lesson. Even if their houses were empty, they stopped leaving many valuables behind. Houses that did store large amounts of cash were now guarded by many people. This left Shi Yushin feeling quite helpless. She sighed to herself. It was because of this that she had scouted many high-end villas, but could not find a good place to strike. After all, in modern society, surveillance was everywhere. She had to thoroughly map out the surrounding environment before she dared to act. That was exactly why she had returned late last night, resulting in a lack of sleep and causing her to oversleep this morning. She figured if she weren't so young, she would already be a balding little treasure. The only time she had been completely outsmarted was when she fell into Gu Junking's trap in Luodu. Later, when she returned to the capital, she realized there was no such thing as a tree spirit in this world. Someone must have been playing a trick on her, and it definitely had to be that man who stole her first kiss that night. Furthermore, he had left a tree mark on her shoulder that wouldn't wash off. One time when she was bathing with her sister had mistakenly thought she had gotten a tattoo. She had almost gotten her bottom beaten to a pulp by her sister for it. This made her furious, and she longed to go back to Luodu, find that man, and rob his home clean. So, to this day, she still wore the memento from burning that dead tree spirit. It served as a reminder to herself that there were too many bad people in this world. She is a goddess-level beauty. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. Wang Qian rubbed his chin, his eyes lighting up. Dad, why don't you go get us her social media handle? Zhao Wen's eyes brightened as well. In fact, every male student in the class had their gaze captured by Shi Yushin. Perhaps you all should change how you address her, Gu Junking said suddenly. Change how we address her? The others looked puzzled. Gu Junking paused, then gave a slight smile. Perhaps you three can call her mom in the future? The crowd looked as if they had been turned to stone, tears streaming down their faces. Wang Qian said with a miserable expression, oh, so Dad has his eye on her too. Then we won't compete. Not compete? As if you could beat Dad anyway. Dad, look at this guy, he has a rebellious bone in his head. Don't introduce him to any girls in the future, save all the girls for me. Zhao Wen grinned. The three of them knew they weren't good enough for a woman like Shi Yushin, so they were just joking around. Shi Yushin was accustomed to the way people looked at her, and she appeared quite bored. If her eldest sister hadn't insisted she attend school, she wouldn't have come. What was the point of school anyway? Learning. Learned nothing. Let me find a place to sit. Shi Yushin scanned the classroom, looking at everyone's face. When her gaze swept over Gu Junking, her expression immediately turned to shock. Wait, isn't this that stinky tree spirit? Shi Yushin froze, her heart racing like a turbulent sea. Gu Junking turned his head, and the two locked eyes in the air. Shi Yushin began to grind her teeth, her lively little eyes darting around. However, she noticed that Gu Junking quickly turned his head away, seemingly pretending not to know her. Shi Yushin sneered inwardly, already calculating how to deal with Gu Junking. She had suffered terribly at his hands back then. She had even been scared into fainting by the tree spirit he had staged. This time, she would definitely have her revenge. She would not be human if she didn't settle this score. Beauty, you look familiar. Have we met somewhere before? Someone, mimicking the female student who had asked for Gu Junking's contact info earlier, asked Shi Yushin. Get lost, we aren't familiar, and I don't give out contact information. A triple refusal spewed from Shi Yushin's mouth. Normally she wouldn't reject people like this, she was usually very polite when telling people to get lost. But seeing that stinky, trick-playing tree spirit today had put her in a bad mood. In such a bad mood. Looks like she figured it out, and I was just teasing her. Gu Junking muttered to himself, watching Shi Yushin walk closer and closer. Shi Yushin walked up to Gu Junking and said adorably, "Classmate, can I sit next to you?" She flashed an angelic smile, her small, translucent canines looking extremely enticing. But Gu Junking knew she definitely had bad intentions. To his eyes, Shi Yushin looked like a cute little demon, with two horns on her head, wanting to open her little mouth and bite him hard. Sure, Mom, of course you can. Wang Qian and Zhao Wen scrambled to move, making space for Shi Yushin to sit down. Mom. Shi Yushin was stunned and asked, confused. Where did she get 3 big sons? Cough. Sorry, I let it slip. Classmate, just a classmate. The 3 of them apologized hurriedly to Shi Yushin. Then they turned to Gu Junking and said, we weren't wrong, right Dad? They flashed a look that suggested he didn't need to thank them. Gu Junking wore a mysterious smile. They were truly his 3 good sons. Shi Yushin began to grind her teeth. She felt that this man must be behind it again. Were these people implying that the 2 of them were a couple? Even if she jumped from here and Gu Junking was the only man left in the world, she would never become a couple with him. Shi Yushin roared internally. However, she wanted to be patient for now. Classmate, have we met somewhere before? Why do you look so familiar to me? Shi Yushin took a breath, forcing down the rage in her heart, and flashed an angelic smile at Gu Junking. Here it comes, the same routine. All the male and female students around them thought in unison. They figured this was another person lusting after Gu Junking's beauty. But since this goddess was so beautiful, why was she acting like such a simp? The male students felt powerless and angry. Wah, the male god won't fall for it, will he? The male god should like a woman with substance like me. How could he possibly like her? A female student puffed out her chest, her fat face full of confidence. You must know I am 1.56 meters tall and weigh 165 pounds. This is a perfect body. The surrounding boys fell silent. The girls fell silent too. It seemed that having unearned confidence wasn't just a trait among boys, as there were plenty of girls with it too. Do we know each other? Not familiar at all. Gu Junking smiled slightly. He didn't know what the heroine was planning, so he decided to use stillness to counter any movement. Shi Yushin sneered. She wasn't entirely sure if the stinky tree spirit from that night was this person earlier, but seeing his expression now, she was certain. That stinky tree spirit had smiled just like that. It was as if nothing was ever beyond his expectation. That was how he had played her for a fool back then. Dead tree spirit, you really know how to play, just you wait. Shi Yushin gritted her teeth, and said this in a voice only the 2 of them could hear. Classmate, we aren't familiar. I don't want your contact info. What? A room key? That's even more out of the question. Gu Junking blinked slightly, ignoring Shi Yushin's words, and spoke loudly instead. These words were instantly heard by everyone in the major. What, she gave him a room key directly? Is this girl this open? Exactly, is this the charm of being handsome? The girls uniformly began to grind their teeth. This little vixen is so good at seducing men. No wonder she suddenly wanted to sit with the male god and whisper to him. It turns out she was handing over a room key. What does she want to do? Why isn't she following the rules? Giving a room key? Is she rolling so hard? Is fair competition not enough? Holy crap, why didn't I think of giving the male god a room key? A female student exclaimed suddenly. Then she saw some classmates looking at her with strange glares. Cough, I was just joking. The girl cleared her throat. I didn't say that. He's just making it all up. Shi Yushin was losing her mind and started to explain loudly. She had been thrown off balance by Gu Junking's sudden deviation from the script. We understand. Mom can't resist Dad's charm. We understand. At this moment, Gu Junking's 3 roommates spoke quietly again. They had spoken a bit weakly at first, but seeing Gu Junking's look of approval, they instantly gained confidence. It seemed Gu Junking was very satisfied with their assist. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.